Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Dead and day 2.
1 2.
Looks like the
Well,
Tide.
honestly,
So we're in Delco. Wait, where see? We're in Delco.
We're in Delaware, actually.
Delaware?
Yeah, Delaware.
I thought you
Yeah.
guys from. I see the Delco on there.
We play in Delaware.
Mhm.
I'm in Ridley.
Yeah.
I'm from Ridley.
Okay. I
All right, guys, shake hands. Let's rock and roll.
Let's go. Come on.
All right. What a beautiful sun splash Sunday afternoon here in the Germantown section of Philadelphia. Hello, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 of the Den. And unlike yesterday, where Mother Nature decided to rain on a lot of parades, we are here with this first game of the doubleheader, the Delaware Tide and the New York Greenwave. And I'm glad you're all with us here on the HSG Network. I'm Tom Wilkins. He's Bill Daughtry, Howard Gaber behind controls. And Bill, obviously, you're looking at two teams that, I mean, you don't see too often facing head-to-head with each other, but obviously you can see some strengths on both. We're going to see them clash here this afternoon.
I think when the big names are taken out of it, Tom, I think it's a good thing. You have two scrappy teams out here. Look like they're organized. Look like they're out here warming up. Unlike what we saw yesterday, I'm excited to see exactly what this is going to bring to the table. I know the Tide. I'm pretty familiar with them from playing them last year in the Den. So I know they're a scrappy bunch. I know they lost a few guys, but we're still trying to see exactly what they could bring to the table. And this is a good matchup, a good litmus test right from the beginning. They see exactly if those missing pieces that they have, if those missing pieces that they lost. Will play a factor.
Who do you think is going to be a factor on both sides? What we're going to be looking at today?
Well, I'm looking to see who they're going to bring to the table. Once again, I'm going to piggyback off of what I just said. They lost a big piece in Artie Perone last year. The Tide did. So I'm trying to see who can step up and be that leader, because the talk around the town is without him, they're not that much of a team. So I'm looking to see who would step up in that aspect and bring that kind of stigma to that team.
And I think, too, you're going to see a little bit more of a running game. The way things are looking, the only thing that's going to be a factor is the wind. You're looking at 43-degree game time temperature, and winds are going to be a little bit of a factor, but they are supposed to subside as the game progresses. Do you foresee some more of a running game, or do you see both teams with kind of like an equal passing attack that's going to have to face that challenge?
Well, I think you set it up with the run. I think these two teams not knowing each other like that, I think you need to just test the chin right from the beginning, man on man, see who could bring the heat, who's got the attitude, who can win up front. And then you start to sprinkle in a little bit of things that once they open up for you. I don't think you force anything right now because you really don't know your opponent.
Well, it usually takes like a quarter or a couple of series to know what they're trying to do, and then the head coaches adjust. So, yeah, I'm just working controls along here, and let's be honest, Billy, I mean, we have the Greenwave, which is interestingly there in all black with green numerals and shades of green throughout. And the Delaware Tide are in their white uniforms with white helmets and blue pants, which is, I had to say that because you could tell by process of elimination, the Greenwave have green on their uniforms.
Yes, they're pretty indicative there. I like the all black. Let's see if they bring that. I feel like if you wear all black, you have got to have some kind of a bad man attitude, bad guy attitude. Let's see if they could bring that to the table. They look like they mean business. I just want to see if that transpires to their game of play.
Well, the only concern I have when you're wearing all black uniforms on a sunny day like this, would that zap your energy a little bit more based upon the uniform color because of the strength of the sun?
Yeah, if it wasn't 40-something degrees, I would say that would play a factor. But being that it's pretty cool out there, the black jersey ain't going to play much of a factor. I think that plays in their favor. It keeps them a little bit, hydrated. And I think that's not going to play much of a factor at all in this.
Yeah, I mean, we see this all the time. I mean, you look at the NFL's Miami Dolphins, they'll wear their home white uniforms, especially for 1 o'clock games, and have the opponents wear the darker ones, especially if there are darker uniforms there to give themselves an advantage if need be. So we've already had the coin toss, and I believe, if you saw correctly, the Tide are going to receive the ball first.
Yes, sir. I believe the Tide is getting the ball if we're being stated right. I believe the Tide will receive that ball first.
And just a little bit of a feature to everybody that our referee today is Phil Harding. You will hear him on the microphone, especially when we have penalties on the whenever they come out, because obviously you want to have a clean game, but if it's your first game in a few months, it's very unlikely you're going to have 0 penalties for 0 yards on both sides of the ledger.
Absolutely. That brings another aspect to the game, having that ref out there mic'd up. Here at HSG, we got to be here. They're going to pick up some things. We'll let the guys know right now. It's great for being on the field and hearing that kind of stuff, man. But just remember now, it is live, and people are emotional out there on the field, along with the refs as well.
And that's why sometimes we have the disclaimer saying listener discretion may be advised at times because we can't control what goes down. They're not going to be talking Shakespeare, I can tell you that.
Absolutely. But if you're a baller and you've played the game, man, you want to hear that kind of stuff in the game. You don't want to make it seem like a script. That brings something to the table. It makes it feel a little bit more real. Make it feel like you're part of it.
And I'd like to remind all the people tuning in to make sure you subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube because we will have more Den games throughout the season, and we have other features that'll be coming up as well. So make sure you check us out, HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you tell your friends and your folks about them, and you're going to be seeing a lot of football because football is pretty much like soccer, pretty much a 12-month-a-year sport.
Yeah, it is. That's what it seems like. So that's why a lot of these guys are ready to go. I mean, there's been a lot of talk in the off seasons. A lot of these teams played in other leagues throughout the spring, throughout the summer and all. So it's leading up to the Den. A lot of back and forth. That's why a lot of these teams are even in this league because of that type of talk. So a lot of things are going to be ironed out this season in the Den, and it's going to hopefully bring some talk to a low key.
Now, my guess is that you've played in a lot of semi-pro stuff, and usually when you have like semi-pro players who have played on numerous teams, how as a player do you adjust to new setups and stuff, especially when you're playing with a new group of people like every 3 to 4 months potentially?
Well, I truly believe, and this is just me and my opinion from a coaching aspect, I believe it's the teams that's going to buy into wanting to be coached still. I mean, even if you played for another team, it's a different system. You got to buy into that system, and the good teams do that. When they come to a team, they already know that you're buying into a system and not your own little personal agenda. And I think that states a lot for those powerhouse teams.
Well, we're still waiting for both teams are still doing their warm-ups. I do see the Delaware Tide have gone into a portable tunnel, which is in the
that's
corner
what
of the
they're
end
set
zone.
up right now. They want to make the entrance here, so that's the delay right now.
Whatever. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, it's obviously everyone has a different type of entrance, and the officials are like, "Okay, let's go." So, referee's about to blow the whistle, saying, "Can we get started, please?" So, but we're very happy to have you here on HSG Network. And Crazy Shats, I believe it was Dave who was working the games yesterday. So crazy shouts to him. You have Dave, Joey, Bill, of course, and Shug was in there too, who did a very nice job yesterday filling for all the games in spite of all the crazy weather that you guys had to deal with. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the drainage of the field, but I'm sure everything's dried up.
It dried out by that last game yesterday. It was shocking to see because you really couldn't even see the numbers at the beginning here.
I mean, on a grass field, forget it. But I mean, on we got a turf field, you got a drainage system below, and
guys are out there swimming, my man.
I'll put it this way: they obviously advanced turf in a big way over the last 20 years. There's no question about it.
Yeah, they definitely wouldn't be wearing them white jerseys. That's for sure. That would have been a no-no yesterday.
So, all right. So we're still waiting. It'll be a couple minutes before we get underway. But I think, and maybe I ran this across you, Bill, just earlier. But what do you think the keys to the game are going to be for both teams?
I think the key to the game is just, everybody. I'm going to use the old Mike Tyson quote: "Everybody has a game plan until they get punched in the mouth." I think you're just trying to test your opponent. I think it's a will thing right now. I think they both look the part. They're passing the eye test. I think you just keep it simple. Your first couple plays are drawn out. Your first 10 plays, stay with the script, and just as it develops, and you just work it in to see what works and what they give you. Don't try to force anything right away.
And it'll be interesting to see how they line up because usually in semi-pro, we see a lot of multiple receiver sets, and especially you go to 3 wide to triples on either side. And obviously it gives a quarterback more options to go to, but it's a matter of how effective you use them, which is
Absolutely.
key. I mean, you look at other teams like you got the Venom in New York, and you got the Seminoles, and you always see spread formations. And it's just a matter of basically having a variations to them, which makes it very difficult to defend, especially if you're on the defense side.
We saw it yesterday. It makes it difficult. It gives you more than one option. If you go through your progressions and everybody's running the right patterns and doing the right thing, it comes together. It gives that quarterback, and your quarterback is your first option. They're putting the ball in the athlete's hands, so therefore there's 3 different options that you have on each and every play, but that takes practice, Tom.
Well, quick question for you on the New York Greenwave. Are they out of New York City or not too far away?
They're out of the Bronx. Over here.
They're from the BX,
So
the boogie down.
That's it. So in this league alone, you got Brooklyn, you got so there's a little New York little thing going on there as well.
Well, most definitely, especially after you guys saw the Seminoles yesterday. Remember, I mean, I believe we still have the day ones up on YouTube for those who missed it yesterday. So, I mean, we had over 6,000 people, I think 6,600 total, who got to see those games. So, hope they get to come back and see it, because we're about ready to start day 2 action here of the Den. Here on HSG Network. We got over 130 already. And
Awesome.
we haven't even kicked off yet.
Tune in. Let's go. This is what it's about.
All right. So the referee blows his whistle. And like I said, the green wave, they'll be moving right to left. The tide will be left to right. Waters will collide, and we'll switch sides in the second quarter.
Waters will collide.
Now we got the tide and the green wave. What do you expect?
That's it, man. No pun intended.
Well, sometimes you got to sneak in. All right, here we go. Kickoff is heading the far side, and to one-up to somebody, which will be taken at about the 25-yard line. Trying to bounce around a couple times, getting a nice block and a hard hit out of bounds close.
Jaquan Ford.
40-yard line. Ford, the one with the return.
Jaquan Flood. I'm sorry, Jaquan Flood.
Speaking of water.
There you go. What an entrance, Mr. Flood. Welcome.
So, but a nice return to start, and it will be tied ball 1st and 10 from their own 40 to begin day 2 of this Den doubleheader.
Right away, I'm looking at the Greenways up front. They look pretty athletic up front. They look like an athletic bunch. Let's see if they can get 11 helmets to the ball and fly around. I think that's going to be the key on defense.
And I think defensive speed's always going to be critical too, because usually the faster team is going to have the advantage. Obviously, a faster team's going to shut down a slower defense or a slower offense, depending on what happens. But they're going to bunch up a couple receivers on the right with 1st and 10.
Single back.
Play fake, and dropping the reverse.
Balls on the ground.
And it looks like the green wave no, I don't think they have it.
Second down.
And luckily recovered by the
That's
tide.
exactly what I was trying to talk to you about earlier. All those progression plays take practice, and you're going to see a lot of teams going to expose themselves by trying to run those plays that they really haven't had put time into practice.
And they tried to kind of do a little bit of a misdirection and unfortunately backfired into an 11-yard loss.
Absolutely.
So we're down to 29-yard line, and the Tide will have a 2nd and 21. Just a reminder to everybody, official time is kept on the field, so no clock like we normally would have today. All right, so 2nd and 21 as the ball is spotted at the 49. They're going to go 3 wide slot left here. And the quarterback looking to get a better snap this time. And
he was looking in the flat.
And he's going to throw. Nice catch.
Okay, nice tackle.
And getting most of the yardage loss back, about a 10-yard gain, as it is Zero who catches it. And that'll be a 10-yard pickup, I guess.
See, we can see that right from the beginning, that guy on the far side, right from the beginning, that guy from the far side had to come up and press that. Quarterback went right to it. It was a good recover. No yards after contact, but he's got to recognize that sooner and get up on that.
Those of you watching off the Delaware side, let us know who Zero is, and we'll be more than happy to make sure we get it accurate for you. So after losing 11 and gaining the 11 right back, it's 3rd and 10 for the Delaware Tide at the 40-yard line. So right back where we started from here,
okay.
But referee blows his whistle.
Timeout, Tide.
And it's Delaware calling its first timeout. So let's take a quick break here. We'll have 3rd and 10 when we come back. Opening drive of the game with the Greenwave and Tide. We'll come right back.
Well, how about that? Looks like y'all got a lot of stuff here in your water.
You're never gonna believe it, but this can filter up to 60 different contaminants from your water.
It's all about cleaner drinking water.
Dude, that's good water.
And that's good water.
Now that's good water.
That's good water, eh?
No matter where you live, there's a Culligan water expert nearby. At Culligan, we think about your water so you don't have to.
By the way, we just got word Jalil Karen is 0 for the Delaware Tide. As we come right back, 3rd and 10. Back to pass and a big rush, by the way, sneaking out of a couple tackles. He's going to have to run, and he's going to slip out yet another tackle. Not quite getting a first down, but he'll get to about the 45, maybe the 46. Boy, that is one elusive.
We just mentioned number 0. He on that out. If he picks up that block, you get a little bit more yardage. He's got to continue to block. They might have gotten that first right there if he didn't turn around and look for the runner.
And the interesting thing, too, is, I mean, you talk about the Greenwave really come rushing in to try and get the quarterback and was able to get through like 4 different tackles to gain 6.
Yes, sir.
And given that I don't know if they have a kicking game or not, they are going to go for it in their own territory, 4th and 4 from the 46.
This is gutsy right from the first series.
Back to pass, looking, trying to sneak out of one. Let's see.
97 almost had him.
He'll lob.
Oh, he dropped it.
And incomplete. And, I mean, that was a good job, but I think the pass was a little bit underthrown. So Delaware turns the ball over on downs, and the Greenwave will have their opening possession in plus territory.
Okay, well, here it is. They got the ball almost on their side of the field already. Let's see what they got. First 10 plays should be scripted already. I'm not doing anything fancy. I'm testing the chin right from the beginning. I'm trying to move it down the field and make a statement right now.
But at the same time, with the timing of the game, you have the little, shall we say, psychological collision, ego versus analytics.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you got to look at. It's like sensible thing to do, or what are you going to try and do to catch your opponent off guard? And just knowing the timing of when to use it.
Absolutely. Well, I feel like if you're going to make the mistake, though, Tom, make it early. Yeah, so that way you can recover if that was the wrong move.
So the Greenwave will begin 1st and 10 from the 46-yard line.
You got a slot back.
Yeah, looks they're going to modify it here. Back to pass. Going to do a little screen job. And the pass slowed up and trying to reverse. He's going the wrong way.
Going backwards.
Wow.
Good pursuit by the Tide.
I tell you what, the Delaware Tide came charging in. They went with like a quick screen, but the mistake the back made was he ended up stopping his forward progress and reversing gears, and unfortunately for him, it's a 14-yard loss.
Absolutely.
Now you think about that, double-digit losses on the opening play from scrimmage.
It goes back to what we're talking about, trying to do a little bit too much too soon. Keep it simple. You're going backwards now. Keep it simple until you can find out what they're giving you.
All right, well, they go spread here on second and 24 from their own 40-yard line. This time they do a little bit of a wider screen,
Good.
But it's not going to be for much.
You got number 9. Juwan Jones, number 9, the middle linebacker. He's having a game so far. He's flying around. He just made that nice little stick. Okay, he seems to be their general on defense.
Ends up being a 3-yard pickup, and it's now 3rd and 21. So we might, I mean, the way these defenses are playing right now, you're looking at probably a low-scoring game potentially.
Hey, it's sometimes it has to be that way until something opens up. I like to see a defensive game.
So from the 43-yard line, you're looking 3rd and a long way. 3rd and 21, shotgun formation. They spread again back to the left. Awaiting the snap. Oops, somebody jumped.
Offsides.
And it's a free play. They're keeping going. Throwing to the right passes. Caught.
He's
slipping through a tackle, crossing the 40. That's a first down.
You're going to take
inside
that.
the 30 to the 27. And Phil Harding will let us know who the culprit is and on what is preliminarily an offside because they let the play go.
Offsides on the tie.
That penalty will be declined. First down.
All right.
All right, so Bill and Phil
I forgot he was Mike there for a minute. But one thing I'm going to point out that I 100% feel like they should switch up. The Tide guys are too big to be standing up and not getting down in the three-point stance. Okay, these big guys that just came off, let's see if they get down in the stance. If they're standing up, okay, they should be down in the stance. You're too big to be standing up, and that's why you're going to get.
All right, on first down, here's a pass
Got him
going
open.
for the home run.
Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it.
Just went through his hands. I think the sun may have had something to do with his vision there. But, I mean, that was a very quick fade throw into the corner. But I was almost a very nice catch, but he might have just lost the sun.
It seems like they're just one or two plays from putting it together. Just a little bit out of sync right now. Looks like a little bit that as times progress, like this offense might be able to show us a little something. But right now, they're just a little bit out of sync.
And let's also not forget the wind may have had something to do with it, too. I mean, it's early, so it's a matter of knowing what the right touch is going to be.
Well, it looks like they got a few plays to go back to if they can get it together and make those slight adjustments.
And once again, the spread comes out here on 2nd and 10 at the Tide 27-yard line. And they send a man in motion here to the left. And they'll go with an inside hand.
Let's play a ball on the floor.
Inside the 20. Ball is.
And he got it back.
Oh.
He got it back.
Lucky bounce. And that's going to be a first down in the red zone. So it's going to be a first down as I'll tell you what, talk about a lucky bounce.
Lucky bounce. This goes back to practice. That was simple fundamentals, fumble recovery. You drop on it, you cradle it, it's your ball.
Ends up being a 12-yard pickup, and it's 1st and 10 from the 15 as the Greenwave have surfed their way into the red zone here.
They're going to look at that one on field time and kick themselves in the butt. That definitely should have been a turnover, momentum change going the other way.
And sometimes it's a matter of the way the ball bounces. I mean, this is not a spherical ball.
That's right.
Because if the point bounces in a different way, it completely changes things.
To get down in the stance, man, you're up against the blue line.
All right, 1st and 10 for the 15-yard line.
He pulls it.
And go up the middle. It's a low throw. Ends up being incomplete. But although I think it was just a matter of where everyone was positioned, I think the quarterback was like, my bad there.
Yes, that was one on him. He hesitated on whether he was going to pull it at first anyway. Set through his little progression off for a little bit there. But right now inside the red zone, I have a philosophy. I don't understand, don't be tricky. Don't be fancy here. You got big guys up front. You got to rely on them and count on them to put your man in the end zone.
So it is 2nd and 10. Ball spotted at the 15-yard line. Greenwave in their opening drive. They got the ball, turnover on downs, and the key play on that drive, a 3rd and 21.
Trips
they
left.
convert it, and they bunch a triple on the left. But they hand it off instead, and not for terribly much, maybe to about the 12-yard line, so a 3-yard pickup. And now 3rd and 7, so you got an either-or possibly.
And I think that was the wrong way to approach it. I think you run the first couple down, see what you can get, and then you try to put it up in the air on that 3rd down. Now you got 3rd down, and there's only one or two choices. If you got a kicker, that makes a difference here. If you don't have a kicker, you got 2 downs to put it in the end zone.
And considering, I mean, you figure this is like the first game, you figure work on the run. I mean, you're in the red zone, and you kind of figured that you got to push the ball further. Oh, and now somebody jumped here. Another free play pass is tapped and incomplete, but I have a feeling we got an offside again against Delaware.
It's one of those guys standing up. And you're going to hear me say that because I have such a pet peeve of standing up on the defensive line. Unless you're linebacker faking blitz, I feel like you should be down.
Offsides, 59 on the defense. 5-yard penalty, redo, 3rd.
All right, so 3rd down coming up. It's 3rd and 2 now from the 7-yard line.
Blitz.
So we're going to see how everything lines up here. Pretty important play. A couple of offside penalties have gotten Delaware on this drive. Let's see what they do here. A little bit of a different formation. Shotgun. Somebody else jumps, and they lob it in the end zone, and it is caught. No, it's incomplete. The only consolation is there's going to be another offside on Delaware, and that's going to cause a 1st and goal.
Lack of discipline.
Offsides, half the line, defense.
I tell you what, Phil Harding would make a great NFL referee because he'll probably be one of the only ones saying everyone but the center on a false start.
That's it. And
Offsides, defense, half of the line.
If I'm a
Result of the play,
defensive
first
coordinator,
down.
I'm going crazy, Tom.
Yeah, you're not kidding, because now you got 1st and goal from the 3.5-yard line. That's 3 offsides on this drive. And both ended up turning into first downs. But then again, the first one was refused because it was a 30-yard pickup. So here we go. 1st and goal, modified here. Man in motion left.
There you
hand
go.
off up the middle, trying to sneak
Simple.
through, and he got it.
Simple.
So he welcomes himself into the end zone, and the New York Greenwave take advantage of some defensive mistakes by Delaware and get the opening points of the game.
Out of all that we saw, Tom, there, all the razzle-dazzle and all, it was the one simple play that put you in the end zone. The one straight dive put you in the end zone.
Probably something that could have used like earlier in the drive, but they saved it for like, hey, why didn't we use that in the first place?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So the Greenwave off to a very nice start. And we'll have the conversion.
Okay, now you got your big guys on the green wave excited. See what that does for momentum?
Now, in the den, they use NFL rules, so they're going to kick the extra point as an NFL extra point, not a collegiate extra point. All right, so we'll see what the extra point goes here. A low snap, play fake, and I don't think the conversion's going to. Never mind.
We thought we were going to have an opportunity to call your number, my man.
Yeah, if we had listed, but
yeah, he's not
so
even
the
listed.
conversion fails, and the Green Wave strike first to take the 6-0 lead. We'll keep it here, and do you have a replay on this one? Or okay, so. But it was a nice 3-yard touchdown run to give the Green Wave a 6-0 lead. Your thoughts on that opening drive?
I see. I'm looking down on the sideline. I think that opening drive did exactly what it was supposed to do. I see the guys up front in the trenches are all excited. They seem to be taking it up a notch. Right now, I feel like they punched the Tide in the face, and right now they're try that same attitude throughout the whole game. So I think it's just about an attitude right now, and it feels like the guys up front for the Green Wave are actually sticking it to the guys. They're standing up on the Tide. They're not getting low, and that's going to be indicative of the game as far as I'm concerned.
But also keep in mind the Delaware Tide had a couple of nice positive plays, especially when they were backed up on that near turnover in the opening play of the game.
They need to take a page out of the Green Wave book. I mean, that counter and all that misdirection stuff takes timing and takes practice. It looked like he wasn't doing much of it, so therefore I would keep it basic and simple.
All right, kickoff will be taken about the 22-yard line, stepping left and now trying to bounce around the middle and try and get around defenders. He does have a cut across the 30 and tripped up at about the 32, 33-yard line. So that is where Delaware will begin their second possession at 1st and 10. So looking at the plays that they've run so far, what do you think they need to do to try and strike back?
Well, right now I'm going, once again, this seems to be my theme here. I think they need to set that stage and punch them in the mouth now. It's a fight out there. And right now they just got punched in the mouth and drove down the field. So now you got to react to that.
Well, as they say, it is early, but a first quarter score with Green Wave ahead 6-0 over the Tide. So let's see how Delaware responds. Moving left to right.
Lyman got a little pep in their step coming to the ball. I like to see that.
They actually gave him the 34-yard line, so a good spot to begin to drive. So 1st and 10 from the 34. They're going to bench 2 receivers on the left, a double slot. And they're going to hand it off up the middle, and that's going to be a nice get a couple yards to start at the 37-yard line, so a 3-yard pickup.
Would like to see that. We got number 56 for the Tide driving his man down the field. All right, they're going to try to run behind that. Like I said, that demeanor means a lot.
You're looking at Jermaine Johnson, who is one of the anchors for that offensive line, as you had mentioned.
That's going to be the pace. He heard the memo.
It's like look for your best line receivers and what have you, and just follow them. Try and wear them down. All right, so 2nd and 7 from the 37. They go 3 wide slot right again. Back to the left of the quarterback. Will take the snap. Has a little time screen right.
Where's the
Trying to
helmet?
cut under crossing the 40, down to the 41. Nice tackle
Nice
there.
tackle.
So it's 3rd and 3, but little chunks for the tie. That's at least a couple of positives there.
Hey, now, I think you go with that one of them plays that got you that first chunk, the first down. All right, you just need to get the first right now and move the chains.
I think what we're seeing, too, from both sides is that the offense is kind of checking down a little bit more, and I think the wind may have something to do with it, especially along the field.
Yeah, they're not confident with putting it in the air, it looks like.
Or at least the Greenwave are confident putting it in the air. Just the wind's doing some tricks sometimes.
Sure.
All right, same formation. Hey, actually, to go empty gun here on the spread. 3rd and 3 from the 41. Back to pass.
He's looking for Mr.
left,
Flood.
and he's getting flooded himself.
Yes, he was looking for Flood deep. He had him.
And he ends up losing 8 on the sack because the Greenwave came charging. I'm willing to bet there was probably a missed block or two which caused that to happen.
Absolutely.
And I think we just lost ourselves for a little.
Yeah, I was looking for number 7. Number 7 for the Greenwave he's actually getting a little hyped up right now. He's actually starting to get into the quarterback's face. He's looking like he's going to start to be a little bit destructive, and they just pulled him out. He needs a breather.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you make a play. I mean, you just you can do the celebrating on the sidelines. So So now 4th and 11, they're going to have to
This is
punt. And you could hear Phil Harden saying count to make sure there are 11 players on what looks to be a punting situation. And referee blows his whistle.
Delay. Offense.
Oh, too much
Oh,
time.
my goodness, another discipline play.
Yeah, too much time. Delay a game, so another 5-yard penalty. As you can hear the wind a little bit in the background, I can tell it's still going to be a little bit of a factor.
Now, as a coach, as an aggressive coach, I'm actually coming after this. I'm going after this one, Tom.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you could try, but you got to also be careful.
You don't want to get that penalty of roughing the kicker, but I definitely would force a bad kick.
Well, get a good snap first. He did, and he gets a line drive. That will take a good Delaware bounce. Will it be returned? It will at the 34-yard line.
He's got a wall.
But it's
Set it up.
Well, there's a flag down, so it's probably going to come back. And it's going to take it to the 40. He's going to run it back a long way.
Oh, he stumbled on the turf
but
monster.
He trips at the 15-yard line, but not that it matters. There's a flag down to 39.
Yes. Let's hear the referee see what that is.
Oh, and let's hope he's all right because he fell funny.
He's coming back.
Well, that makes it even worse. Well, Phil Harding will let us know what it is in just a moment once they get the flag. But
What's that?
Blocking the back.
yeah, blocking the back, according to our official.
Illegal block during the return. Number 90 on the receiving team.
All right, so 10 yards in the spot of the block, and thankfully the returner is able to walk off on his own power, but he kind of got a little stung up there. That'd be 22 for the Greenwave. He had a very nice return, just too bad the block in the back negated.
Yeah, it looks like they had a special teams coach over there that actually worked on special teams. The wall was set up. I saw it trying to set up. Unfortunately, that block in the back. So I think that's going to be a big part. You asked me earlier, I might not have been able to say that, Tom, but it looks like special teams might play a part in this.
Well, for those who are new football players, they have to remember there are 3 phases to the game, not 2.
That's it.
Offense, defense, and special teams. They're just as important.
And I think you're going to see that here.
So they back it up to the 30-yard line following the illegal block, and the Greenwave will begin there 1st and 10. They're up 6-0. They're looking to get some more. Let's see what the Tide do as far as
They must have
adjusting
heard the
on
memo.
defense.
They got 2 inside guys down in the stance now.
Well, they go spread back to the left, man in motion, and they go a handoff up the middle.
Okay.
And it's a little positive. They get to the 34-yard line, and it was a slow developing play, but Delaware was able to get back just in time to prevent what could be even bigger yardage.
Can we have number 44, Jonathan Lope? I'm sorry about that. 44 is Jazz Johnson. Okay, Jazz, that was a pretty good job getting off the block and getting that tackle, young man.
Seems like that's one of Delaware's strengths, the middle linebacker position.
Yeah, middle linebacker, and they're pretty stout, like I just said, inside. In the trenches, they're pretty stout. I'd like to see them to get a little bit off the ball a little bit sooner, but that's their strength.
All right, so 2nd and 6, ball to 34-yard line. Back to pass. It's a quick out, and it's caught the 40-yard
Good
line.
move.
Slipping through a couple tackles and then stepping out of bounds. We'll see where the 48. That's going to be a first down, a gain of 14.
Gain of 14. And that's number 8 for the Greenwave. That was a good catch.
Do they have anybody on the offense?
It seems like we have numbers that don't match the
We love to shout you guys out, but we don't know who you are.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. And then other people who may be playing that may not have numbers listed. And Phil Harding just went Merry Melodies on us, saying it's quarter time.
Hey.
So, after one, it's 6-0. Greenwave over the tie. Will break. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this.
You know what's just as dangerous as a hurricane or flood? A frosted tart. Specifically, raspberry. Left in the toaster for too long. That was the most insane job I've ever done. Ew. Those things are lethal.
All right, we are back here at Germantown High School, getting ready for quarter number 2 of our first game of our doubleheader, day 2 of the Den. Greenwave with a 6-0 lead over the Delaware Tide. I'm Tom Wilkins, along with Bill Daughtry, Howard Gable with the controls as well. And we've seen a first quarter that's been rather interesting. Both teams feeling each other out, but it looks like the Greenwave has the better feel of the offense as we see 1st and 10 from their own 48-yard line. Back to the left as going back to pass, going to take a shot down the near side of the field.
Good defensive play.
That's a nice play, incomplete. Probably went for a fly pattern, and the defender was able to break it off.
And Shaheen Pleasant did a very good job of turning his head around, or he probably would have got that flag.
And we have extracurricular activity resulting in penalties.
21's off too.
Out. And this is Phil Harding, of course, our referee.
Coach, you sit him out. I won't have to throw his ass out, all right?
Well, let's see what the call is. We know it's a personal foul.
Coach, you sit him out. I won't have to throw his ass out, all right?
Say it again?
You sit him out. I won't have to throw his ass out, okay? Also.
A lot of yelling coming from the Greenwave side. But anyway, I think it happened after the play is over, so the down counts.
Unsportsmanlike conduct 75 here. Unsportsmanlike conduct 21 there. They're first towards ejection.
Ooh. All right. So it's a warning, and then the second time he's out.
There you go. That's
like
going to play a big
NFL.
part.
So the down counts because it happened after the play. So it's 2nd and 10 from the 48-yard line. So
got trips right.
And they bunch him up again. It's a 4 receivers set. Now they send somebody in motion to the left. Here's a handoff up the middle, but a good job closing the gap. Only for about 3 yards, but into Tide territory at the 49-yard line. So I just think trying to get those plays at the middle are just developing a little bit too slow.
Yeah, yes, sir. They're playing right in the hands of Juwan Jones. Okay, that's what he wants. He wants you to come right at him. He's not being fancy. If they keep doing that, they're not going to do much at all. They got to get on the edges and get away from him. And he's down right now as we speak.
Right. So we do have an injury timeout. So
this is big. That's their defensive leader right there. That's the guy that's been holding it down right now. They need to check on him to make sure he's good.
Who knows? Maybe if it's an opening game, maybe it's a cramp.
One play, Coach.
All right. So, we're hoping that he'll be okay, but they're going to have to replace him.
Coach, you got to say.
So, what do you think the Tide do trying to adjust their defense?
Well, depending on what's happening right there, I'm going to have to come from the edges now. Somebody's going to have to step up and bring that pressure otherwise, because they're going to attack the middle if he's not back in there. That's what I would do as an offensive coordinator.
throw him out. That's their first
So,
choice.
so obviously, I would have to suspect that there's going to be some adjustments going on. But so far, both teams have been giving it their best, even though they haven't played in some time and just feeling each other out. I mean, there's going to be plenty more games like this, especially this spring.
75.
So well, he's being helped off a little bit, and hopefully
He's
he'll be
good to
back.
go and return. They're definitely going to need him.
Okay, so 3rd and 7, it's going to be at the tied 49-yard line. And they're going to go spread again, back to the left. Remember, this team converted a 3rd and 21 in their opening drive, and that led them to the score.
Okay, now they got big man that replacing a 9 up in the front. There's one or two things he's going to do.
Well, they can't jump offside, that's for sure.
That's
They did
for
that
sure.
3 times in the last drive.
He's going. He's coming.
They throw the screen and the pass. Oh, what a nice tackle behind
Okay,
the line
number 1.
of scrimmage. Looks like Rajay Britt was the one who came up with a tackle for a 2-yard loss.
Yes, sir.
I think they finally read, they're doing these quick screens. We got to be quicker.
Yes, got to be quicker. It's got to be on a rope. You saw that yesterday with the Seminoles. That's got to be almost on a rope. You wanted the ball to get there before the defender could. If you put any air underneath that, the defender's going to get there just like he did and be able to get that tackle.
And I think there was a little air underneath that, so good recognition for him to get there and cause the loss. So 4th and 9 happens, and it looks like it'll be punting time. And we got, right now, about 230 people watching this game. So, guys, thank you so much for supporting the Den, of course, HSG Network. Oh, and I was looking for a second. It was going to be a
That's
fake.
returnable.
It is, but I wouldn't advise it. And the ball, I don't know if it was touched beforehand. Yeah, it was at about the 12-yard line. It was touched at the 12 by one of the Greenwave. They recovered it maybe closer to about the 2, but it may have just skirted off his uniform, and that's where the referee blew it down.
Once again, that's special teams. We saw it yesterday, guys jogging down, not recovering, and they actually sprinted down and recovered. That's a special teams play.
And ends up being a 39-yard punt. For those of you watching, we're very grateful. Make sure you follow us, HSG Network on YouTube. We got plenty of other stuff and more Den games coming up later this year. So please make sure you subscribe so that way you'd be able to be notified as to when our next broadcasts are going to be here. So make sure you check us out. And also, of course, you can represent. We got a comment board to the right of the screen for this broadcast. So just keep it clean and support your players, and we'll try and shout you out whenever possible.
That's it.
All right, so as we go back to action, I'm going to say the 11. So that was a 40-yard punt. And he ran for like 10 of them. And, I mean, sometimes the snap is higher than the actual punt.
But what it did, it gave them a long field. They're going to make them work for this score. Nothing easy.
Well, it's not supposed to be easy in football.
No, sir.
1st and 10 for the 11. Back to pass.
Oh, that's the last thing you want to do.
And he goes down. The question is where? At the 2-yard line.
Greenwave got the ears pinned back right now. They're smelling that safety. They're smelling that, getting that ball, maybe a 7, a pick, scoop, and score.
Well, that's what they want to try and do. But I think the big thing here is their defense. And why don't we take a quick replay look on this, as it ends up being their 2nd sack already in this half. And I'm wondering if the offensive line was actually ready for it.
Doesn't look like they are. A little jump.
Yeah, I just flat out missed the ball.
It made them look like they were standing still. They got to be more aggressive with your back against the end zone.
Well, you're not kidding here. 2nd down from the 2, and they're going to run it, trying to get some space.
Not a bad run.
Which isn't a bad call given the circumstances. He gets to about the 7 or 8 yard line. They're going to give him the 8, so it's a gain of 6.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to the young lineman out there that's watching this football game right here. On your back against the wall, you got to drive your feet. If you stop, that play stops. You got to keep driving until that whistle blows. You should be down the 1st down line. You should be driving your man all the way to the 1st line marker. Don't stop. It's a learning experience for those young watchers out there watching.
And I think it's critical too, because I mean, with all the young people trying to get involved with football, it's about playing the game properly.
Absolutely.
And I mean, there's never enough that you can't learn in this game. That's
the one
sure.
thing you want to do is your running back to have to run through you too. Okay, he's got a defender trying to tackle him. You got to move. You got to be downfield so that he can be downfield.
They tripled the near side here on 3rd and 13. Now they send a man in motion. Oh, it could have been illegal motion, but going back to pass, trying to get out. Can he? Oh, he gets back to about the 2-yard line, but that's a third sack by the Greenwave defense as the Tide just can't seem to get anyone open, or the quarterback's just been indecisive.
There's number 7. Oh, look at that, Chippy. That right there is indicative of what just happened.
Why?
That is indicative. I was
why.
just getting ready to speak on that.
We got a illegal motion. You don't want that, right? You don't want that, right? Be fourth down. All right. Right?
The official's discussing. Let's see what Phil says.
Illegal motion here. That penalty's refused. Fourth down.
All right, so nothing. So there was nothing there. Obviously, this is not arena football. You can move forward there, but in a regular field, you just can't do that.
No.
And somebody just called timeout. The Wave actually called it. So let's go for a break here as we're in the second quarter. Greenwave lead the Tide 6-0. We'll come back in a moment.
Brotherly love isn't about sharing the same name or coming from the same house. It's about Philly. From Broad Street to the Boulevard, down the shore to Delco. All of Philly. Brotherly love runs deeper. It's about loyalty. It's about a common purpose. It's about knowing what to call a hoagie. It's not a sub. It's a freaking hoagie. A sub is what you get when your teacher's out for the day. One more thing. Go Birds, baby.
Head bunny with his belly hit first.
All right, so we are back here after the timeout, and it'll be punting time for the Wave. I'm sorry, for the Tide. That's one of these water walls. 2 sacks on the 3 plays here. Not good for the Tide, so they'll be punting with basically their backs against the end zone.
Tide's got to be careful here, Tom. It's got to get it off as soon as possible. Can't give them no more points with your back in the end zone.
I will see what happens as they go with a one-hop snap, but they're able to get it off.
Get downfield and cover.
And they're going to get a little bit of a roll, taking it to 45, trying to run it back to about the 30 on a collision. Right at the very end of it, he was inbound, so we don't see any penalty flags. And so it will be a Greenwave ball, but in excellent field position at the 30-yard line.
That's number 28, Ario Lee. That was a pretty decent hit. Let's see if he can keep that within the lines.
And there was some pretty hard hitting yesterday, too. And there was one that was clearly out of bounds. I remember seeing that.
Yes, that was one of the hardest hits of the day. It was questionable whether it was out of balance or not.
Yeah, well, based upon what I saw in the 10 minutes I got to watch the broadcast, he looked well out of bounds based upon the replay. But that was there. But here, Greenwave with the ball at the Tide, 31st and 10, and with a 6-0 lead, definitely going to be looking for more
look like
there.
their defensive leader's back. Okay, that literally changes things as far as if I'm an offensive coordinator.
Well, that's good. I'm sorry, you mean the defensive player for the Tide, right?
Yes, he's back.
That's good. All right, let's see how they line up here on 1st and 10. Looks like they're going to go 3 wide slot right. And now whistles blow yet again. And timeout's going to be called by the Greenwave. So
let's see what kind of coaching arsenal.
Actually, we'll do that.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
What?
And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it...
Okay, following the Greenwave timeout, they got 1st and 10 from the Tide 30-yard line. This is a key defensive series for the Tide. I mean, they've done a decent job. Now, of course, the lack of discipline from the opening drive cost them. But if they tighten things up, I think we're going to have a war going either way.
Oh, that's a good thing about a 4-quarter game.
Yeah, it was a Greenwave timeout.
That's a good thing about a 4-quarter game, Tom. It gives you early enough. It happened early enough for you to make all your adjustments, and you can forget about short-term memory.
Well, here's a handoff up the
Good
middle
hit.
and a nice hit, but still moving forward to about the 27-yard line before Devon Freeman Jr. making the stop. Linebackers have been all over the running game.
Number 9 is hobbled. If once again, if I'm that offensive coordinator, he's not 100% healthy. They're debating on pulling him out right now. I'm coming right at him. I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm coming right at him. He's the weak link right now in the middle if he's not 100.
Well, you never know, but it also depends on how he responds to this. So he may not be 100%, but hey.
He might be one of those players you're saying that actually play better with a little bit hobbled.
Could be, but then again, could be more the heart that goes with it as well.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
2nd and 7 from the 27. They're going to go with another inside handoff.
They must have heard me.
Yeah, but again,
he did the job.
Only about 3 yards to the 24-yard line. I'm wondering why they're crashing into people trying to bounce around, but I'm willing to bet it might be more coincidence if anything else.
Yes.
So a couple of 3-yard pickups, and now the Greenwave set with a 3rd and 4 from the 24-yard line. Looks like they're up-tempoing it, although
wristbands, I like it. Yeah, all the guys on the front are looking at the wristbands. They're trying to do something fancy here.
Well, they might. Back to the left, they spread out here on 3rd down, high snap, but it's a handoff trying to get there, and no, Delaware waves them back for maybe a yard at the 23-yard line.
Now they're flying to the ball. That's what you need to see.
I think the Tide defense have a respond. I mean, if the 9 character is not 100%, then all of a sudden it's like everyone steps up, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you have to be a linebacker by committee. Everybody has to play that role and fill it.
All right, well, I don't think they're going to try a 40-yard field goal, so 4th and 3 coming up. The ball at the Tide 23-yard line. This is already. I mean, I know it's midway second quarter, but this is a pivotal play in this game already.
Absolutely, you got a big running back there, single back.
Let's see what happens on 4th and 3. They got to stay disciplined on the defensive side. You weren't listening.
He was
Here's
not.
A throw left
Free
side,
play.
incomplete, and yet again the Tide are going to give a first down to the Greenwave.
Defense again.
Now, playing devil's advocate here, Tom. That 9 injury, playing devil's advocate here. That's his replacement that came in and went off sides.
Oh, good.
So it's kind of like, even though he didn't affect but by him not being in there is changing the dynamic.
Wow. So unfortunately for the Tide, they had played very well in that series of downs, but 4th down executed them and another mistake there.
Lack of discipline, Tom.
Yep, and it ends up being first down for the Greenwave as they enter the red zone at the 18-yard line. So they'll do the same spread format. Back to pass and looking and going to take a shot. The Mel pass is caught inside the 10, down to about the 6. That's going to be a first down. I'll give them the 7. So a gain of 11, and it's 1st and goal. And I think now you can open the passing game a little bit here.
Yeah, I still say this is where your big dudes smell the end zone, and it's not how you score, it's as long as you do score. And I don't think you need to be fancy here. Delaware's going back, man. Couple runs up the middle, and then you try to be fancy. I think you can put it in without risking with that mistake factor.
Well, that's the ball security thing, and they have to be very careful of that too. And like I said, we've been seeing a lot more spread, but here we got a split back 3 wide slot right on 1st and goal.
We know it's coming here
inside the 8-yard line. Let's see what happens here. Delaware showing blitz. Oh, it's a late handoff, and that's not going to go anywhere with that very slow developing play.
Good call, bad execution, Tom.
Well, not only that, it allowed the Tide to really close off and force a 2-yard loss, it looks like.
When you have a double back like that, you almost know that they're running, but the execution was bad and delayed. It gave them enough time to actually pursue and shut that down right away.
I mean, it's likely you would see a run there, but at the same time, when you go 3 wide with any slot here or triple the side, it kind of causes a little confusion. Like, what's he going to do? What's he going to do? Max protection? I mean, it could go so many different ways, but execution is what it is.
Either way, you got to go 100% at it, and if not, it's not going to work.
Well, as I say, the separation's in the preparation, like Pete Carroll once said. So second and goal from the 10-yard line. They'll do the same format, but they'll reverse the slot. Back to pass, throwing right and over his head, incomplete. It was a quick shot, but just a little bit too much mustard on it, and it'll be 3rd and goal.
Now here we go, 3rd and goal.
So I think that's really what the key is here. I don't know if they're going to try and change formats here because you've gone split backs twice, you've lost 2 yards, and you just had an incompletion. You change it up and spread out more on 3rd and goal?
I actually I would put the ball on the quarterback. Is that the same quarterback that started, or did they switch out quarterbacks? Because if the quarterback that started got a little bit of size, you're not a small guy. I would draw off the middle, put the ball in your hands. That handoff is not working. Not getting enough penetration or enough push from the guys up front.
Well, now they're going to triple the right side, but they're going to stack the slot, and now they're going to move them into a traditional triple 4 receiver set. 3rd and goal from the 10. And here we go again. Oh, they let him play. Throw up the ball, and an easy goal. Welcome to the end zone, and yet another score for the Greenwave, which extend their lead.
Offsides, defense, that penalty's declined. Touchdown.
There you go. Yes, Terrell Christian.
So Terrell Christian went to catch in the back of the end zone, a 10-yard strike. Tide jump again. They've had 2 declined offsides and 3 that have been accepted. And I think that's going to be something after this game that defense are going to have to really work at going into the next game, or even a half. Try and make the adjustments because the lack of awareness, it just takes a little bit. And there's your end result.
Yes, sir.
So the Greenwave are going to try. I don't know if they're going to go with the extra point. They failed on the conversion the first time. Here they're going to go for 2. All right, so let's see what happens here as they spread. Back to the left. One hopper going back. Lobbing. Collision. Is it caught? There's still no signal. No, it hit the ground. Incomplete. The ball looked to be caught and collided at the same time, but it looked like it hit the ground, so the conversion fails, and the Greenwave will have a 12-0 lead. So why don't we take a look at the replay on that 3rd down touchdown, how wide open Christian was in the back of the end zone. Now, obviously, the Tide jump offside, I think it's one of the slot receivers that got in there. There's the offside, which makes it a free play.
He put his hand up right away and went to the other. Both of those guys. He had both of those guys. He could have went to either one of them.
Yeah, one with the inner slant, and he was just wide open. So both conversions fail now, and the Greenwave are now up 12-0, and looks like the Tide, they've had some positives go on in this game, but unfortunately, because of the lack of execution, they've been pretty much behind the 8 ball here.
Yeah, I think it's too early for the Tide to let the Tide roll out, no pun intended. See what I did there, Tom? I think it's too early for them to feel that way. I'm looking at body language. It looks like it's 30-something, nothing, and it's only 12-0. They got to change that if they don't want the floodgates to open.
Well, interesting, make a football or basketball reference, especially like today.
Yes.
But anyway, the Greenwave will kick off. And by the way, the Greenwave is my son's school in Audubon. So,
we shout out to Audubon.
Yeah, interesting parallel. But anyway, we get back as the Greenwave from the Bronx kick off. And caught on a line by the young man at the 30-yard line. Let's see if he has some room. He'll cross the 40 and get to about the 43-yard line. That was Jaquan Flood, who literally was making a running start and making the catch, and then he just took off, made a nice gain, and the Tide will begin at the what looks to be the 43-yard line.
Well, see, they need to piggyback off of that. Take his energy, get in the huddle, get to the ball, play with some urgency right now. Because if you don't, it might be over soon. They gotta step it up, change their demeanor.
And I think that it's going to be critical for them because considering the Greenwave are going to get the ball to start the second half, they need to get some points on the board
right now.
All right, so the Tide still have 2 timeouts. Let's see how they break on 1st and 10. And they're going to spread out, have it back to the left.
Single back.
Let's see what they do on the shotgun. The snap. Oh, broken play. He's gonna draw and cross midfield to the 49-yard line. Ends up being an 8-yard gain. It looked like a little bit of a broken play there.
It definitely was a broken play, but it might have highlighted some things though, man. It might have looked like a delayed draw might work for them if it wind up being a delay and got some yardage on it. So if they have that play in their arsenal time, I might want to go to that.
We don't want to go to the well one too many times. Maybe try it again in the second half and see if they get thrown off.
I don't even know if that was a design delay. It just happened to wind up being one.
But it's a gain of 8, and it's 2nd and 2. Now for the Greenwave 49-yard line. Same formation. Trying to figure out where the back should be, the left or the right. It will be the right. Again, shotgun. Oops, right side moved.
False start, 57, offense. 5-yard penalty. Just lay down.
Disciplinary thing. The 5-yard penalties are such discipline penalties.
It's kind of indicative, though. You see the guys with the odd helmets. You could tell they must not have been to practice much. Making the penalties right now. You understand? So it's indicative, man. Or they didn't get them painted. It's preparation leads into discipline.
That is true. And here, I mean, you got a 2nd and 2, and then something like this happens, and this is how coaches lose years of their life seeing this time and time again. But that's indicative of the sport. So this time they'll do 2nd down and 7. A delayed handoff and delayed too much. And a good job by the defensive end there, splattering him at the 42-yard line, and now 2nd and 2 just became 3rd and 11.
Good play. If we had a number for that defensive end, would definitely shout you out. It says 97 on his jersey, but that's a good boxing that edge and setting that edge and making them cut that in.
So right back to the original line of scrimmage. It's 3rd and 10, and we'll see what the Tide can do. I think he might want to figure a bubble screen, but everyone's got to make their blocks.
With the bubble screen, once again, it's all about that pass. It's got to be on a rope.
All right, so there's your 2-minute timeout whistle. So 2 minutes left in the half. And they're just going to catch their breath here. I mean, what have you seen so far, at least from the Tide offensive standpoint, and what they need to do to get back in this game?
One, you mentioned bubble screen. All that stuff will work, but once again, we started talking about before they went to 2-minute warning. I think all those passes got to be timing and on the rope. All right, so unless they've been practicing that, man, you really can't do much but just tell those guys to start having a different attitude and beat them up physically, because the timing patterns aren't working so far, but hopefully they can make those adjustments when they do the second half.
And I think that's going to be critical, and this play will go a long way into telling what they're really going to need to do. And who knows, they might get a lucky bounce someplace, and that might change the course of the game the way things are going.
I feel like Mr. Love, I think he's bound to make something happen. We've been calling Mr. Flood. We've been calling his name a few times. If they can try to make something happen, break a play or something, it might change the ball game.
We'll find out here. So 3rd and 10, Tied back at their own 43-yard line. They spread again back to the left, and probably a quick audibilizer. See what happens. Awaiting the snap, he gets it, goes back, has a little time. Now he's running to his right, looking, has some time. He's going to have to run, crossing midfield, and he gets pushed, which is going to be a 1st down.
That's number 13, Dwayne Allen.
Okay. Dwayne Allen with a spectacular run, and he got the benefit of a push in the wrong direction. If you're the Green Wave, ends up being a 1st down again.
That's a good play. They're going to try to utilize Dwayne. That's an opportunity to coach Dwayne, and when he used to play with the Jaguars and all. He's an athlete. He's a new addition to them. He's one of those players that they brought along when they lost Artie. So once he gets hot, he's one of those players that he could probably change his game if they let him.
Well, that play might go a long way to doing that.
All right, so they have him at quarterback now, so he's an athlete.
Well, he's moving people around. They spread again here, 1st and 10 for the Tide at the Greenwave 46-yard line. And keep in mind, they still have 2 timeouts left, but the clock's running. And now they audibilize. It'll be an empty gun going heavy right. A high snap. Uh-oh, here they come. And that had basically darted away, but luckily it was toward a receiver, incomplete. They went for Shaheem Pleasant that time, but the quarterback wasn't seeing anything pleasant after the snap.
No, sir. No, sir. That's not his wheelhouse. I feel as though they got him in there for a reason. They got to get him out on the perimeter if he's going to throw. That getting feet down and getting posted is not his arsenal.
I would also say that maybe changing the pace of the game,
Yes.
too. And for the Tide, at least it has a little bit so far, but they have to do it more in order to establish where this game's going to go.
Yes, you bring him in, his energy's high. Your offense has to match that energy now, or else it's going to be looking like broken plays.
All right, so they go back to the spread. 2nd and 10 from the 46 of the Greenwave. We'll see what the Tide does. They're down 12-0 late first half. Long look towards the left. Now back to pass, and it's going to be a delayed handoff.
There you go.
That'll work a little bit, but then the delayed draw ends up only working to about the 45-yard line.
It's kind of ironic how their draws turns into delayed draw, and delayed draws is going to wind up being a regular draw.
A delayed doodle dimension there. Only a yard gain. It's 3rd and 9. And now whistle blows. We're going to have a timeout by the Tide.
Yes.
So I'd have to say we're about a minute away till halftime. So we're going to keep it here. What do you think they're going to be talking about?
That we need to get that draw to work properly. Okay, because that play can go. If the timing gets right, that's a big play. I said that during a few series ago. If they get that play going, it's going to keep them honest, and then you can skirt the way on the out. You fake with the draw, you get them to start biting on that draw, and then you can scoot them outside. He's athletic enough to hit those edges.
But I think what we saw in that last play, the draw and the bouncing, he tried to bounce to the left and he stumbled, and that's when everything ended.
Yes, it's about keeping your eyes up and running with your knees high. Old school running.
Which is something that's kind of like a little bit of a lost start in today's football.
It is.
I mean, obviously they promote the pass, because fans want to see points. But you also got to be proper as to how you execute those points.
I just feel that, yes, absolutely. I feel with the new age, I feel like the receivers are getting fancier, the catches are getting fancier, and that's taken away from actually the running game.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with old school football like Dorsett and John Riggins and all them. So,
yep. Here we go. Let's see.
So it'll be 3rd and 9 from the 45.
Single back. Oh, with Enowing.
Well, interesting. They're going modified here. Interesting formation. They they wing it. They wing left, looks like.
Now they're moving them.
And now they're moving the wing over one side.
So now we know where the power's at.
And that. Play clock running low. It's going to be a free play anyway. Pass the middle screen caught. Crossing the 40 down to the 37. Did it? Yeah, there is a flag on the far side. It's going to be offside. So they're going to replay it down.
Coach. Offside defense.
Offside defense.
Yeah, you go from 3rd and 9 to a 3rd and 4.
Might as well talk to the fucking law.
I mean, we do 3rd and 4 or 4th and 1.
All right, that's up. Right. 5-yard previous, we're going to start on snap.
Either way, it looks like the Tide have something going here, Tom. It looks a little bit disheveled.
Defense, 5-yard penalty. We'll start on the snap.
Okay, here you go.
So, yeah, that was the right play. I mean, they fell a yard shy of the first down, so you had to take the penalty. Mm-hmm. So it was like 3rd and 4 or 4th and 1, and if you really go try and risk it on 4th and yard and it backfires, that could be the rest of the game right there.
Yes, it could, and it's an attitude buster. It really is.
Now, I think we got a timeout. I think we have a timeout called by the Greenwave, just as the Tide was busting out from the huddle.
I like what Mr. Allen's doing with that.
That's their last one.
All right, we're going to keep it here, and the Greenwave did use their last timeout. I guess they wanted to make sure they had their alignment proper.
Yes.
Especially after the last play.
I'm going to tell you exactly what's happening. It's the pace of Mr. Allen that's causing them to call that timeout. His pace is just shuffling that defense. I like what I see with the Tide. I like them running up to the ball. He's changed his offense to a higher pace, and the Greenwave is struggling to keep up the pace, and that's where that timeout came from.
And I do agree. And sometimes you need that, and it's throwing the defense off. And
this should transfer into points in that end zone.
Well, they're going to need. Now, they still have 2 timeouts, so let's see what happens on this 3rd and 4 first. And now they condense it here. Oh, they have 1 left, I beg your pardon. So back to pass, looking,
Go.
faking.
He's got the
He's
corner.
got some room if he wants, and he'll have a first down. He can get there. He does. 35 and tripped down, but he stays
Might be a little
down.
short.
No, he got the first down, but he didn't get out of bounds.
Timeout, Todd.
And now Delaware will have to use their last timeout.
Yes.
So we'll stay here again. But, I mean, that was a smart play by the quarterback. He saw a lot of green, so he decided to take it, get the first down, and he tried to get out of bounds. He just couldn't get there, and that forced Delaware to use their last time.
That's when he's most dangerous. When he's on the move, when he's running. So that's what if I was the Tide, you got something to work with now, and let's just get those guys up front, keep the same mentality you have, and I think this is going to work out for them if they stick with it.
Yeah, and I'm obviously Delaware has some life on this particular drive. I mean, there have been other drives where they had some positives, but the Greenwave was just coming in big waves and throwing them for big losses. I mean, keep in mind they have 3 sacks in this game already here in the first half. So it looks like the Tide changing that pace is keeping the Greenwave off its heels, and now the coach has something to talk about going into the second half.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm watching the tape right now. I'm watching what happened. I'm literally, if they got an iPad down there, if they can watch the broadcast, I'm making adjustments right now.
All right, well, the situation's simple. Both teams have exhausted their timeouts.
13.
Sounds like 13 seconds remain in the first half, according to Phil Harding. And the ball is spotted at the Greenwave 33. So a couple chances down the field, I would suspect. So they're going to go empty gun here, it looks like. No, they're going to bring the back staying to the left here. Now they triple to the left and send a man in motion to the right. Back to pass, looking. He's going to direct traffic and fire to the sideline, and ends up being incomplete anyway. It looked like Karen was the intended receiver there.
Jalil.
So after the incompletion, it'll be 2nd and 10. I'd try and send it down the end zone now.
Yeah, you got to. You have to. Hopefully you get a pass interference, you get to do it again, just throw it up and make something happen.
Hey, you just never know in this game.
That's
Crazy things happen. And that's why I said you keep playing because, as they say, you never know. Again, the ball spot at the 33-yard line of the Greenwave. But, I mean, give Delaware credit. Even if they don't score, I mean, they got some positives to go into the second half with, and now defense will just need to step it up.
They definitely do. 12-0, 2 good scores, you're in there.
Yeah, it's still a ball game, if you think about it. But there's work to be done. All right, they spread out of there.
8.
Play clock running down.
6. 5.
Have to hurry as they spread. 2nd and 10 from the 33-yard line. They got a high snap off. Oh, the rush is coming. Reversing on the left. He's going to have to try and throw. And he does. Deep down the side. And it's intercepted at the goal line by the Greenwave.
Taking that out.
Taking it back, crossing the 20, and a hard hit down to 25 as the first half comes to an end. Hey, that was a good try by Delaware, but they just couldn't. The pass was a little bit short. What do you think about the first half and all?
Well, I think we just saw momentum change. Even though it ended with an interception for the Greenwave, I feel as though Delaware has something to work on.
So what we're going to do is, as we're at halftime, the Greenwave lead the tie by a score of 12-0. We shall come back and give you on how to paint a football field. That's going to be rather interesting. Come back with us shortly.
Perhaps one of the biggest factors in football that people rarely speak about is the playing surface. But it can affect everything from the way the fumble bounces to player injury. And no one in the country understands that more than the award-winning Mississippi State football program. And on this episode, we're going to learn their secrets. I'm Leland, and welcome to Sports Dissected, the series. All right, guys, so we're here with Mr. Brandon Harden, Sports Turf Superintendent. I got it?
Got it.
What does that mean?
I maintain some of the best athletic fields in the country. Duty Noble, Scott Field, practice football field, softball, soccer, track, any athletic field here, I maintain it. I have a pretty good staff of 4 full-time guys that are all graduates of here, 6 to 7 students, and as you'll see, we utilize the students very much so in the preparation for all of our fields.
So this, what I hear, is an award-winning program.
That's correct. We are the only college institution to win the STMA Collegiate Football Field of the Year award 3 times.
Okay. So we're about to hop in it. Am I gonna get real dirty?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to change clothes.
Yep.
Change
No doubt.
shoes.
Absolutely.
Let's go get dressed and I guess get to work.
Let's go get dirty.
All right. So we just finished the stenciling. Got everything ready and prepped for full painting. What step are we at now?
All right, so like you saw, we cut in all the letters. We've cut in what we're gonna do for the actual border surrounding the field. So what we'll do next is we'll start filling in once this dries, once we get the nails up, start filling these in, colors, logos. That's where you're gonna see how precise you have to be with this wand. And you're gonna learn firsthand what it takes to do it.
So I'm noticing the water going in the background.
Right.
You said that's the small one.
That's the small one. That's pushing about 185 to 195 gallons a minute.
So does the amount of water, does that change the texture of the grass? Does it make it stronger for game day?
Absolutely.
How does that play a factor?
Absolutely. We have a bunch of different tools at our disposal to adjust surface hardness, where it's firmer for the foot, but it's softer to the head.
Now, last watering question before the sprinklers. Do I call them sprinklers?
Yes.
Okay, before the sprinklers.
Irrigation cannons, whatever you want to call
I like that name better, irrigation cannons.
There you go.
Before they start back up, does the type of grass play a factor in how much water it needs?
Absolutely, absolutely, especially temperature time. You know, ryegrass is what we overseed with, and it's a cool season grass. So once you start getting in those 80-degree days, it takes more water to keep that ryegrass cool. You know, the hotter it gets, it's struggling to compete with that Bermuda grass underneath it. And naturally, that Bermuda grass in the warmer months is gonna outcompete the ryegrass, and vice versa in the fall and in the spring when it starts going into dormancy, that ryegrass is gonna outcompete that Bermuda.
Thanks for the information.
Yeah.
I wanna get out of here before that 10,000 gallons of water starts back up, so
let's go.
Let's keep it moving.
Let's go.
So we're here with Dr. Stewart, Associate Professor of Agronomy.
Agronomy.
Now, we're looking at, obviously, the beautiful field out here. It looks good now, but I'm assuming after game day, it's pretty beat up.
If it's a game in which we've like maybe had rain right before it or during the game, the field tends to tear up. If this field plays dry, you can certainly tell that it had a game on it, but it's probably not torn up.
Really?
This field is well drained. It has a sand base. It is designed to handle the wear and tear of play.
How does the sand play a factor? And then how does the type of grass play a factor in it being able to recover so fast?
Well, the sand plays a factor because the sand gives us good drainage. It allows us to guarantee the SEC network that just about no matter what kind of rain or what kind of weather, unless we have lightning, we will be able to play on this field. The grass contributes in that this is Bermuda grass. It is a tremendously aggressive grass. It has rhizomes and stolons. It's not just a grass plant with a blade and a root. We've got lateral stems that knits this turf together, and it's really tight. And because of those lateral stems, it also has lots and lots of growing points, and then they start growing right after the damage.
All right, guys, so I'm here with Feliciano Grimaldo, sports turf specialist, correct?
Yes.
What exactly does your job entail?
Got to keep the grass green year round. Got to get paint on it every week.
Okay.
For games and stuff. Basically just make sure it's safe.
What exactly is the paint that we're going to be using today to paint to get dirty?
It's a water-based paint.
Okay.
We have a pretty big tote system. I think it's a 300-gallon tote system.
Okay. So on a typical day like today, about how long will it take to paint both end zones and also the logos?
The end zones will go by pretty quick, probably a couple hours. Then you got the logos. The midfield takes the longest. The SECs are pretty quick. You can knock both of those out in about 40 minutes.
Well, if you said this takes a couple hours, let's go ahead and get started.
All right.
What is the technique?
Right now it's outlined, so it's pretty easy. Come in, keep it pretty low. And then you come in and go right over it. You half it pretty much.
Okay.
Try to get everything pretty consistent.
You made that look a little easy, dog.
It just takes a little practice.
All right. All right, well,
you ready to
give it a try? Yeah.
All right. Doing pretty good.
About how much paint do you guys go through a season? Do you know right off the top of your head?
Probably go through about 8 totes. Okay. These are 300-gallon totes, so 2,400 gallons of paint roughly.
How we looking so far?
Looking good, looking good.
All right.
Looks better than the other guys.
All right, so now how do I attack this part?
I would probably go do that next.
Okay.
And then do this, and then you'll have a straight line to go all the way across.
Ah, I'll let you knock that side out.
All right. You ready to get some more paint?
Let's do it. You know what I just realized?
What's that?
Either you set me up for failure or you really wanted me to learn. Because you gave me the biggest letter.
Well, you start off a small area, and then you got better as you went.
You're right.
Here, before you know it, we'll see you painting for the Super Bowl.
I don't know about all that. That's a lot of pressure. How we looking?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right, so we're standing in the final M-State logo, right? Center
right.
field.
That's it.
It looks good.
Thank you.
Right off the bat, I'm noticing it's huge. Is there any regulation on the size?
Not on logo size, we don't. As far as logos themselves, it's what you'll see is that we painted over the actual yard lines with this logo. So we have to do that originally and let that line be seen through the logo for the officials so they can place the ball up and down the field inside these logos. That's about the only regulation that we have as far as logos go.
How many coats do you do especially for the
Everything
center field
out
logo?
here gets 2 coats except the numbers and the hashes. The numbers have so many stencils that require moving, and it's just very time consuming. Now everything else, the decorative parts of the field, gets 2 coats every week.
Okay. Well, this is amazing.
Thank
a lot
you.
of paint.
It is.
I don't know if I'm ready to paint this logo yet. Give me a couple more coats, couple more smaller logos. I think I'll be ready.
You got it.
All right.
Okay, we're back here at Germantown High School here in Philly, getting ready to start the second half of this first game of the doubleheader. The New York Greenwave and the Delaware Tide. Greenwave with a 12-0 lead as we begin the second half. Hope you're enjoying everything. I'm Tom Wilkins along with Bill Daughtry. Howard Gable with the controls as always. And the Green Wave will be receiving the ball to begin the second half as Phil Harding blows his whistle. And we're underway. Ball take a hop. It's a live ball and taken at about the 3-yard line. He got a long way to run. He'll turn the corner, get to about the 10, slam on his brakes, and get slammed down to 13-yard line. He was hoping the ball would get into the end zone for a touchback, but it just died. Like, wait a minute, I got to pick the ball up.
And didn't have no sense of urgency. Let's see what they can do. They got a long field here. Let's see what kind of halftime preparation they did. I want to see some up-tempo. They came out a little bit methodical. I think those guys running on the field is a good sign. Let's see if we can get their big guys moving up.
Coach motivation, I would suspect. What's your key for the Green Wave in the second half?
I still say take it what you give it. You have a decent quarterback. He's obviously not a thrower. I would put him in my running game. I would run and draw a little, get him out on the outside. I would get him involved a little bit more.
And we'll talk about Delaware after this first play, which are going to go 4 receivers tripling the near side. 1st and 10, ball at the 13-yard line. Opening play of the second half here from Germantown High School. And Delaware already showing blitz. Back the pass in the pocket and the throw. That sailed.
It looks like the Green Wave wanted another quarterback. It looks like that's not the same quarterback that started the game. So maybe they have a different game plan in mind, something that we don't know. Maybe they're going to start opening it up and trying to throw. Like that first pass right there is something that they didn't even try the whole first half. So maybe with this new quarterback, maybe they got some new plays that we don't know about.
Is it possible, too, that maybe they're taking one quarterback and starting the first and third quarters and another quarterback for the second and fourth quarters?
It's quite possible that it just could be early in the season. They don't know who to go with. This is still early in the season. They still might be trying to figure that out. And this game might decide who's going to be their quarterback for the rest of the year. So that could be what's happening. You could have some live auditioning going on right now.
All right, so it is 2nd and 10. The ball's at the 14-yard line. They get the handoff up, but there is that middle linebacker closing it up for Delaware, and not much there. Will be a 3rd and long. Now, just to ask you the question, Bill, what do you think is going to be key for the Tide in the second half?
The key to the second half as far as offense, I like what I see their defense doing right now, but their offense is going to have to rock behind Dwayne Allen. I think when he came in, it was a different pace to that team. I think if they can just rally off of him, let him make plays like that, I think they can get those 2 scores back soon enough. As long as you get a 3 and out here, okay, get the ball back and follow that quarterback and piggyback off of him.
All right, well, they will spread here. It is 3rd, and it was actually a loss on the play. It's 3rd and 11. The ball spotted the 14-yard line. You have to get to the 25 for the line of gain. Let's see what happens here as quarterback throws a shotgun. He'll wait the snap. Back the pass. Couple step drop. A zinger. And the pass is caught, I think.
They give it to him?
I think they did.
All right.
And we'll see where they spot the ball. We'll see where they spot the ball, though. They're going to say about 2 yards short. So looks like a gain of 9. Actually, a gain of 10. The ball is spotted at the
no hesitation. Ain't going
line.
for it.
Oh, boy. All right, Delaware, make sure you stay on side this time.
That's it.
They're going to go hard, kind of like, okay, let's
check it off. Stay disciplined. Get back down in your stance.
Well, they could also suddenly all jump at the same time, snap the ball, and catch Delaware flat-footed. And now referee blows his whistle, and I think they've given up.
Play. Offense.
Come on.
They tried to draw him offside, and it didn't work. So Delaware's going to get the ball as Green Wave go 3 and out. Which I think, it's not a bad idea for the coaching staff to try and draw them off as much as they've done it in the first half. Delaware's like, won't be fooled again.
It's
or at least we hope not.
But if I don't have a punter, I'm going for that first down. I just feel like if they didn't do much offensively, that's just me. They might have a punter if they get deep, or out at least one for 3rd down to move the ball down.
Keep in mind, too, the only punt the Greenway had was a 40-yard punt. Here, I think they're going into the wind a little bit. So now trying to get some last-minute substitutions. Want to make sure they count to 11 here. And the wind's picking up a little bit. It is supposed to subside a little bit as the day goes on.
Ooh, high snap. Oh, my goodness. See? That's exactly what I was talking about.
And it's down.
You should have went for it. You might as well if that was going to happen. I mean, you had better odds of getting a half a yard or a yard than what just happened.
A 5-yard punt. So Delaware gets a huge break and a very short field as they get the ball for the first time in the second half. And now, as you mentioned, late in the first half, you could feel the winds are changing and the momentum. And here we are at this point.
That's one fucking beer.
I'm sorry, I forgot the volume there, but we did warn you at the beginning. But anyway, 1st and 10, ball spot at the 25-yard line. What do you think Delaware does?
Well, I think I see that Dwayne Allen's not even in there at quarterback. So, yes, absolutely. Dwayne's not in. They got number 16 in at quarterback, and that's
I think it's 18. That would be Joseph Hodges. But they do hand off and trying to sweep around the left, but the Greenwave smelled it, but a couple late flags.
And a late flag.
Followed. Let's see what this is about. Face mask, maybe? We'll find out from Phil Harding. It looks like preliminarily.
It's a face mask against Greenwave.
You are correct. It is face mask because, I mean, the flags came in very late, but it seemed like the pull down was pretty obvious.
Yes. I'm just a little bit confused.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 7.
So that's going to be an all-MAC first down, and they're going to be in the red zone for the first time, Bill.
Yes. They must know something that I don't know because I think they looked pretty good going into the halftime with Dwayne Allen at quarterback. So they must have some faith in this number 18 that's in there as we speak.
And again, that's Joseph Hodges at the quarterback position. So now the Tide in the red zone and major penalty that time. And that's going to be huge because it's from the line of scrimmage. And it's going to be spotted at the 12-yard line. So 1st and 10, let's see what Delaware does. Can they take advantage of a bad punt and a major penalty against the Greenwave? We're going to find out. So from the 12, a high snap. They're going to hand off at the middle into a wall for maybe a yard or two.
Nothing much there.
Yeah, they're going to say the 11, so it's a gain of 2. And I think Delaware, I mean, this is where we talked about the draw play, and that might be a little bit pertinent here.
Yes.
But the question is the timing's going to be the biggest issue.
It's that play is something like a momentum thing. Once you get it practice and get down, it's almost like academics.
All right, so 2nd and about 8. Ball from the 11. They go 3 wide slot right here.
There it is.
Oh,
good
fake.
fake.
The middle, and it's
incomplete.
incomplete. Oh, they had Tyrone Corbin open, but he just couldn't get it. I had a feeling maybe the ball was tipped slightly.
I like the philosophy. All right, they tried to lullaby with that draw, and then the fake draw the tight end across the middle. It just did. The timing was just off. I like the call, though.
Yeah, that was a very good call, as a matter of fact, because that was as middle of a screen as you're possibly going to get. Like maybe a middle screen slant.
Yes, and nobody checked the tight end coming across the middle either. So that was a play that I would definitely try to go back to if you have the opportunity.
Well, we'll find out. It's 3rd and 8 from the 11-yard line. I wouldn't be surprised they go back to the pass again.
Yes.
Play clock, let's go.
Play clock starting to run down. 3rd and 8 from the 11-yard line. And they're going to go empty gun here.
Okay, you got Dwayne Allen back at quarterback.
Oops, somebody jumped, and the entire defense says.
Now.
69, offense, 5 yards.
Oh, goodness. So Phil Harding and the rest of the Greenwave all signaled false start.
You live and die by the sword, Tom. Here's what happened. All that quarterback change, and that line is not used to the other quarterback's cadence, and it just showed.
Well, you would think they would practice that more internally because you get one as a cadence. Okay, we got to switch to this channel, and then another cadence, switch to that channel.
Yep.
Unfortunately, somebody pulled the plug on that. But they will go empty gun, 3rd and 13 from the 16-yard line. You said Allen's there. He's back to pass under a big rush. He gets by a couple players. Let's see what he does. He'll cross the 20, try and cut in the middle.
He's got the outside. He should have stayed outside.
Inside of 10, and he's going to push his way to about the 5, it looks like. maybe to 6.
That's the athleticism that I was speaking about. If he had that far pylon, if he would hit that corner, he might have been tough to stop.
He definitely would have been tough to stop, but I think he had a little bit of indecision once he got into the middle of the field, and that's what slowed him down like 100th of a second. That ended up being the big difference. So now Delaware's got a 4th and about 4 from the 7-yard line. And we'll see what Allen does again. I mean, him getting by those first 2 defenders trying to sack him.
They need to punch this in, Tom.
Well, we'll find out. They triple the left side closely here. Actually, a little bit of a bunch. From the 7, 4th and 4. Everything has to go right here. Taking the snap. He's going to roll right. Let's see if he has room to go. He will
Got him.
Has a man, and he steps out of bounds. The question is, did he have
get
both
the
feet
first?
down? I think he did have the first down. We'll see where they spot.
Nice play. That is number. What number is that?
That was number 23, whom we don't have it listed.
You're up there.
And depends on where they spot the ball. They spot it at the 3. They had to call the chain gang to figure this one out. So let's find out if it was a catch first. So let's check the replay on that. I mean, that was a very nice play, but it's also knowing where you are, field awareness. And we're going to go double box here. If you take a look at the top left, you'll see what happened. So, again, the line of game was the 3-yard line. So, let's look here. He rolls back now. He rolls, and here's the lob. Pass is caught here. One. No, it's not. It's not a catch. But they gave him the catch, but they're going to rule him he was short by about half a yard, and what a tough break.
Tough break
for
there.
the Tide. They got to break one way, but that was not the break they wanted.
I'm angry right now as the Tide, and I'm trying to get that safety. I'm coming at him.
And so it'll be 1st and 10, and the Greenwave are at the 3-yard line. And the bottom box, here's a handoff left side for maybe a 1-yard loss. So right now action is on the bottom of the bottom box. So it's the first time I've actually seen this, to be quite honest, and this works out pretty good for the most part. So we'll keep our eye on the bomb while we're just working on some things here. So right now, 2nd and 12. They're going to say the ball's right outside the 1-yard line. So I think the Tide, I think they're going to probably go all in and try and get some points out of it so they can get the ball back.
Something bad happen. Make something bad happen.
All right. 2nd and 12. We're back to
Hands up.
box here. Back to pass. A deep lob far side.
You got it.
Pass
And
is
a pass.
caught, but the question is, was there a push-off? A flag is down at the completed spot. Let's see what Phil says about this. That might be offensive.
Yeah. Way off of the buffer. Arm extended and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that to me looked like a push-off, but Phil Hardy got the final say here. Let's listen.
Blitz. There's no such thing in the NFL.
I ran into the fucking coach.
Then it's 15 yards.
Okay, so then
Half the
15
distance.
Okay, so
Is that a completed pass?
Here, yes.
And we'll go
Yeah,
back
to
15.
Go back, yeah, 15. So yeah.
Go back 15. No, there ain't no shot.
Okay.
Here.
So pass it back. 15, yeah.
Oh, he ran to the coach.
After the play, personal foul, ran into the coach on the sideline.
That's a new one.
Wow.
So I actually thought that was offensive interference, but there wasn't any. But the foul happened after the play. It's going to be a first down, but 15 yards from the end of the previous play.
Wow.
So we've had some interesting ones here.
Yes.
Yeah, very descriptive analysis here. As the ball is at the 20-yard line, it's a net of 19 yards, but it takes away a 34-yard pickup and cuts it by 15. But it's also a play that also gives the momentum somewhat back to the Greenwave.
There's no sideline warning like high school.
So there is no sideline warning. So you have to consider that. So 1st and 10. Here's a handoff up the middle, and the Tide
Nothing
is
doing.
right there. Going to be a loss of 1 there at the 19-yard line. But I give credit to the Tide defensive interior. They are still
they
playing
are holding
very
it
hard.
down. Yes, they are. I like what I see. They're down in the stance now. Now they're holding down the trenches. You know, the first couple series, they had guys standing up in the middle. Therefore, there wasn't much, happening.
And you move people around. Now they'll go up tempo here as they spread here on 2nd and 11 from the 19-yard line. He's going to go back to pass, couple step drop, and they
got him.
Oh, they definitely got him inside
And
the
the
10.
flag.
It's blown dead.
Might have been a hold.
Yeah, and now decline to hold. There's no question about that.
Absolutely.
If that's what Phil Harding saw, we'll hear it. I think it's the first sack of the day for the defense.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what
And
Harding
you hold
says.
You only hold if you get beat, Tom, and that's exactly what was happening there.
And they still got beat.
Yes, sir.
Holding 75 in the offense. The penalties were refused.
So they got 3rd and very long here.
That defensive line of the Tide is starting to step up.
An 11-yard loss on the sack, and I think it's the first one for the Tide today.
Yes, they're starting to step up. Now you just need to match that energy on the other side of the ball. We have a different game here.
It's now 3rd and 22. And you have to think about that post-possession foul that occurred on that long pass.
Yes, brought it all back.
So now it's 3rd and very long from the 8-yard line. Again, they spread out. They're going to wait to snap here. And they'll go an inside handoff. Good. Hey, at least some positive yards, and that's actually not a bad thing. To get close to the line of scrimmage, they'll spot the 18-yard line, so a gain of 10, but still 12 yards shy, and obviously the Greenwave are going to punt here.
Yes.
But, hey, listen, something at 3rd and long, your back's against the wall. It's like, okay, we'll love to see another possession, so let's get some positive
right
yards
now, it's
out
about those special teams we've talked about. Nice, good punt they need right now to pin them back deep and make them work for that score, make them go the length of the field.
Well, the problem is special teams did not work very special the last time there was a punt, so hopefully better form and direction will be of assistance this time. They have the Tide have 2 men standing back at the midfield stripe for a return.
This is big for the Tide.
And here's a snap. They get
This
it
is
off.
big for the Tide.
A little bit of a better punt, but not much.
Get away.
They need to get away. They will. The roll goes to the 41-yard line, so it's a 23-yard punt. But if anything, at least the Greenwave got a little bit of a bounce there and came close out of being blocked.
Now, here's where the Tide's got to capitalize. They can't be knocking at the door almost every single possession and not go through. They have to get a score here to change this ball game and get back in this game. They don't want time to be of the essence and be their enemy at this point. They need to score, and they need to score now. This drive right here.
And so it will be 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line for the Tide, who came close. They fell half a yard short of a 1st and goal in the last possession, but now a chance to try and get some points yet again. But they have to understand they need 2 scores.
Let's see what quarterback they're going with. I think they're going with Dwayne. I think they're going with Mr. Allen.
I think we've seen both teams play musical quarterbacks today.
Yes.
I mean, the inaugural game of the year, they try and work on some different things. And
that's it. A lot of people are doing that.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. And again, a shotgun. They're going to bunch of left side with receivers. And now
we got a flag.
Flag's down, and what's this?
Full start, 57 on the offense, 5 yards back.
Oh, my goodness. How many more 5-yard penalties is this
There's
going to have?
the odd helmet guy.
Well,
reparation.
Well, obviously, and you think about this, I mean, every official is going to be different the way they call out the penalties, and sometimes they call who the foul is on. We try not to single out, but remember, we have no control of what goes on in the field.
Yes, sir.
So.
Sometimes you get that reputation as a lineman, and a lot of times you get that in the ref's head, and he's looking for you to do things wrong now. Seems like
And I was going to say, Bill, sometimes we can't control the colorful description that happens. And now,
Tides.
timeout called by the Tide. So let's grab a break here late in the third quarter. Greenwave lead the Tide 12-0. We'll come back in just a moment.
Yes.
Well, how about that? Looks like y'all got a lot of stuff here in your water.
You're never gonna believe it, but this can filter up to 60 different contaminants from your water.
It's all about cleaner drinking water.
Dude, that's good water.
And that's good water.
Now that's good water.
That's good water, eh?
No matter where you live, there's a Culligan water expert nearby. At Culligan, we think about your water so you don't have to.
Okay, following the Tide timeout, 1st and 15 from the 46-yard line. They had a false start. Now they got a bunch of receivers again on the left, trying to get everything back together. There's a delayed handoff. And unfortunately, the draw went outside the lines. There's going to be a loss on the play to the 48-yard line. I mean, that was almost like a run-pass option. Like, okay, what are we doing?
Yes, that was trying the RPO, their version of the RPO.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that was more delayed draw, if anything else. But whether it was that or whatever it was, the play didn't work.
Needs to be worked on.
All right, so 2nd and 17 from the 48. And looks like they will try and go a little heavy on the receivers to the right. They definitely have a slot right. 3 receivers. Quarterback standing with a back to his right. Yeah, big play here. It's going to roll out to the right. Oh, they're condensing, passing to the right, and throws it right into the Greenwave bench.
They have to get some thought to their play calling. Defense for the Greenwave isn't doing nothing special. They're not bringing no linebackers. They're not stunting no linemen. They're just sitting right there in their coverage, and they got to figure out where the zone is. They got to make it happen. They got to look at the film and see what is given. Right now, they're trying to force these plays, and it's not happening. Tom.
I think another thing, too, is the offensive line's being overpowered by the Greenwave defensive charge.
It's looking at, we call it stealing real estate up front, and it looks like that defensive line is definitely stealing real estate right off the snap of the ball. They're making that offensive line from the Tide look like they're one step behind.
But you're seeing how quickly they close onto the quarterback when he's trying to roll out.
Yes, they're closing it down quick.
Well, we'll try it again. 3rd and 17 from the 48-yard line. I mean, pretty much the entire half has been on the Greenwave side of the field, but it's still 12-0 here. Let's see what happens again. Same formation coming from the left. Somebody missed the block. Rolling to his left, looking, trying to lob one, and it's caught. Sneaking through a couple of tackles, not going to get a first down.
No flag.
He'll get to the 38-yard line, but there's a flag back at the line of scrimmage. We'll find
ineligible.
Somebody was not supposed to be downfield. And I think what happened was they waited too long and then released, and that's why that happened.
Ineligible downfield, half the line.
Oh my goodness. Maybe they thought it was a middle screen. Yeah. Maybe they thought it was this middle screen. They all were supposed to go downfield.
I think what happened was they waited on the pass, and it was a lot. I mean, it would have been an 11-yard gain and well short of a first down, but instead they're back in their own territory, and it's 3rd and 22 from their own 47. Line of gain to the 31 of the Greenwave, so they're going to have to try it again, make sure everyone holds position.
Yes.
We notice the commentator, our guy from yesterday, Dave, sends a shout to Coach Bill.
My man Dave broke me in. Broke me in, Dave, man. Did a great job.
Trust me, I know when I'm ignored.
He made it so easy for me yesterday. It was wonderful.
All right, here we go on 3rd down. Back to pass, looking. Has some time. He's got a lot.
Oh,
pass intercepted. Coming back the other way. Crossing the 40-yard line. He'll get as far as the 30 before being taken out of bounds. The interception looks like
Isaiah
Isaiah Smith, who was able to get the second interception of the day, and the second turnover technically, against the Tide. And now the Tide's turning back to the Green Wave as they will have the possession in plus territory.
Totally shot themselves in the foot, goes back to trying to force things, trying to force it to make it happen, not taking what the Greenwave was giving you, and that's what you get, 6.
So we're going to go double
Almost a
window
pick
here so you
six.
can see the replay here. And you can tell far side of the field how the defensive back was able to pretty much telegraph what the quarterback was doing. I mean, it was a good pass, but unfortunately there was just nobody in the area except black shirts. You can see the roll here, and then here's the lob. And right there was when the double team happened and which allowed the interception to take place. They had 2 receivers, one stopped there, one downfield.
That was such a defleeting of your sail.
Well, at first down, going to pass and throwing, and it ends up being caught at about the 20-yard line, kind of like at the line again. They're going to give him the first down.
I see the air going out of the Tide right now. They need to deflate themselves and inflate themselves again right now and get that energy back.
Juan Rodriguez, the
Reinflate.
quarterback, here with a good pass there. So around the edge of the red zone are the Green Wave.
Joey said, hey, Tom.
And oh, guys, we just found out Joey Pagan just shouted me out. So shout out to you too, Joey, and thanks for your help yesterday.
Joey.
Hey, we'll do a game soon enough. All right, so from the 20-yard line, 1st and 10. Going to roll out, and he'll lead his blockers, and they'll get down to about the 18-yard line. Actually, that one was number 16 who had the quarterback that time. So I guess per play, they're switching back and forth between that guy and Rodriguez.
It's all good. Seems to be working for them.
Yeah, they're sending plays with the different quarterback here, so that's probably why they're trying to keep the Tide off base here.
Tide is getting worn out. I could see the D lineman hands on the hips once again.
Well, there's some of the people messaging on the board. They're trying to rally for Juan to stay in the game, but hey, the coaches are the ones who know better. 2nd and 9 from the 19-yard line as Rodriguez is back in. Back to pass, couple step drop, fires. Good catch at about the 13-yard line, and he'll get close to a first down. They may move the chains there. That's going to be a catch and a 1st and goal for, if I can look at number 6. Oh, it's 4 rather. So if it's 4, that would be Isaiah Smith again.
I feel like the Tide is missing their big number 9. I feel like him missing when he not in this game. I think it's a different defense.
Here's a pass by Rodriguez, but it's incomplete. And they tried to do a cut, but the throw was a little bit short. And we're switching sides. So we're gonna be at 3-quarter time here. So after 3, the Green Wave lead the Tide by a count 12-0, but they're looking for more. Let's take a break. We'll have the final quarter for you right after this.
You know what's just as dangerous as a hurricane or flood? A frosted tart, specifically raspberry, left in the toaster for too long. That was the most insane job I've ever done. Ew. Those things are lethal.
All right, we're back here at Germantown High School as we're about ready to get to the final quarter of Game 1 of this doubleheader. Right now, it's the New York Green Wave out of the Bronx, leading by a score of 12-0 over the Delaware Tide. I'm Tom Wilkins, along with Bill Daughtry and Howard Gaber, taking care of the controls as usual. The double box, which we used here in the second half, which I some very nice stuff here. So, I mean, I don't remember some of the stuff from months back, but hey, it's a great tool to use, as they say.
The way the Greenwave is coming out to that ball, they mean business. They're about ready to try to put this in the end zone.
Well, they want to get some more points. So it is a second and goal from the 10-yard line. Big man motion, going back to pass. Rodriguez.
Oh, a little low.
This one has way low incomplete. And again, you want to have a very tight spiral, especially with the way the winds have been through this first game. And I think, based upon what we've seen, it's been more of a left to right wind than a right to left one, which you can pretty much tell by way of the punts.
Yes.
So we'll see what they decide to do now. Third and goal from the 10-yard line. So it's going to be a pretty critical play. And I believe Rodriguez is still in the game. He'll try and map something out here.
Play clock, guys. Let's go.
So Rodriguez will stand to shock, and they're going to triple the far side this time in a 4-receiver set. Back to pass, throwing right side, and just out of the reach, incomplete.
I, myself, don't understand the philosophy of the Greenwave. You know their number 9, their big hitter is not there in the middle. You abandoned what got you all the way down there, which was the draw, the runs in the middle, and now you're trying to throw once you get into the end zone. I'm not understanding that philosophy, Tom.
You know, and it's a very good point, because with him not being in the game, you'd have to figure he'd try and run and just expose the weakness. But at the same time, the interior has picked up quite a bit.
They have, but you got down the field with your little runs. So why abandon that once you get down there and you need it most?
Hard to do on 4th and goal, the 10-yard line. We'll see what Rodriguez does here to go back to spread. Waiting on the hard count, going back to pass, has a little time, looking, going to take a shot.
Got him.
Pass juggled, and it's caught, and he just got in the end zone.
And they're celebrating.
And I don't know if they're swimming or what have you.
They did that yesterday.
That was John Smith with the juggling catch at the goal line, and he's able to get through pay dirt. Second touchdown pass of the day, and it extends the lead for the New York Greenwave.
Who is that?
That was John Smith, number 1 with the catch. We'll take a look at the replay. You'll find it at the top left. And that was on 4th and goal to 10. Look at how he juggles it and able to make the grab.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a juggle, and he was able to hang on the nick of time. He's like, okay, I'll call and we'll all go swimming. That was more like a jellyfish celebration, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
All right, now they go with the 2-point conversion. And they're going to hand it off up the middle, and he got it. The 2-pointer is good, and the Greenwave have made it a 20-0 game. That 4th and goal from the 10, tell you, that was an impressive play.
Yes. Well, Greenwave, they got on the wave, man. They got in the end zone. Now the momentum's on their side. What is the Tide going to do?
Well, here's the other question as well. That's the first points off turnovers in this game. So the interception set up the short field, couple first downs, and then even though they abandoned the run, they were able to finally make it through on 4th and goal to get the touchdown pass to Smith. And I believe that's Rodriguez's second touchdown throw of the game.
Yes.
Yeah. That play, by the way, was a bubble slant. And Antoine Sr., who's checking in, of course, on the chat board on YouTube. Those of you checking us in here on HSG Network on YouTube, thank you guys so very much. Make sure you tell your friends and family about this and the Den. More games to come. We got another game today. And then we have more to come later on this spring. So please subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. I understand we had over 200 people watching earlier. We're up to 250. Nice. So get some people to watch the end of this and stay around for the second half.
Got a good matchup, the 4 o'clock game. The Ducks. I believe it's the Ducks. Yes.
Oh, West Side Ducks and the Jackals. Should be an interesting game, to say the least. A short kickoff taken and brought back, crossing the midfield stripe.
He's still going.
Up, and he's going to get down to about the 46 with a flag thrown at the very end of the play. which I'm not sure exactly what happened, but what Phil will explain to us what exactly took place. And like I said, it was Smith who had the touchdown of the last one. The previous two, I'm not sure.
Big one?
Because it was hard to see the numbers.
Yeah. Personal foul, face mask, number 47.
Well, that's not good. They added another 15 yards with a face mask, so it looks like the Tide are going to have great field position, and they're going to be at the Greenway 32, but they haven't gotten into the end zone yet, so they need to take advantage of this to stay in this game.
Once again, let's change the attitude. Let's get some sense of urgency. Let's get in the end zone like we want to be there.
And they spotted at the 33-yard line. So a short kickoff, nice return, face mask, and all of a sudden the Tide are back in business, but it looks like they have the wind in their face this time.
All right, and it switched out the quarterback again.
All right, well, they trip to the left side. 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line, and it happened again.
False start, 57 again.
Evidently, Phil must have heard what I was describing here.
Go on the other side.
So, 5-yard penalty for yet another false start, and it's 1st and 15. And that's been the Achilles heel for the Tide today.
Yes, it has. Penalties, and just simple penalties. Discipline. But that's something for them to work on. A lot of these offensive lines haven't played together. They probably was called 3 nights before the game. That's why, and it takes some time to get together. It's not a position you just get in there and play and have continuity. So they're going to work on that, I guarantee it.
The best offensive lines are the ones that normally stay together the most. All right, gang through a hole. Here's a handoff, and going down to about the 32, about a 6-yard gain there. A nice run by number 7. That's a.
Well, we have a flag. It's getting chippy.
Oh,
let's see what he got.
Another flag. Let's see what this is about.
This is all frustration.
After the play, personal foul, 7, defense, 15.
Wow. And even though the Green Wave have gotten a pretty good lead, now all of a sudden mentally they are not using
some of
their
these
heads
guys
there.
got to be careful because remember they gave them warnings earlier in the game. Them personal fouls. So a lot of these guys for a 20-0 game and to get ejected and not be able to play your next game would be not a smart move.
And also not a smart move by the Tide that's clapping, trying to get everyone in.
Slam the guy.
Slamming. Oh,
See?
You're right. 7 got disqualified for slamming.
See, now that was not smart. You're up 20-0, and
that's probably why the Tide reacted the way they did. So 1st and 10, and they're at the 17-yard line, just like that in the red zone. High snap, trying to roll around. Oh, rolling down.
There's 7.
And there's another flag yet again. And it's all. Let's see.
Why's he out here? Why are you out here? Good timeout. Timeout, black.
So timeout called by the Greenway. We'll sell this on. We take a break here in the 4th quarter. 20-0 Greenway over the Tide. We'll come back in just a moment.
Brotherly love isn't about sharing the same name or coming from the same house. It's about Philly. From Broad Street to the Boulevard, down the shore to Delco. All of Philly. Brotherly love runs deeper. It's about loyalty. It's about a common purpose. It's about knowing what to call a hoagie. It's not a sub. It's a freaking hoagie. A sub is what you get when your teacher's out for the day. One more thing. Go Birds, baby.
Okay, following the Green Wave timeout, about 11 and a half left to go, according to Phil Harding. And the Green Wave ahead 20-0 as the Tide, after being sacked, they find themselves in a 2nd and 22 position at the Green Wave 29-yard line. Back to pass. Gonna take a shot down the field. Pass caught inside the 10. Makes a move and he scores. Welcome to the end zone for number 11, Ishi Ahmad. makes the grab from 29 yards out. And then something else happened. It looked like there was some sort of celebration that could have been a taunt.
Well, we had a guy, I think that you're allowed to celebrate. We had earlier in one of the games, a guy dunking off, so they called that off. So I think you're allowed to celebrate, but you can't taunt. I don't think you can actually taunt.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do the Alvin Harper and slam dunk on the goal post or the crossbar. So Delaware is on the board, took advantage of a couple of penalties on the Greenwave, and a nice touchdown pass. And now they're going to try for two. It's still going to be a two-possession game, but this two-point conversion is going to be very critical.
Very big.
They need to make one of these three.
And they got Dwayne Allen at quarterback.
And an empty gun to go with that. And calls his own number, and he scores. So he took a little bit of a flip after that, but it's still 2 points. But a flag on the near side, or did he say no, he didn't get in? There's a flag now. Let's find out.
Offsides defense, that penalty's declined. The extra point is good.
All right, so the two-pointer is good. He did get in after all, and it's 20-8.
Different ball game.
And all of a sudden, it's back to being a two-score game.
Greenwave is letting the Tide hang in there, letting the Tide stay in there.
Yep. Well, we'll go ahead and do the double box here. Top left was a touchdown catch by Ishi Ahmed. I mean, there's a man right there, and blown coverage, it looked like. Split through two defenders, and he walked home. So Ahmed with a nice grab and good awareness by the quarterback, just driving back. You thought it was over? No, we're not done yet. And not only that, even if they fall short, at least they got some points to show for it.
Well, it seems to be that quarterback by committee seems to be working for the Tide. I mean, when they got 18 in there, it seems like a more run base, and then Dwayne Allen comes in, they put the ball in hand, he seems to make things happen. If they stick with that recipe, there's a lot of time left here. Okay, what they got right now, they can't give it back, though. They got to get down there and kick it off. They cannot give a score back right now.
A little bit over 11 minutes till time. And I'll say this much. I mean, this could be a little bit of a momentum shift to the Greenwave thinking, we got this game in. Haven't you seen a ton of games where you had 3 scores, like 8 minutes left?
That's it. I'm telling my kickoff team, somebody go down there and make a big hit right now. Make a statement right now and change this whole dimension. A big hit on this would change it.
Okay, well, one of the people holding the ball for the tee because of the wind, and it's going to be a low-line drive that'll be scooped.
That's not how you're going to do it, Todd.
25-yard line, trying to cut through. They'll get to about the 40 and get some nice yardage back to the midfield stripe. So for the Greenwave, they have some great field position.
Yes. I think they need to change that on the Tide. You need to get your guys that can run down the field and get down there. There wasn't much coverage down there.
Let's also not forget, with it being windy, ball's going to blow off the tee, so they had to have somebody hold it. So that takes down one man
take
right
one
there.
down man, yep.
So now let's see what the Tide defense can do and see if they can dig in and make a big stop. There's still time. Both teams have 2 timeouts just to reset things. Well, what do you expect the Tide to do?
They got to get to that quarterback. They got to get to him. They got to get a turnover, strip. If I teach any kind of strips, sack, any kind of taking the ball out of his hands, I'm doing it now.
And I'll grant you this much. Remember that the Tide have turned the ball over twice. Greenwave have not turned it over yet. So the Tide definitely need to change that. And with the handoff going to Mill, that's not going to do much for the Tide as it goes down to about the 42.
Not.
That's an 8-yard pickup. And now I think the exploitation is wear down this line.
Yes, it is. It's wear them down. The clock is on the Greenwave side. Okay, a few more runs like that, man, that clock is going to be eaten up.
Got that right, but now ball security is so important here.
And plays like that take away that mistake factor. Straight up the gut, straight dives. I don't see them doing anything fancy here.
They got to get back to basics, as you had mentioned. So 2nd and 2 from the 42-yard line. Rodriguez in the game in the shotgun, back to the left. Let's see what they do. Another run possibly, or they change it. They do a run. Bouncing left side, and he'll get a first down to the 39-yard line. That was a good run by 17, and we don't have listed, but, we didn't even really get a chance to read everybody in the list. So But I'll run it down as we go through the next series of plays. But you can look up the names online if you would like. The website to go to is theden.com. Again, theden.com, and you'll be able to find other rosters. They're going to spot at the 40, so 1st and 10, as the Greenwave tried to melt the clock down. Same spread formation. And they're in now just try and stop us mode. Here's a handoff. Flag goes down. Slip through a tackle across the 30. We'll see what the penalty is as the ball's down to 27. We'll see what Phil Harding says. It's coming back. The dreaded 10-yard holding penalty.
Stick with it, Greenwave. You got them under your heels right now.
Holding 44 in the offense. 10 yards.
And that's a hurtful penalty, of course, for the Greenwave because, I mean, it was and usually when you see something thrown the offensive line, 98% of the time it is holding.
Yes.
But this is killer, and this gives the Tide a little bit of life because now you got 1st and 20.
They got to play with it. I still feel them missing that number 9 in there is big for the Tide. I'm seeing it's being exposed right now. Even though that play came back, it exposed the weakness right there in the middle.
Well, we'll see what they do. Back in the midfield stripe. 1st and 20. It's Rodriguez is back in the handoff.
Okay, there you go.
Not gonna happen. 2-yard loss. That was a good tackle on the part of Devon Freeman Jr. who came through and forced the loss on the play.
That was a good Phil. All right, he's excited right now. They need to feed off that energy.
Well, that's what you have to do right now. I mean, you still got some work to do, so gotta go one play at a time. And now the Greenwave have to find a way to counter it. But remember, they did make a 3rd and 21 early in the game that set up their first score, so nothing can be handed to them. So slowly taking the
If I'm the Tide, I'm coming at him. Yeah, you got to get that ball out of his hands.
Yeah, you definitely got to give it a try here. They send the man in motion. 2nd.
Here they come.
And back to pass is Rodriguez. He's going to lob
Good
it.
call.
Midfield to the 40 and knocked out at about the 30. They're going to give him the 36. So it's going to be 6 yards shy of a 1st down, but that 2nd and 22 knocked 16 yards there. And not only that, you shift field position, and now the Tide absolutely need to make a stop
They
here on
got to
third
make
down.
a stop. The Greenwave is smelling the end zone right now. They're smelling it.
Well, a good call by the coaching staff on that 2nd super long there.
It definitely
to get
was.
most of that yardage. They got the penalty yardage back and a few more.
It looks like this quarterback is starting to get in his rhythm a little bit. like something.
We'll see. Rodriguez is in on 3rd and 6 from the 36-yard line. Back to pass. Gonna throw up the middle.
Nice
And
pass.
to the
There it is.
He is a gunner.
Nice
Welcome to
pass.
the zone.
Nice pattern.
Rodriguez.
Nicely executed.
The third touchdown pass of the game.
Yes.
And this time I believe it's Isaiah Deuce who was able to make the grab and get the score and give the Greenwave more points. They recover from a 2nd and super long, and 2 plays later, boom.
Nice
in the end zone.
execution by the quarterback. Didn't panic down there. Put it in the end zone. That was a well-designed drive there.
Well, we're going to take a look at a replay here on what happened. I mean that was a great running pattern. You would think you would set by top left is where you're going to see the replay. Back to pass, and the throw was in the middle and in the soft spot. And there was no chance after that. And the good old football spin to follow. All right, the Greenwave will go for 2. They'll await the snap here. And he's going to call his own number, and he gets himself in for the 2-point conversion. So that makes it 28-8. And let's consider this. We've had this is the 4th game of 5. The Greenwave have 28, which is more than anyone else this week. And let's not forget, the Seminoles of Brooklyn did not get to that mark. We're not trying to disparage them. However, we're just calling it the way we're seeing it here. So what a nice response by the Greenwave. I mean, 2 touchdowns and, of course, responding after the Tide scored to get the pretty much the momentum all back their way.
I think it was all about recognition of their coaching. Great job to the Greenwave coaches on the sideline. They saw what they was giving them. I finally was preaching at 3/4. They finally gave what was given, and they actually took it right up the middle, exposing 9 where he was. I keep saying that. Well, he executed. They saw it, and kudos to the Greenwave for finally putting in the end zone and giving us a show.
And Juan Rodriguez of Middletown, New York, with I believe 3 touchdown passes in this game. I mean, he's done a heck of a job.
Yes, he's coming in, and they kept him on the field. At the very early beginning, they were actually doing quarterback by committee, switching in and out, and he deserved, he earned his spot to stay in the game, and he changed it for him, so kudos to him.
And I don't know if they're going to be doing it every game. I guess it's a matter of practice and a matter of
14.
And so you got to give Rodriguez a lot of credit for what he's done today. So here comes the kickoff. Caught it about the 21-yard line. Let's see what he does with it. They'll get to the 30 and get pushed out of bounds just shy of the 35. So let's see what the Tide can do in response.
It's all about pride right now, Tide. It's time for them to get some points.
Well, listen, I mean, they obviously have not given up, but it's pretty clear cut the defense has worn down, and the Green Wave have obviously taken advantage of it here in the fourth quarter. That's why in the fourth quarter you see so many more points than you do in the first 3.
Yes, and then once again, I believe it was in those trenches. I believe the Green Wave finally wore them down. These guys on the sideline kept their attitude high, and the other side you had penalties on the offensive line and from the Tide. So I feel like up front they just got worn down, and it showed.
All right, the ball is being respotted at the 34-yard line, so let's see what the Tide do here on 1st and 10. I mean, pretty much going to be an all-passing
Absolutely. That's a big spread.
And they're also trying to get the right personnel here as they bunch a triple on the left-hand side. Let's see what happens here. Oh, they're going to do a little razzle-dazzle.
And fooled nobody.
No, it didn't work at all. Got pushed out to 29 for a 5-yard loss. And by the way, they had brought in Joseph Hodges in on that play at quarterback.
Hodges is back.
Yeah, they switched Hodges and Allen for this throughout the game. A lot more yelling going on, too. A lot more spirited play here in the second half.
Lovely talk on a Sunday.
Tide can't fall apart here. They just got to keep their heads. We know, you're down by 20.
Well, you just got to keep going because, like I said this earlier, you just never know. 2nd and 15 rather, from the 29-yard line. They got Hodges again in the game. This time they triple the far side, the 4-receiver set. And now some coach audibilizing. They're going to switch the running back to the right side. And now they were sending a man motion. They were just switching slot receivers. Here's a handoff up the middle and crashing through, staying on his feet,
run.
Crossing the 35 down to the 36. He sure didn't give up. He ends up getting 7.
Good hard run.
And the guy who did was 23. I say, give him credit. I mean, you just got to keep playing hard, and that's what they're being taught to do. And
right now, it's all about the fight, Tom. You fight to the end.
They switched the triple for the left side on 3rd and 8, or 3rd and 7, rather, from the 37. Here's a snap. Going back is Hodges. Throws off his back foot, and it is.
Oh, come on.
Man, I tell you, that was so much hang time there. It was intended for Rashad Shaw. The problem was the ball was literally suspended in midair for Shaw to catch it, and there was a hit at the very end.
Got to go get that. You don't wait for it to come down. There's defenders around you. You show you're a dog, and you go get that bone. You don't sit there and wait for it.
Yeah, that was a tough. I'm sure the receivers. It might be a lesson learned there.
Lesson learned.
I mean, that just hung up there for the longest time. But instead, it ends up being 4th and 7, and obviously they're going to be going for it here.
Got no choice. Let's see what they pull out of their bag. Let's see. They got a 2 up top, 2 down low.
We'll see what Hodges gets here on this 4th down play, but
Oh, flag.
Yep.
False start, 54. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Redo.
Well, I guess you're just going to have to try to play again from 5 yards deeper. So he's going to force a 4th and 12. But, I mean, we saw some nice
2
things.
minutes. There's 2 minutes.
So 2-minute warning now as we're coming down to the home stretch of game 1. And, I mean, what have you seen? What have you seen so far as for both teams?
I see. We saw the opposite side of the coin. You had the Greenwave start out slow and then actually get better as we go, and then you see the Tide have spurts. They show spurts of that they have something to work with, but they weren't as solid and coached as well as I feel like the Greenwave was. So the Tide has a lot of work to do in the offseason, or I mean, the week off or whatever they got their next game to get all this straightened out.
Well, after we are done here, we are going to have a player of the game interview. So do stay tuned for that. We'll tell you who it is right as this game is over. So it will be. So after the 2-minute warning, they break huddle, and the Tide will give it one more shot, 4th and 12 from the 32-yard line. Like I said, we just had the 2-minute warning. Each team has 2 timeouts just in case. Hodges awaiting the shotgun snap. He'll take it, goes back. A lot of middle screen. Let's see if he can get the outside. 40. He will.
He's got the outside.
From midfield.
Keep going, baby.
He's still going. Slips out of another tackle and steps out of bounds to the 31-yard line. And it's Karen again. Now we got flags at the end of the play.
Another time for the assholes.
Oh.
Oh, boy. And it's raining flags at the end of the play. You're up 20. And we got the Red Jackets, by the way, in case you're wondering, they are the commissioners of the league. They want to make sure they keep law and order around here. Got it? And they were very quick to say that's enough.
Great job by the Den commissioners to get out there and settle stuff. They've been on it all weekend.
And they'll discuss who the guilty parties are here.
29 black, 54 white, unsportsmanlike after the fly.
They going?
No. I don't think they're on the list.
No.
Uh-oh, if they're on that list.
One that initiated was 29.
29 white?
29 black.
Oh.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, please. 1 second. 1 second.
No.
Just.
You got what? You got 29 black first?
Yes.
And then 50 what?
54 white.
Okay.
You're done, man. Where's that? There was a, yeah, we're gonna stay right there. Yeah. 29. Yeah, I can see that. There was a hit that started. I don't know if it was clean. Started. No. There was a hit by white on black. It started. I don't know if it was clean, dirty, or whatever. Clean. Okay. Yeah. It's 29.
Well, Phil will explain.
Personal foul, 29 here. Personal foul, 54 here.
All right, so offsetting personal fouls after the play, after all that. But still, I mean, that was a very nice 4th down play.
Yes.
I mean, it shows that the Tide, they're going to play till the last whistle no matter what happens. And I guess the Greenwave, I mean, you're up 20. I don't understand why they would do something like that.
It's
But it was
about
both
emotions
sides.
right now. Right now, it's a fight. You know what I mean? The Tide want to show that they're not going to go out like that and try to show that they got some heart and, be a little chippy right now. It's up to the Greenwave not to respond.
Hey, you're just reminding me of an old Cypress Hill song. We ain't going out like that.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, just a generation back for us. But
Yes.
anyway.
They know.
Anyway, 1st and 10. Anyway, 1st and 10 as the Tide drive continues. They again spread and they get a man in motion. And now there's a handoff bouncing right side to about the 31-yard line. And still the chippiness continues. It's like we have another game to go here. So obviously clock is running. Both teams with 2 timeouts, keep in mind.
You got Dwayne Allen down here.
Let's go.
Right, second and 8 from the 30-yard line. Hodges will take that one. And now he's going to run far side. Let's see if he crosses. Nope, he's going to get thrown down for about a yard loss at the 31-yard line. And I think they stopped the clock, too. They'll force a 3rd and 9. Trying to get a new package on the field to get a couple more shots at this. I mean, you give Delaware credit. I mean, they've had some very nice moments in this game. It's just that obviously you talk about the defensive injury, which has been a very important part, and obviously the Greenwave exploited it here in the final quarter.
Yes. I do like their heart. This is exactly how I'll be coaching it. If it's 28-8, we're going to play to the last whistle, man. We're not going out without a fight, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I applaud them for that.
All right, so we have a 3rd and 9 as the wind is really kicking up down the field. Let's see what Hodges does. He'll take the snap. Looking. He's going to run left. Fakes a pass. Now he's going to run himself, crossing the 30, and he's going to stop the clock going out of bounds at the 26. He's still going to be short for first down, probably by 2 yards.
Yes.
But it'll force a 4th and 2 probably from the 25. So, but if anything, at least Hodges is getting some nice field awareness, realizing, okay, that's not there, that's not
I see
where
why they keep him on the field. I see why they do that. I see why they keep him on the field. He's definitely an athlete out there, and it's showing. So I see why they do that quarterback by committee. But they got to figure out somehow that Dwayne Allen and himself can both be on that field at the same time to make something happen for that offense.
And the Greenwave just used a timeout. We're going to keep it right here. What other things have you noticed in this game regarding these two teams, Bill?
We spoke about it earlier. I believe they both got a good organization and the way they warmed up, the way they came out. I think they're like 2 or 3 athletes away from being a top tier team. But I like their grittiness. I like their heart, the fight in both teams. All in all, I feel it was a good showing of both sides. They got something to work with. You got to remember this opening day. Okay, a lot of these guys just started playing 3 weeks ago together. So I think all the mistakes and all the non-discipline offsides, all that'll be worked out through practices this weekend. If I was a coach, that's the first thing I'm doing. We're sitting down, we're watching film, and we're making our adjustments. This is the worst we're going to play all year.
And you have something to build with.
Absolutely.
I think that's really the biggest thing, too. I mean, obviously, the most mistakes usually come in the first week, learning how to play with each other, and that's where we see more of the disciplinary penalties. I mean, that's something, obviously, Delaware can work with. So, yeah, we're going to get a question for Bill after we do this 4th and 2 play from the 25-yard line, possibly the last shot for them. They send a man in motion. Now they reverse behind. And now a handoff up the middle and push.
There it is.
We'll see.
Helmet down.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. And now another helmet goes down. That was a hard hit. And I think he got to the line of scrimmage. The Greenwave thinks they made the stop. I mean, that was a hard hit, but let's see where they spot the football.
Keep your head, fellas. Live to fight another day.
Listen.
Timeout. Tide, their left.
And now the Tide will use a timeout here. So while we have a second, somebody asked on YouTube if you have a Louisiana accent.
That is not a Louisiana accent. Let me explain to you exactly what that is. I'm from New Jersey, but I spent a lot of time in Texas. Went to school down in Texas, got family down in Texas. So what you're hearing is a combination of Jersey and southern Texas, and I guess it's coming out as Louisiana. I never heard of Louisiana, but I'll take it.
Hey, listen. I'll tell you something. I've had people actually tell me that I've had a Southern accent for such a long time, but that's because I lived a year in South Carolina, but that was like 25 or so years ago. So
I picked up that Texas draw real fast for some reason, and they knew when I went down there. They knew I was from the East Coast. They knew I was from Jersey just by the way I talk. So
both of us can say, howdy, folks, y'all.
Oh, they still say that. You wouldn't believe it, my man.
Not even a Bucky somewhere in the turnpike, you know. Anyway, he did get the first down. So despite all the chaos, the Tide drive continues. Each team down to 1 timeout.
Coach.
So now they're going to go ahead and line up a triple on the far side. 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. They get the man in motion. Back the pass. Looking. Going to take a shot for the end zone. Double coverage, and it's spiked down incomplete. I mean that was a good design play, except the Green Wave kind of knew where he was going with that.
Yeah, kind of telegraphic. But like I said, with practice, all that disappears.
Usually.
Usually.
And sometimes it's a matter of who goes on the route, and if there's no second or third option, you just take your chances. So it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 23-yard line. And the Tide, here's an interesting note. They're 2 for 2 on 4th down conversion on this drive.
Yes, they are.
Including that 4th and long where they were able to get quite a bit of yardage. So line up the same way, tripling to right. 2nd and 10 from the 23. We'll see if we see that circular motion again. Not this time. High snap. Trying to escape.
Oh, he did not.
Goes down to 26-yard line. Now the only question remains, will either team call a timeout?
That's all, folks.
That's it.
That's all, folks. I'm Porky Pig. That's all, folks.
And the New York Green Wave of the Bronx win this one by a score 28-8 over the Delaware Tide. We're going to keep it here, but your final thoughts on this game?
My final thoughts that both teams got something to work with. I think it's the first game. Of course, it was different from some of the other games, but it's not a terrible look for either team. You got something to work with. For the Tide, I feel like they got to work with up front, get that ironed out, and they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think I give both teams credit. Give Delaware didn't quit, and the Green Wave, I mean, they're going to be a good team come the end, the way they played their game, especially in the second half.
Yes.
That would be my guess there. All right, so we're going to say our player of the game, and I think you and I can both agree on this, Bill. That's the quarterback for the Green Wave, Juan Rodriguez.
Yes, he actually took over that fourth quarter, I felt. I mean, they were playing quarterback by committee for a while, but as we saw, he slowly but surely demanded that offense, commanded it really well, moved it down the field, and definitely deserved the player of the game.
He definitely a difference maker, and I think he definitely threw the 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. I'm trying to remember if he threw one in the first half as well. But whatever the case is, we're going to have to talk to him about that. But we will have Juan Rodriguez with us for the player of the game interview in just a little bit. So let's cut the audio a bit, and when Juan comes up, we'll have the interview. So stay tight for a couple minutes. Greenwave win 28-8, and we're back in a couple with the MVP interview. All right, we are back here at Germantown High School. I'm Tom Wilkins, Bill Daughtry to the left, and our player of the game, Juan Rodriguez, in the middle as the New York Greenwave winners today over the Delaware Tide by a score of 28-8. And Juan, couple touchdown passes, especially in the fourth quarter. Juan, what was the difference in that fourth quarter for you?
I just felt like the drives before that, we weren't punching in, taking what they were giving us. So, talking to Walker, OC, I'm just saying we got to attack what they're giving us and just go back to what we were doing early in the game. Nothing changed. I felt like they didn't do nothing different. They didn't adjust. So we just kept taking what they gave us and went from there. Our skill players did the rest of the work.
I think a big difference in the fourth quarter was you wore that Delaware defense down. They played a pretty nice game given that.
Yeah.
But what do you think was more the difference for you in regards to how things built as the game progressed?
I just felt like all my guys were locked in. So even if a play was called designed for somebody else, my other guys knew, all right, if this thing breaks down, follow me, do this, do that, and just be ready just in case. And that was the difference maker because there was a couple plays where we were designed to do something and then they broke down and other guys were just in the right place at the right time and it worked out for us.
And you threw at least two in the game. I think you may have thrown the third in the first half. But as actually, I'm sorry, Bill, I can better pass that to him. He's got a question.
All right, man. Earlier in the game, you guys were playing quarterback by committee. Is that correct? Did you start the game?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How does it feel playing in New York? I know there's like 3 New York teams in this league. What is your concept of playing another team in the den here? What is your concept, your take on that being another New York team?
I think it's pretty cool. More football spread out. There's so many people in New York. There's, enough teams to be out there to come through and, perform.
Well, you guys definitely made a statement. 28 points is the top scoring so far. All right. You got any shout outs that you want to give out to anybody out there, my man?
Shout out to my OC, my O-line for sure. Not giving up no sacks. Shout out to my receivers, running backs, everybody, my team, my defense played hell of a game. The family, of course, the family and stuff. But nah, just shout out to my team, man. Just couldn't be more excited for them.
All right, well, congratulations, man. Good job. All right. Good luck for the rest of the season, man. We'll definitely be keeping an eye out for the Green Wave.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Only two. Who's doing the talking? No. Talking. You talking? Guys, listen up. I'll wait. Guys, listen up. In the first game, we had a couple guys that decided to be assholes. They didn't last too long. Get up, make your tackle, get on your side of the ball. If the ball's here and you're over here bitching at this guy over here, you're going to leave. Because that's how the dumb shit starts. We don't do that. All right? If we tell you to do something, we're trying not to throw the flag. All right? NFL rules, you guys know what to do. All right? Any questions? Good. Bad enough I got to hear that shit. I got to hear you too.
I'm teed up.
Who's calling?
Come on, man. Let's play else.
Sales?
We don't like the toes. There it is.
Your option, kick, receive, defend, or defer. Black wins the toss. They've elected to defer. Let's go. Which way you want to defend?
Wait.
Wind's going this way.
We want to defend this.
Kick off!
Hit him nice. Second in any league. I ain't the best. I'm second. Every league I'm in.
Okay. All right. We're back. After a nice intermission between the two games, we're about ready to start the second contest of our Den doubleheader for Sunday, and the fifth game of the five for the weekend. The Jersey Jackals taking on the West Side Ducks, and this should be a fun one here today. I'm here, Tom Wilkins, along with Bill Daughtry and Howard Gaber, of course, on the controls. And we should have a pretty colorful yet competitive game coming up here in the second half between two teams that I could see they could be pretty hard-nosed when it comes to their play.
Yes, sir, Tom. I actually now very familiar with this Jackals team here. They're rolling deep. They have a lot, despite the uniforms not coming in. They have a lot of new numbers. They roll deep. Zoe's done a great job of recruiting once again this year. I don't know much about this Ducks team. That they look organized. They look like they got a lot of numbers. They pass every eye test, but we'll soon find out, Tom.
And consider that the Jackals, they were the ones who won. I'm sorry, no, I beg your pardon. It was the West Side Ducks who won the Sunshine Bowl championship for their division just last year. So they do have championship experience on their side, and you can almost guarantee they're going to try and come up to that level again here today.
Yes, with that Jackals team, they have a sort of, to speak, a coming home, so to speak. A lot of the players last year went to another team. Zoe was able to round them back up to come back to the Den. So I'm very intrigued to see exactly if those pieces of the puzzle that came back could actually fit and make this a good powerhouse team.
You know, I kind of figure that with the way things are going, I could just see this being a close game on both sides of the ball here. So I can pretty much see that looks like the Ducks are the ones in yellow, because I can tell with the Oregon logo on their helmets.
Yes,
that's
bright
a
and yellow.
Well, they're going to get the ball first as the Jackals won the toss. They're going to choose in the second half. So here we go with game number 2 as the Ducks will get the ball first. However, not so fast, says Phil Harding. Got an offside and a kickoff.
They're anxious to get down there. You like to see that, but still, not at the very beginning.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they do the rule where you have to stay still until it's kicked off like the NFL. So they'll back it up 5 yards and we'll kick off again from the 30-yard line. So already a penalty right before the first play of the game even happened. So
I see the Jackals aren't messing around with their special teams. They got a lot of hitters out there. They're trying to make a statement right from the kickoff.
So the Ducks are in all yellow with black numbers and black helmets, while the Jackals are in all black. So we're going to have the kickoff yet again. Take 2. Thought the up man was going to take it, but instead taking him at the 25-yard line. Trying to crawl his way across the 35. He'll get to about the 41, and that is about it. So the Ducks will start 1st and 10 from there as we begin play.
Number 28, we don't have him listed, but that's number 28 on the return for the Ducks.
Here we go again. So, well, the good news is I got brand new jersey, so we're able to read the numbers here. So, as we mentioned, the Ducks are in all yellow with black helmets and black numerals, and the Jackals are in all black with black helmets and white numerals with a little bit of gold trim to go with that. So, Ducks will go left to right. Jackals right to left will switch sides in the second quarter, and we are getting set. 1st and 10 from their own 42-yard line, and we'll see what they do to begin play.
Jackals going with a 3-man front.
Now, it looks like they're going to go 3 wide slot left on the part of the Ducks. Low snap and a handoff up the middle trying to hurdle over somebody, and a nice gain to the 49-yard line. So that's a gain of 7 on the play. The Ducks, their quarterback is Tyreek Smith, the 6'2", 205-pounder. So we're going to keep an eye on him today and what he does. And, by the way, Tyreek, a Division I athlete at Penn State, about 3.5 hours from here.
Yes.
Don't know what year it was, but, I mean, the fact that he is a Nittany Lion, I mean, that should say something as well for the Athletics.
Now they switched to the 4-man front, which is smart.
Well, they're going to go spread, I believe, here. Actually, they're just going to go 3 wide slot right. So 2nd and 3 from the 49-yard line as Smith will give the handoff. Oh, running into a wall and bouncing in for a first down into Jackal territory to about the 43-yard line. That was a nice run on the part of Kirk Wright, the 5'9" running back.
That was actually stopped in a hole by 66. He just didn't use his arms and make that tackle. So what you heard was, what you felt was 66 stand him up. Boom, did his job, didn't get off the block. There was nobody filling, so now you have a 7-yard gain.
All right, so the Ducks are in business. Already 2 running plays, and they got a first down. They are at the Jackal 42-yard line. Opening drive of game number 2 here on the Den here at the HSG Network.
Ball.
Oh, a low snap, and Smith couldn't handle it, but he falls on it at the 45, so he at least keeps possession but loses 3, and it'll be 2nd and 13. You don't want to do that this early. And there's going to be some names on the when we get to the Jersey Jackals. There are going to be some names there that
we got some big boys up there banging. I would like to give them the shout out. We got some big boys in the trenches banging right now. There's some size up in there. I would love to pause that. Yes, pause that for sure. Thank you.
All right, 2nd and 13 from the 45. Smith in the shotgun. They slot left this time into 3 receivers. Tariq waits for it. And there's a handoff up the middle. Nice gain again to about the 35-yard line. Another 10 yards on the play. I tell you, that guy for the Ducks, Kirk Wright, he's really putting on a number here in this opening drive.
They're not doing anything fancy. They're doing what we spoke about earlier in the earlier game, Tom. Man on man, big on big. They're making creases, and he's getting through there. It's going to be up to the Jackals linebackers to find that gap that's not being filled and fill it. If there's a fight going on with your big man, the linebackers got to move.
All right, referee has stopped play here for a moment.
We got a stinger.
Ooh,
shoulder.
Yeah, somebody got hurt. It looked like one of the Jackals, and believed to be James Houston, who was shaken up there, and got to attend to him. So 3rd and 3 from the 35-yard line, so that's why the pause. Smith in the shotgun. Again, 3 wide slot. That's going to be the theme pretty much of the offense here. Back to the right of Smith. He'll wait to snap. He'll take. And there's a handoff trying to make a shifty
Good
move.
job.
But the Jackals close the door and hold it short of a first down.
It's Elite Chambers, number 23. Expect to call his name a lot.
Well, you just did.
He's a quick, fast linebacker. Had the opportunity to coach him a couple of years back. One of the best ball hawks that I've actually seen in the game. So expect him to be making a lot of tackles here.
All right, so it's still going to be a yard shy of a first down, so 4th and a yard from the 32-yard line. We will see what the Ducks decide to do. So we'll find out what they decide on this time. They leave the right side empty. They're going to put receivers on the left. Well, actually, they have one in a slot a little bit. 4th and a yard. What will they do here? Smith calling the signals. Awaits in the shotgun.
Offside.
Right side moves, and that's going to be a false start.
And I'm going to tell you exactly what that is.
Full start, 77 Ducks.
So a 5-yard penalty, that makes it 4th and 6 now. Sorry about that, Bill.
No problem. They brought in big old number 72, Darren. He's actually what they call their enforcer. They brought him in, and accidentally right away it was got in the guy's head, offsides, anticipated the snap. Good job. Psychological game going on out there.
Well, they're still going to go for it on 4th and 6, though, as the ball is back at the 38-yard line. So they need to get to the 32 for the line again. We'll see if that false start ends up coming back to cost them. Smith in the shotgun, 3 wide slot left. We'll take it. Oh, look at this. Smith reverses direction. He's got to try and run.
And a flag.
The flag goes down in the far side. We're going to find out what this is all about first before we do anything. Right now, they're preliminarily saying it's going to be a hold. If it is, then it's going to be Jackal ball.
I would definitely say a hold, but you look at the defensive lineman jersey all disheveled, that's normally an indication of a hold.
Well, they're already switching, and Phil will confirm. Yep, it's first down for the Jackals. So a 2-yard loss, and it turns out that the Jackals did a job on defense, and they're going to get their opening possession from the 40-yard line. Now, coming up on offense, and you said there were some people to look for here on this team too.
Absolutely. They have the quarterback, Chris Colo, his name is. He's actually a new Chris Colo, okay? Name that's been around. I'm excited to see him play myself. See what he got. He won the LAL with the Jersey Sharks, I'm hearing, so let's see what he got. Shout out to Howard.
Yeah, he's giving him all the information.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, here's a pass that is just a little bit wide and incomplete. It might have been tipped. So ends up going incomplete and makes it 2nd and 10. And the quarterback's wearing 15?
Yes.
Because we have Artie Perone on here.
Artie's number 15. Chris is 15 as well. Artie would be on defense.
Well, looks like he's playing quarterback in a moment, so it'll be 2nd and 10, so it's Perone at quarterback right now. They triple the left side. We're going to see what happens here as he takes the snap, rolling left, waiting. Now he takes off himself and takes a hard hit at the 44.
All right, let's make that correction there, Howard. That is Chris at quarterback. Artie's on the sideline right here with Perone on the back of his jersey.
So they go figure that they changed it. So 15 is Chris Cuolo.
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
Artie will make his name known, though. Trust me on that. He'll show up somehow in this game.
Well, it's a matter of when. So it'll be a 5-yard pickup. So now 3rd and 5 for the 45-yard line as Chris Cuolo, who's wearing number 15, he'll be in a shotgun. Now let's see what the receivers that are going to spread it. Back to the right we'll look at. Let's see if they can get to the midfield stripe, which is the line of gain to keep the drive going. Chris Cuolo calling the signals. Oh, one of the receivers jumped. That's going to be a false start. And Phil will confirm with us.
False start, offense.
So that backs him up 5, and obviously, again, opening day jitters for this league, and that's why we're seeing some unusual penalties.
It's the Jackals, as you can tell by it's indicative of the jerseys. A lot of these guys just came together. I mean, even though the jerseys didn't come in, you see them from other teams. They're coming in. They're just getting their wits about them. all the mistakes and all, let it happen week 1, day 1, quarter 1. That's it.
And then just build from there,
And
pretty
build
much.
from there.
All right, so 3rd and 10, back of the original line of scrimmage, the 40-yard line. Criscuolo in the shotgun.
Yes.
And I think we're looking
They've
at
got a cover 2 going right now. And they've been sitting in that the whole game. I don't think they're going to move out of that. No need to.
All right, shotgun set for Criscuolo, who will take the snap. Looking, and he's gone dart down at the 34-yard line. A sack on the part of number 95 for the Ducks, and that would be Corey Burrell.
Corey Burrell. Good job. That was just old-fashioned effort. Okay, he didn't have too much time. That is literally a coverage sack, I believe.
Still a sack nonetheless.
Nonetheless.
And unfortunately for the Jackals, I mean, they get the ball on down. We're going to take a look at the replay real quick. We're going to go double window here. Top left is where you'll find the replay, and you'll see Burrell's sack. And I think he was lined up along the right side, and that slight part of hesitation on the part of Criscuolo was the reason for it. Because as soon as he darts, he thinks he's good, but nope.
Backside, yep.
Backside pressure on the part of the Ducks, and that's the reason for the sack. So that means the Jackals will be punting back to the Ducks. Well, wait a minute. The play got blown dead.
Delay. Offense.
Because of a delay of game, so 5 yards further backwards. And they probably didn't have enough guys out there, and that's probably why the confusion.
Absolutely. A lot of times when these teams come together, the focus is on offense and defense. And we spoke earlier about how important special teams are. And last time, if you don't practice this right now, this is what it's going to look like come game day.
And it could get ugly if the things aren't nipped in the bud very quickly.
Yes. Guys not knowing they're supposed to be out there.
All right, so they will try to, maybe not yet.
You
unabated to the punter, I think.
You can tell that special teams are not being practiced here.
Indeed.
Both sides, defense, half the line.
Yep, Phil called that one. It was half the line jumped offside, so we'll negate that, and we'll try 4th down again from the 34. So we're just shifting back and forth. So let's take 3 and see if we can get the punt going. Punter standing at about the 23-yard line. They do have a returner back at about the 25. And I'll tell you, it was a juggled snap and lucky. A short punt.
Good job on the punter actually maintaining that.
Yeah, one of the upmen tried to return it, but he did so out of bounds. They're going to spot it at the midfield stripe, and that's where the Ducks will start.
My wife argues with me.
So I tell you what, we have people checking things out on the YouTube chat page here on HSG Network, and a lot of people are liking the Westside Ducks all yellow jerseys.
They like that. Gives them that Oregon feel, right?
Pretty much. I mean, that might be a 2024 option.
Yes.
Considering they have so many other colors. Anyway, 1st and 10 for the Ducks, right to midfield stripe. Tyreek Smith back in at quarterback. Let's see what they do here. And again, the same 3-wide formation, slot left. They will hand it off, sneaking through the first line, cross into the 44-yard line. And once again, I think it is Kirk Wright who had that. So a gain of 6 makes it 2nd and 4. Now, what have you seen so far with this Ducks team and how they've established themselves?
I think they're beating the Jackals off the ball. I think the Jackals got more power up front, but they're not getting off the blocks, and they're just gashing them.
All right, well, the Ducks have just used the timeout, so we're going to keep it here. So we had the Ducks. Now, what about the Jackals? What have you seen from them?
The Jackals need to get it together as far as you can tell. The continuity is not there. They have a high-powered offense. If I'm the Jackals right now, I'm on the sideline getting my offense together. You understand? I'm not sitting there. I'm getting my offense together. With the weapons that you got on offense, it's got to click, though. It can look either really good or really, really bad.
Well, I also think, given the circumstances, I mean, some of these players are new, and as we mentioned in the previous game, it could take a little while to gel together.
Absolutely.
Now, while we have that thought, we'd like to remind everybody, if you're watching on HSG Network on YouTube, we really thank you for your support. Of course, the Den thanks you as well. Make sure you tell your family and friends about HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, because we got plenty more Den games coming up this spring and lots of other things as well. So you'll be notified when we got a broadcast coming. So please stay tuned for it. Again, HSG Network on YouTube. And I think we've had over 200 plus that have been watching steadily throughout the game. So about the 250 mark. So and get this, we've over 2,600 subscribers. So go on out and subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. All right, so just a little bit of administrative stuff they had to deal with. And now we have 2nd and 4 from the 44-yard line. Smith again to shotgun. Let's see what he does this time.
They're coming.
Anticipating a blitz. It's going to be
Blitz.
a pass. Smith trying to escape.
Good job.
He's going to be off and running first down to 40-yard line, and he's going to snap his way out of bounds. They're going to give him the 32-yard line. So a nice run by Smith, a 12-yard pickup, and they move those chains.
Jackals tried the corner. They tried that blitz. We said it earlier, though, Tom, also in the previous games. You live and die by the blitz. You blitz like that, you got to make something happen, or it's a wasted man. He got out of the pocket. There was nobody there because you blitzed him.
Well, the other thing, too, is I don't know why people would call blitz so early.
It's to try to make a statement, but if it doesn't make a statement, it does the direct opposite.
Yeah, it ends up backfiring on you, and such is the case here, as the Ducks have 1st and 10 at the Jackal 32-yard line. So let's see what Smith decides to do this time around. Low snap, but this time a handoff, and it's Kirk Wright, who doesn't get very much. He'll get to about the 30, about a 2-yard pickup there. And sometimes it's a matter of how the snap goes, which ends up being the end result of the play.
Yes.
I mean, you had to figure, you got to be on point. But at the same time, I mean, how many of these people have played together from a continual standpoint, and when was their last game?
Those who do, go back to yesterday. You saw it in the Seminoles game. Those guys, you can tell they played together. You didn't have, the mistakes.
Oh, here's a sudden snap at
and it worked in his favor.
And it ends up working to about the 20-yard line. It was like nobody was really looking, but in the end, it's Marquise Edwards who got the snap and ends up getting one of those accidental first downs.
That's just the Jackals not hustling. Okay, that's what you do when you have your big man up front doing double duty and playing a little bit of both. Right now, they're already starting to wear down to whereas the speed is not there. The IQ, the movement is not there. They're not matching the Ducks.
But I think they also quick snapped it on purpose, knowing that the Jackals weren't ready.
Good awareness. Great awareness.
So they're going to spot the 21, 1st and 10. Edwards stays in the game. He lines to the right of Smith. He'll take the snap. There's a free play possibly. Pass is incomplete, but it's possible the Jackals may have jumped, but we'll see what Phil Harden says. As you might suspect, offside is the call against the Jackals, so that'll put the Ducks in the red zone. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 16. So 1st and 10 just became 1st and 5.
Ducks are smelling the end zone. If you watch what's happening between 66 and their big guy up there, they are really, really going at it. I would play off of that after Dex. If he's going to stalemate like that, I'm going right off it.
All right, so 1st and 5 now from the 16. Ducks in the red zone, and Edwards in at the back. Same 3 receiver set. They give it to Edwards. Edwards with a cut to the 10.
There we go. Exactly what I said.
I don't think he got it. He probably got back the 2-yard line, but it's still 1st and goal after a gain of 14. And I'll tell you, Edwards being that change of pace back, doing some damage. And now look at this. They're going really up tempo here.
Up tempo, no huddle. They want the end zone. They're smelling it.
Well, they're trying to catch the Jackals off completely. 1st and goal. They switch the slot to the right. Ball spot at the 2-yard line. Smith to Edwards. Edwards did not get any. He may have gone to the 1. I think he crashed right at the very beginning and just fell.
Linebackers got to fill. If your big man in front ain't going to get a push, you have to fill.
And now the Ducks are going to call a timeout. So while we take a break, we'll find out if they score. When we return, no score to Jackals and Ducks. We'll be back in a moment.
It was a code 10, hard water again. Worst part is Claire was unaware. Ah.
Hey, Culligan, our water makes my skin and hair feel like I'm 90.
Okay, are you 90?
I'm not.
Okay, secondly, how do you feel about high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
What?
And thirdly, how do you feel about smoother skin and luxurious hair?
Goodly. I feel very good about that.
That's the power of water. Stay soft, right?
You stay soft.
Good water doesn't just come to you. Oh, wait. In this case, yes, it...
All right, coming back here to Germantown High School after a Ducks timeout. 2nd and goal, as the ball is actually going to be spotted at the 3-yard line, actually. So it was a 1-yard loss on that last play. Ducks looking to get the opening scoring. A couple very nice run plays, different cadences to catch the Jackals completely, shall we say, get them a little lost there. Anyway, 2nd and goal from the 3. Back in the game is Kirk Wright to his left, to the left of Smith. They send a slot to the right, and they'll go with Kirk, and Kirk will push, and they're saying he is short by about half a yard.
I like the call. I like the call. Somebody's over there is paying attention. They bulked up the middle, 2 big guys in the middle. That's not where you want to go, so they went right off tackle.
Well, hey, we might have the, shall we say, the
yellow version.
or the Ducks version, or it could be a rugby scrum, who knows. And guess what? We've reached quarter time just like that, so we're going to have to wait a little longer to see if the Ducks get the opening points. So after 1, no score. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this.
When you're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened happen? Let it rain, Randy! Woo! Yes! By being prepared for anything! Woo! Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
All right, we're back here for quarter number 2, the 2nd game of our doubleheader and the 5th game of this Den weekend. We're very appreciative of everyone checking in here on HSG Network. I'm Tom Wilkins with Bill Daughtry, and of course Howard Gaber taking care of the controls here. And Phil Harding, who reffed the first game, he's back here for the 2nd. Here's what we got here. 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line for the Ducks, looking to get the first points of this game. So, obviously, a long 98.5-yard walk on the other side of the field, but time ran out in the quarter. So, are we going to see some version of what the...
What would you call up here, Tom?
I mean, you could call naked bootleg, but I would call draw. And I would say quarterback kind of improvises here. Okay, well, there's also a tight end. There might be a lineman lining up as an eligible receiver. Looks like 77 over there. Might be the eligible receiver. And now, another timeout. So this time, the Jackals end up using their 2nd timeout. So, the Ducks can go a bunch of different ways here. I mean, what way would you expect?
Right now, they're banging in the middle. But just like Howard said, I actually would do something like bootleg, something on the outside, because they're expecting to bang up the middle, and I think they're going to bite. The linebackers will bite if you run something up the middle, which is going to leave the corners exposed.
Well, you have to remember, too, with the Ducks, your quarterback is your best athlete. So even though they had a lineman lined up as an eligible receiver, a.k.a. the Detroit Lions, you kind of have to figure that I would have better chance using the quarterback and get an extra lineman to boot to provide the extra coverage if you need to get yourself over that goal line.
Absolutely.
But we could all be wrong in all this.
Or a lot of people use them out there as a decoy and run right behind them because now you got an extra lineman in there.
Well, here it is.
That's the gut.
And he's got it.
Push, push.
Wait a minute. We got flags going before hands going up, and there was no play. Far linesman says false start.
Oh, bring it back. That was a great push that don't count.
Pushed him back 5 yards. I mean, we saw a bunch of offside on the offense. Oh, they weren't set. That's the whole reason. You got to be set a second and then make the move. And that's why you have the illegal shift penalties a lot. So I think it might be a little bit more difficult 3rd and goal from the 6 to do the same thing. So
that play, he'd have been good for 15 on that one.
Yeah, but unfortunately it all broke apart. So here we go again.
I like this quarterback. His awareness is
Well, we'll see what Smith is aware of here under center in an I formation. Handoff. It's Kirk Wright, and Wright doesn't get in. He's about 2 yards short. So we've had like 4 or 5 different opportunities for the Ducks to get in the end zone, and they just haven't been able to get it. And now they're bringing substitutions in. So, but you're at the 2, maybe the 3 yard line. Is that enough yardage to get?
No. At this point, I still feel the first 2 dives you didn't get much. I would fake a dive. I would definitely fake a dive and bite everybody and either bootleg or off tackle. You definitely want that first dive. I would go with 2 backs, not 1.
Well, they're not pushing because they're in
and they're passing.
Wright is to the left of Smith, and now Wright's going to line up as a near side receiver.
No backs.
And they're empty gun, and they're going to triple to right. That's an interesting formation. That could be a run play for Smith. We'll see. Smith awaits the snap, takes it, goes back, thinks about running, lobs it.
Good play. Good play.
To the end zone. And a catch made by Bam Rucker, who was able to come through on 4th down, and obviously a little bit of excessive celebration brings some penalty flags.
What?
And the players are like, what? Gotta love having a microphone on the field to catch the extra stuff, you know.
After the touchdown, 69 goal. 69 goal, 20. 69.
Oh, a taunting foul.
After the touchdown.
Right. Now Phil will explain officials.
After the touchdown, so the touchdown counts. Unsportsmanlike conduct, 69 here. What?
My thing is, listen, 23, what's the 23 every time? He's always back here with us. But you don't see that, though.
Evidently, Tyreek Smith is pleading his case to the officials.
It's who does it first and who gets caught last thing.
Yeah, they usually don't get the instigator. They usually get the retaliator.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, he's got to calm down. But it's gonna be a 15-yard penalty on the kickoff anyway.
Well, the last thing you want to do right now is get in the ref's radar as being that guy that's an agitator early on. They're going to be watching you the whole game, and some of the things that might not, it's not going to go your way. That's the worst person you want to make an enemy right now.
Well, Tyreek Smith is going to line up under center. They got a receiver on each side. They will go for 2. It's an I formation. Let's see if they give Edwards the up back. No, he's going to keep it himself, and he's going to...
Oh, no. Illegal.
But it's incomplete. But the question is, was the quarterback face mask or horse collared? So we're going to find out.
I got to see that one. What was that?
I think we will see the replay, but might even have a face mask.
Replay down.
Gave it back to him.
See?
Yeah, there is no non-personal.
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
So now the conversion's going to be at the 1.5.
Great big 1 yard penalty.
1.5 to be exact. All right, so from the 2, yeah, it is a 1-yard penalty. So the conversion, the sneak, and an easy 2-point conversion for Tyreek Smith. So thanks to that conversion penalty, it's an 8-0 Ducks lead over the Jackals. So now keep in mind one thing. They're going to be kicking off from the 20.
That's right.
Because of that 15-yard penalty after the touchdown.
Yep, and they got explosive return men for the Jackals.
All right, we're going to take a look at that replay, the touchdown again, which, of course, was caught by Bam Rucker. And it was a very nice play. What do you think the design was here, Bill?
Well, design was, I believe, he had an empty backfield. Like we stated earlier, he was designed to run that from the beginning.
Where?
All right, he wasn't. Then that guy opened up. That was an RPO that he can pull past, but it was real quick. All right, that guy right there just ran his route and stayed empty in the end zone. That was a good play, good call. But you need an athletic quarterback time to do that. Okay, that would have been shut down by any other quarterback as soon as he got to the line of scrimmage.
Okay, so the officials now, they're going to spot the ball at the 20-yard line.
I didn't throw it.
I didn't grab his face mask at all.
I didn't throw it.
No, I know, sir.
He must have seen something, you know?
So that's a little on-field
there you
talk
go.
with Bill there. And the NFL doesn't, I don't think the NFL allows it, but hey, you get some exclusive stuff here. Mike talk here.
This has been a great asset, I tell you.
Hey, Den sounds of the game, courtesy of HSG Network. I mean, it's a lot of fun where you can understand what goes on in the field. I mean, sometimes it might be disagreeing, but, hey, you still got the sounds on the field, and it's like, again, another level that not very many people can share. So, but anyway, well, we have right now over 260 people watching this game. So for everybody, thank you very much for your support. Remember, subscribe HSG Network on YouTube. We'll try and get the 3,000 mark possibly. All right, after the kickoff from the 20, it is taken at about the 40-yard line, and the Jackals are actually going to start past the midfield stripe at the 49-yard line. So a little bit of a return, and that was Darren Howard who returned the kickoff for about 12 yards. I mean, we have not seen the Jersey Jackals offense very much on the field. The Ducks have really dominated time of possession.
Well, that could all change real quick. This quarterback is powerful. All you got to do is got to be continuity. You just can't throw guys together and expect your offense to move. So even though you got a great quarterback, it has to work up front. Guys got to know the plays. Things still got to click.
And we will see what Chris Scuolo is going to try and do for this next possession. Again, the ball is spotted at the 49-yard line, so it is 1st and 10. Pretty short field. We'll see how they line up here with the Jackals, all in black. So, they're gonna bunch the right. It's gonna be an empty gun. Interesting formation here. Now they send a man in motion, high snap, but they do manage to get the handoff, and they cut the corner, and it's good game.
Good speed, good
about
run.
The 40-yard line, and it looked to be number 6 that time in, it looks like Joseph Taylor. So Taylor, a former Tri-County Owl, if I recall correctly. So he gained 7, forces a 2nd and 3.
Dave Shoe Montgomery says we got to bring him back to get 500 feet shifts.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is 2nd and 3 from the 42-yard line. And by the way, our thanks to Shug for the viewers for yesterday and today. Made this possible here for all of us here at HSG Network. All right, so waiting for the snap. Chris Coelho will take it.
He's rolling out.
He will roll right. He has time. Let's see if he takes off. He does. To the 40, and he should have a 1st down as he steps out. Let's see where they spot it. Yeah, it's going to be a 38, so I'll move the chain, so it's a gain of 4. So Chris Coelho was able to tiptoe down the sideline, and he had awareness of where the line gain was, crossed it, and now they moved to 6 again. So that at least is a good start, Bill, as far as the Jackals are concerned.
I like what I see. I still feel like it's coming together. This quarterback got a glimpse of goodness here. I'm looking at how he moves, how he gets in and out of the pocket. It's just gonna be a matter of time before that offense clicks.
All right, so 1st and 10 for the 38-yard line.
Yep.
You got to remember, a lot of it is on the reps. They're thinking kind of tens of thousands of them in order to get perfect, and even then, that still needs work. 3 wide slot left this time as Chris Coelho takes the snap. He'll lob a right screen, but a little bit wide, incomplete. That was intended for Khalil Trotman, the tight end.
That's another athlete that they have. Don't be surprised if you see him go back to quarterback at once. He's an all-around athlete that they're trying to put him somewhere in the offense. So that's another piece that we're talking about that Zoe put together that's trying to make it whole. And this is the first game altogether, but expect him to be a big part of this offense as well.
Now for 2nd and 10 from the 38-yard line. But, I mean, we're seeing some variations of different things that both teams are trying out. The previous game, you can also DVR back if you want to check it out. We had a lot of quarterback changes. They were by committee, and even some of the games from yesterday, too, had something like this. So we have 2nd and 10 for the 38-yard line. They got basically a 3 wide slot left. Back goes Chris Coelho looking. Going to take a shot down the field. It's a little bit high, incomplete. 16 was the intended receiver, but it was a little bit over his head.
He had him. Okay, that's something that you know they're going to go back to. Yeah, right now, Chris is wishing he can get that one back. You know?
And, I mean, that's really the big thing. Timing is everything. And I was just a little bit off. Otherwise, he would have had a tie game, or at least put the Jackals on the board.
It's all about pitch and catch. You know, these NFL quarterbacks and receivers might do it 100 times within an hour. You know, pitch and catch, pitch and catch. That's what it's all about.
That's what makes them well-oiled machines as athletes. 3rd and 10 after a couple of incompletions. Again, the ball at the 38-yard line of the Ducks. Chris Coelho looking over everything. Spread things out a little bit. They might be showing blitz. Here's a shot down the field. It's incomplete. They kind of went towards Darren Howard, but it didn't quite work out there. So 3 straight incompletions. That forces a 4th down. I'll be interested to see what they decide to do here.
This is it.
If you think about it, when you have all these incompletions, you're not going to have the ball for very long.
No, I think with Zoe, what they're trying to do, he's a big play offense. I think they need to get away from that and establish a drive and stop going for the big play.
I mean, you got to consider this is a team that has a lot of talent. It's just formulating and organizing the talent as far as a play structure is concerned. You can't always go for the 80-yard touchdown pass on every play. 4th and 10 from the 38. Ducks might be showing blitz here. They tried that last time, but they backed out. Let's see what they do here as Chris Coelho looks over everybody. They spread out. Now he changed the play. Now he's walking around to make sure everyone's in the right position. Raquan Smalley, the running back, to his left. And
that's illegal, man.
All this confusion. That's going to be a delay of game.
He had to.
Well, he's right there. You say you count the whole thing down. Delay, 15, offense, 5-yard penalty.
I think he was double and triple checking, making sure everyone was in the right place. But by that time, he just ran out of time.
Yes.
And that changes the play now. It's 4th and 15, and he might have the punting unit come on.
That's bad.
So now 4th and 15.
No.
And they're still going to go with a shotgun. They spread out. And the Ducks are pointing that, hey, wait a minute, something wrong here. What is it, Phil?
False start, 52, offense.
This is all about what we're saying here, Tom. You could have a stud quarterback, but if they're not practicing together and the continuity's not there, this is what you get. You don't get the opportunity to showcase his talent.
Well, that's very true, and especially get the disciplinary penalties. That's going to be a major case.
Look at the linemen standing around talking to each other. They are confused out there.
Well, they might be confused at how the Ducks are lining up. And I mean, they're mostly all black. There are some that have different colored bottom uniforms, but so All right, we'll try it again. This time it's 4th and 20 from the 48. As Chris Coelho this time decides
Quick
to
punt.
mini pooch punt, which was probably the best thing he could do here. It goes out of bounds. It's
But you can't get
yards.
called roughing that because you didn't identify as the punter. So
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Because that was a surprise because nobody expected the quarterback to suddenly punt.
Right.
And now we got a couple guys out of bounds. I mean, a lot of stuff going on the far sideline with the Ducks.
I think what needs to happen here, Zoe, I know Zoe pretty well here. I think what he needs to do is get his emotion out of it, get those guys on the bench, and actually coach them up. I mean, I think he has all the pieces of puzzles there, and I think he needs to sit the offense down. He has talent there. Get the emotions out the game, and let's just talk X's and O's right now.
And so it'll be 1st and 10 as the ball actually went out of bounds. Only at the looks like the 27. They snapped and the ball wasn't even set for play. Like, wait a minute. It's called a man at the ball, please, and suddenly you're running 75 yards for a touchdown.
The old fumble-rooski.
I've heard the hidden ball trick, but that doesn't quite work that way. All right, let's try it again. 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. That was a 22-yard punt by Chris Coelho.
Single back.
And Smith will hand this one off and pushing his way to about the
good first down call.
4-yard pickup, and they brought in I believe the fullback there, Marquise Edwards. So gain of 4 there. So he'll start this drive, and now of course we'll see Kirk come in, Kirk Wright.
Kirk Wright has been a workhorse. They have another running back that's going to workhorse. They really don't have to go away from this game plan until they're ready to.
And they can rotate when necessary.
Absolutely. They've been beating them up front. They're getting 3-4 yards a run, a carry. I would stick with that.
All right, so second, and that was actually a 5-yard gain to the 31-yard line. So now 2nd and 5. They got Edwards to the left of Smith, and they triple the left side, keeping the far side empty. And let's see what they try and do here. They're going to throw one. Whoops! Slipping down, and now a flag goes down. And that was Antoine Whitney who made the catch, the slip, the fall, and the flag went over his head. And it's going to be holding against the Ducks, so that's not going to help matters either. I mean, it was only about a 2-yard loss. I take the penalty.
Yes.
Let's see what Phil says.
Holding, number 9, offense.
Yeah, they're going to push it back, so they're going to repeat the down, which I think was the right call because, I mean, you go from one from 2nd and 5, could have been 3rd and 7, but now you got 2nd and 15.
Yes.
All right, well, we're in the second quarter, as mentioned. Keep in mind, a time is kept on the field. So Phil will let us know how much time is remaining in each quarter. So
Let's go.
2nd and 15. The ball is spotted at the 21-yard line. And they're going to line up in the same triple format on the left. Edwards to the right of Smith. You notice that when Smith claps his hands, that's usually when the ball gets snapped half a second later. This time he doesn't clap. Back he passes. Going to take a shot down the field, but he underthrows his receiver, incomplete.
Ooh.
Yeah, they went for the guy who caught the touchdown, Bam Rucker, but it was a little bit behind, and they'll go 3rd and long.
3rd and long. Jackals got to get old school hands up.
We got told 6.5 left till halftime.
Tariq Smith, he seems like one of those quarterbacks, kind of like G-Block, that you got to get in their face. If you get there, not all the way there, get your hands up high, yelling. You got to distract them somewhat. You give a man like that so much time, he's going to find somebody. As we can see, he had him open there.
Now force a 3rd and 15, but first, an official timeout. I think they need to get the ball back. Guess they were trying to... So, they have to get the ball for the Ducks. So, keep in mind, each team supplies their own set of footballs. I mean, just got to remember, it's the same type of football, it's just different logos on it. So not going to affect things one way or the other.
Those guys get very possessive. I've been down there looking for our footballs. They get very possessive of their own football.
So we're fine because they won 5 yards on the first run, got a penalty, went back 10. Yeah, they didn't move any shit. No, it's not down.
Pushing it down.
They're questioning the downs, but I mean, simply put, second down, that was when the penalty, and they repeated the down, came the incompletion, and that's when we got 3rd and 15.
Yes. He's explaining it now.
Different description on the field, I guess. So I guess sometimes there's a case of block there as to what the game situation is. So back to the 21-yard line. It's 3rd and 15. And again, Smith in the shotgun. They go spread this time. Edwards to his right. Takes a snap. Looking, has a little time. Thinks about it. Tries to duck around. He slips through a tackle. Let's see what he does. He backs up. He will throw one a little high, and it was almost intercepted. Boy, that one was intended for, that was 14, Mwangi Saku.
Good job with that, Tom. Great job.
Yeah, I try the best I can here. That was almost intercepted, too.
Yes, I give the quarterback kudos for making something happen, giving himself some extra time. He just didn't put enough arm into it.
Or it was just a little bit high because sometimes you're a little bit short, and other times, a little bit too much. Just a matter of finding it just right.
Yeah, depending on who that was intended for.
And that's now, the Ducks will punt. So now there's no questioning it's 4th down. And punter making sure we have the correct number of players on the field.
Now the Jackals should be getting their plays together right now. Get that offense together. You're getting the ball short field. You're getting ready right there in the red zone.
Pop-up by Moon Randall.
Listen.
And that ball, and that the wind blew it right back. A net of, unfortunately, we have an old online service, net 0, because it's back at the 21-yard line.
God. I swear to God, I was just about to tell you, watch this goddamn wind.
Trust me, Phil, it has been like that all afternoon. And we thought the wind was going to subside a little bit, but it just hasn't been that way. It's been feeling more like an early November day here for football.
Going that way and ended up.
So 1st and 10. So in essence, if you think about it, it's the equivalent to turning the ball over on downs because of that punt.
Jackal done brought in their moose, okay? Jackal's got a fullback in there right now. That's their running back. He's a hard runner, Mike Allscott type runner. They have him in the backfield right now. So,
all right. Well, 1st and 10 from that 21 as Chris Coelho looking over everybody in the spread. A quick pass.
Hands up.
Oh man, that was rejected. Almost like that Samford guy against Kansas the other day. So incomplete at 2nd and 10. A great job by it looks like Clarence Murphy was the one who got a hand on it. So 2nd and 10. I'll tell you, the defense for the Ducks, they're coming at the play here. Now let's see what they line up here. Same thing as before. They go with the spread. And you mentioned about, Shotty Cheeseborough. That's a legendary name in semi-pro football, I'll tell you that. So, Chris Coelho looking over everybody. 2nd and 10 from the 21. He'll wait the snap.
There's
play fake. He's going to run. He's got some room. Crossing the 20 and goes down to about the 14. But there is one little problem. Yep, a flag down, and it's coming back. And
Yep.
Holding, 93 on the offense, 10 yards from the spot.
So because of that, a 10-yard penalty, and that negates the play. But I think it said from the spot of the hold. So we'll see where they spot it. Oh, it is a line of scrimmage, so therefore it is a 10-yard penalty. And what a tough break for the Jackals, because they were very close to getting to the end zone, but holding penalties
Going
are
backwards.
drive killers.
That old D word again, the discipline.
And they've been calling this thing, I mean, fairly tight, making sure what's a hold, what's not a hold. And they're not being selective with
No,
it.
they're not.
They're calling by the letter of the book, and that's what you're supposed to do. 2nd and 20 from the 31-yard line. Chris Koala looking over everything in the shotgun. Will take and then pitch out to Shady Cheeseborough. And he doesn't get much. In fact, he got back to the line of scrimmage only. And tackle was made by Dante Bryant out of Morrisville State. So now, that forces 3rd and 20 now from the 31-yard line. Like I said, a holding penalty, an absolute killer here. But we'll see how things line up. I do not be surprised if this is a pass or if Chris Coelho tries to improvise a little bit here. Got to try something at this juncture. So Chris Coelho making his circle, looking, everyone's in place. 3rd and 20 from the 31. Takes a snap. He's looking. Got to take a shot. Deep. He has a man. It's again a little bit too high, incomplete. Second time he's overshot his receiver. Number 16, who we don't have, but it still would have been a very nice catch. I mean, the play design's great. The timing, though, just has been a little bit off.
Yeah, and once again, they have so many weapons on the Jackal. We haven't seen number 1 show up. We haven't seen number 2 show up. We have a few athletes out there for the Jackals that can make big plays at any time. It's just a matter of timing, matter of it clicking, and it just hasn't happened yet.
All right, so 4th and 20, and you know what? I wouldn't mind, and I'll tell you why I wouldn't mind doing a sideline punt, because you can at least pop in. The wind has been left to right pretty much all day long, and try and aim it for inside the 10-yard line, pin the Ducks back, and then try and make your charge defensively. But they're going for it on 4th and 20. Chris Coelho looking things over. Quick snap. Back the pass. He's trying to get through. He does. He will throw it back to the end zone, and it's knocked away incomplete.
Trying to get it to Reese. Trying to get to number 1.
Yeah, he tried to get it to Sam Gillison, the intended receiver, and he just could not come down with it. And so, again, the Jackals turn the ball over on downs, and the Ducks take over. That's why I said if you wanted to try a little pooch punt and try and pin him inside the 10, that would be the time to do it. But they chose not to, and it didn't quite work.
Yeah, some of these numbers, Tom, I actually know these players. That these numbers are not matching with the names whatsoever out there. So we're just gonna call it. We're just gonna call it with the number that we see it out there. And if I can remember the name, we'll give you a shout out. No, 1 is Maurice Everett. That's Reese. That's Reese. That's Reese. Yeah.
Okay, so the Ducks get the ball at the 31-yard line, 1st and 10, obviously dodging a bullet after the punt didn't quite work out on the last possession. Now it's up to the Jackals to try and make another stop here.
They need a 3 and out right here. Make a statement. Pin our ears back. Let's show everybody that we know what we're doing out here.
Smith back at quarterback. Looking everything over. Again from the 31, 1st and 10. We'll take the snap. It's a handoff. It's not going to be much this time. Down to about 32-yard line. So maybe about a yard. And I think the helmet came off of the guy who had it.
That was actually a good tackle by number 44. Was the first person to get there. Richard Cobbs. I know that face, that body out there. Good stop, number 44, Rich Cobbs on that stop.
That was Tamir Boyer, by the way, on the carries for about a yard. So Boyer in the game now, giving Edwards a break and Wright a break. Now we got 2nd and 9. As they break huddle, Smith will make sure he's got everyone lined up. Like I said, with this Ducks team, it's usually three wide, and somebody's in the slot one side or the other. You don't see very many variations here. Smith again to shotgun, 2nd and 9, showing blitz to the Jackals, and now they got a handoff up the middle to about the 35, 36.
Good tackle.
And Artie with a nice tackle there. And I got a string to see where that is. That would be a Kevin Chilton this time with a carry. And right now, Phil has just said 2-minute warning, so 2 minutes left in the first half. Now, keep in mind the Ducks have 2 timeouts, the Jackals 1. So that's really where we're set here. So what do you think the Jackals will need to do here on this 3rd down play? I mean, they were able to stop them for a 4-yard pickup, but this is going to be a pretty important play in this game.
It definitely is. I would see where the 1st down marker is. You know they're going to try to get that 1st down marker. I would either press or bring my guys up a little. I don't think they're going to go for a touchdown here. I think they're just going to try to move the chains.
3rd and 5, and they're going to go with the sweep handoff.
Good defensive play.
A great job by the Jackals. That is one very fired up Talik Chambers who made the stop. And now I think the Jackals might be using their last time out of the half. They are. So we'll keep it here. And I'll grant you this. I mean, this team's obviously fired up now. You said they needed 3 and out, and they got it.
They got it. Now what they got to do, Zoe's got to call up some plays now and put it in the end zone. It's too many times that the defense will get the ball back, but it means nothing if you don't capitalize and put points on the board. They're down 8-0. They need to put this in right now. Defense did the job. They got us the ball. Now let's do it.
Let me throw you something else here. 2 for 1 possibly, because the Jackals get the ball to start the second half.
That's right. With momentum.
That is true. So if they can score before time runs out, they get the ball to start the second half, and if they score again, all of a sudden, completely flip the game around.
I'm doing nothing during halftime, getting my big 3 receivers, and we're playing pitch and catch. During halftime, Tom. You hear me?
I'll tell that to the coach.
During halftime, we're getting you going.
All right, once again, back to punt is Moon Randall, who had a net 0 punt the last time. Let's see if he gets it down the field this time. A one-hop snap.
Oh, they almost got it.
Oh, and he got a much better punt in. It's going to take a decent bounce and just die at the 41-yard line.
Pat.
There is a flag down to 40, so let's see what this is about.
What we got?
Unsportsmanlike on number 20, 23 black.
Oh, that could change things here.
Towards ejections.
20 what?
20 yellow.
Excuse me. Get out of here.
Number 20 in yellow, punching. Number 23, black, towards punching. It's 1 towards ejection.
You got to be careful.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, 20 gold. Unsportsmanlike conduct, 23 black. They're both first towards ejection.
Well, that explains it. I mean, that was not what I anticipated.
We got some warnings here, though. That's going to play big. 23 is a big part of the defense. He gets one more, he's going for the game.
And of course, and I think that's where you gotta. If you're Talik Chambers, I mean, you just fired up your team, and then all of a sudden you did that.
He's an emotional player. Okay, he's a very emotional. Coaches just let him go off his emotions because he's going to ball out for you. But this is a point where somebody's got to rile him in and say you can't hurt the team though, because if we lose, you're doing no good with all that yelling on the sideline if you're not in the game.
And I think that's very important. Get the emotions in check, and because every officiating crew is going to be different with the way they call games here. And obviously Phil's crew is one that
well, they don't mess around.
Yeah, they take no shorts, let's put it that way.
Watching the sticks and thinking, what? No, it's mine. Because I was watching the sticks because they weren't fucking that's straight.
Oh, okay. They chain crew didn't have the sticks ready, so that's why I had a slight delay.
That's right.
All right, 1st and 10 for the 41, and this time it will be Chris Coelho in an empty gun. But he's going to hand it off, and they're going to end around reverse. Now, I don't think that was necessarily the right direction for it to go. I mean, the ball, and it was number 40, by the way, who ended up losing a couple of yards. I mean, that's also a good penetration on part of the Ducks, who were able to read that very well.
No, those type of plays, man, you just stop them with aggression. All those trickery plays, you just muffle it with aggression, and that's what they're doing.
And the problem is, I mean, you look at the Ducks, there were 3 people surrounding him in a hurry. How do you get by that?
Pursuit. That's exactly what it is. And those plays are timing plays, Tom. You just can't show up one day a week and say, let's run these plays.
Well, that is correct. So 2nd and 15 after that 5-yard loss. Back to pass. Has a shot. The middle pass is caught. Taking about the 42 down to about the 46. So he got 10, but it's 3rd and 5 coming up. So now it's just a matter of, oh, wait a minute. A timeout called by the Ducks. So they want the ball back, but they're down to 1 timeout left. And what they did was let the Jackals have another play. And if it somehow backfires and suddenly have a tie game, not smart.
Nope.
But we'll wait and see how this goes. But what do you think both sides are talking about here? Maybe get a little insight here from Phil. Okay, there we go. 24 seconds left till halftime. That's how things are looking right now. But, I'm very surprised that the Ducks took that time out. From a time perspective, you're ahead. You're going to be on defense to start the second half. Let them rush.
Yes.
I mean, it's only for a couple of plays, but it's just for a couple of plays.
It looks like they might be going a little prevent. They're a little deep.
Yeah, they're going to extend the cover a little bit here. 3rd and 5 from the 46-yard line. 24 seconds left till halftime, according to the head official. Taking the snap, Chris Coelho will throw left side, little bit high, incomplete. I mean, and it was a hard hit. The pass was not really catchable, but in the end, it was like there's a little bit of the yelling going on in the Ducks
just to get into that receiver's head. That's all that's about. Make him emotional so that he either swings back or don't catch the next one.
Yeah, it's a matter of just getting used to it. It takes a long time to do that.
Yes.
Well, we'll see if the Jackals decide to they're going to actually go for it on 4th and 5. That could be a dangerous precedent here. From the 46-yard line, Chris Coelho awaits a snap, will take, and it's a handoff. And, we'll see when they spot it. And it looks like
he got the first down.
I think he got it. I think he got a good spot.
Zebo Samuel there. That's what we call him. Zebo Samuel. That's who ran that.
Well, I don't think it matters because I think they're going to say that's the end of the half. Well, the only team that called timeout are the Ducks. And that was a 4th down play, so why would you want to call timeout here?
And give him another shot. 4 seconds.
Black, the only one that has them. Suckers using all 6 fucking timeouts.
Oh, my goodness.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's why we... And that's how you say sometimes you get the game and sometimes you get the sounds, but hey. Yep.
So, we're all grown, Tom.
Yep.
Everybody's grown watching
this.
That's
why they say discretion sometimes advised. So the Ducks end up using the final timeout, and I guess they are playing to try and come up with a defensive score to end the half. That would be the only way I can think of it. But anyway, now let's see what happens here on what potentially could be the last play of the half. Chris Coelho in the shotgun. Again, they spread. You kind of have to do a Hail Mary here. Goes back, throws short. It is caught, and I don't think he got out of bounds in time. Or did he?
I believe that's Dardell Weidman there, another name that's been around for a minute. Jackals got a lot of talent over there. You'll be hearing the names.
Actually, it was 9 seconds. I went to 5, so I'm sorry. So another first down after a gain of 11. So now the ball to 37-yard line. So one more play for the Jackals, who getting a little bit of help from the Ducks, calling 2 timeouts during this. And they'll spread again. Let's see what they do. Obviously, you got to go down the field with this one. Chris Coelho waiting, taking the snap. Here they come, sneaking by, thinks about it. That's no shot.
That's what you're afraid of.
His knee was down before the ball came out, so the half is over as...
And he might be hurt. Oh,
let's hope.
Goodness.
Oh, let's hope not. But in the end, it ends up being halftime. What'd you see in that first half there, Bill?
I saw a lot of dysfunction on the Jackals. I feel like offensively they need to match that defensive energy. They need to get down X and O's right now. Forget about all the big play stuff. You got to sustain a drive. The Ducks is going to wear you down, I feel like, if the Jackals do not get on board with them.
Well, the Jackals will get the ball to start the second half. So as we go to halftime, it is 8-0 Ducks over the Jackals. We'll get you some little halftime entertainment, and we'll be back in a few minutes for the second half.
We just bought our first home in suburban New Jersey. There's a new surprise every day.
We've been doing a lot of the work ourselves, and we've learned a lot along the way.
One problem we can't seem to solve is our water. This is so gross. All my water is coming out of here. I can't get it off. It just won't clean.
We have no idea what these gross white flakes are in our water.
I'm even afraid to drink it, and it's in our house. Look at our dishes. White spots are left all over them.
Check this out.
We're not sure how to fix this problem.
We need some help.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning.
Hi, Richard.
Nice to be here.
Thanks for coming to New Jersey.
It is my pleasure. Now, I have figured out what your problem is.
What's that?
You have hard water.
What's hard water?
Well, hard water is common in many parts of this country, and it's really a question of how many minerals are absorbed in the water. In your case, it's magnesium and calcium. What you'll see is all sorts of water stains in different places, in sinks or in toilets.
Actually, when we moved in, there were green rings around the toilets.
Yeah, and I tried cleaning it with bleach, vinegar, and we ended up just changing out the toilets.
That's one way to get rid of the stains. Now, it can also wreak havoc on water heaters. You know, the minerals can settle down the bottom. But it's important to note that it's not dangerous to drink the water, it's only cosmetic. I have a solution for you, though.
Okay.
Let me show you down the basement.
All right.
I'm off to work.
All right, see ya. Pam, Patrick Smith is a local water quality expert. Now, Patrick, you actually tested this water, right?
Yes, we did, Richard. We tested the water here. Water's 17 grains hard here.
What does that mean?
Water 1 to 4 grains hard is mildly hard water. This one's 17 grains, extremely hard water.
So we need to soften the water.
Correct. We're going to soften the water. We're going to install a water softener today. Water softener has 2 components. One is a salt tank. One is a resin tank with the control on top.
Okay, how's it work?
How the system works is the water comes into the softener, it goes into this tank, there's resin beads inside this tank. So water runs through this tank, the minerals, the hardest minerals actually stick to this resin.
Look at this, Pam. Here's these resin beads right here.
Oh, they look like coffee grounds.
Right, and these actually attract the magnesium and the calcium.
That's right, Richard. Inside this tank are those resin beads and act like almost like a magnetic sponge. So water runs through the tank, the hardest minerals actually stick to it, and it'll come out the other side, soft water to the house.
Now, sooner or later, though, you're going to collect so many minerals that you got to unring that sponge.
It can only hold so much, and that's where the regeneration process comes into play, and that's where the salt comes in. There's a brine solution. As a brine runs through this resin beads, it actually releases the hardness minerals. They go out to drain, recharges the resin to soften the water again.
And you're back in business.
And you're back in business.
But Patrick, isn't the salt going to make my water taste salty?
No, so it won't taste salty. As a matter of fact, when we're done, you're going to be able to lather up. The dishes will come out cleaner, your clothes will come out cleaner, and the water will taste great.
Great. So where's this going to go?
This is going to go over here today.
All right, I'll give you a hand.
Okay.
All right, so here is where your cold water comes in from the street right here, comes through your water meter, and it goes to upstairs. Now we want to be sure that all of your water is softened, so we put the softener right here, and we're going to actually install a series of valves right like this. So now the cold water will come right through here, go into the softener. The softened water will leave through here and return right here and go up to the house. But you'll see this valve right here. This is a bypass, so this will stay closed most of the time. The reason for that is if I ever needed to service this unit, you could close these two valves and open this, you'll still have water upstairs. What we're going to do now is shut the water off, cut this pipe, and solder up the connections.
All right.
Connect the water softener to the brine tank. We use a 3/8 plastic tubing, and we connect it with a 3/8 compression fitting. We make a connection at the softener and also at the brine tank. We connect the drain line to the drain elbow, and we secure that with a hose clamp.
Now, the discharge hose on this side is going to connect into the sewer right here, where the wash machine discharge currently goes. This is called an air gap fitting, and that'll prevent any of the potable water ever coming in contact with any sewerage on this side. Now I'm going to make my hose connection right here, tighten up my clamp, and my wash machine discharge goes right there. Well, Pam, there is your new water softener. It's all piped, it's all wired. Now, a lot of water softeners have a timer inside, and it'll regenerate whether it needs to or not. This one's pretty cool. It actually has a water meter inside, so if you don't use any water, it won't regenerate unnecessarily, and that's pretty smart. Now, here's your main unit. We normally would put the brine tank or the salt tank right here, but you have a water meter and a bit of a crooked floor, so we ran this blue line right behind the wall to over here near the drum.
Okay. So what do I have to do to maintain this?
Once a month, you're going to lift this lid, check the salt level in here, add salt as needed. Probably about twice a year to add salt.
Okay,
All right.
I can do that.
So you are in business, Pam. You're going to have cleaner clothes, cleaner dishes, and no more water stains. Isn't that cool?
Great. Thanks, guys. And thank you, Richard, for coming to New Jersey. We really appreciate it.
It was my pleasure.
Okay, we are back here at Germantown High School, getting ready to start the second half as the West Side Ducks lead by a score of 8-0 over the Jersey Jackals. I'm Tom Wilkins, along with Bill Daughtry and Howard Gaber, taking care of the controls. Before we start the second half, let's show you what happened on the final play of the first half with Jackals quarterback Chris Coelho. Watch what happens when he gets tackled, because he was shaken up at the end of the half. He makes his move. Now watch what happens from behind.
Huh?
Right there. Oh, fell right on the back of his leg. And the play was dead there. Now, he got help up, but you can tell he was running with a little bit of a limp to the side.
Yeah, it's definitely looking tender. I was watching him during warm-ups, Tom. I think that's going to play big. The way their offense is designed, he needs to be mobile to get in and out of the pocket, and that's tender. And if I'm the Ducks, I actually saw that as two. I saw that I saw he's tender, and I'm actually coming at it, believe it or not. So that's going to play big in this game. Let's watch that. Hopefully he's healthy. Hopefully that doesn't affect his play. Because all in all, he's probably got to go to work tomorrow. I just wanted to make sure he's good.
Well, one never knows. All right, in the meantime, Jackals take the kickoff, and they're going to get to about the 40-yard line before being pushed out of bounds. Now,
it's getting chippy already.
They got chippy at the end of the first half, and this is obviously the overflow of it. So let's see what happens now with the offense, and it looks like he's coming back in.
Now, if I'm the offensive coordinator, I'm actually running things that's going to actually protect his leg until I know that he's good. I'm not going to run nothing to where he's going to catch a lot of heat. He's got to, take some punishment on it.
He's going to give it a go, and we'll see what happens. I mean, obviously, I'm sure the Ducks will probably know first play or two is going to be a run. So right now,
back it up,
Chris Coelho is going to give it a go here. Oh, wait, we had a penalty? We didn't see it?
What did we miss?
A late hit out of bounds, possibly. And that means 15 yards against the Ducks. And here are the Jackals who get a gift, 1st and 10 at the Duck 45-yard line. We both missed that.
Yes.
So that personal foul means a better starting position. We'll see what Chris Coelho will do. And they go
single safety.
Yeah, they look like single safety there.
That's giving no respect. When they go that high, they're not expecting you to throw too much.
Oh, wow. He's going to give it a shot on the opening play, and he gets 4 to the 41. That's a little bit risky.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's saying, I'm good to go, and let me prove it.
Maybe that was what it was, Tom. Maybe he was making a statement there to let them know, I'm okay, I'm good.
And they're going up tempo here. They're changing the pace up a little bit. 2nd and 6 from the 41-yard line. So you said we're in for a pretty good second half, and if all systems are correct here, I think you might be right. A high snap, handoff not going to be as good. It's back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it.
I almost feel as though they need to get away from that O-line is not handling that D-line from the Ducks at this point. I feel like until those offensive linemen can clock in, I would go away from that.
Raquan Smalley was the one who carried it for no gain. So now 3rd and 6, just like that.
Just like that.
The 41-yard line.
And we spoke about it earlier. Them getting the ball coming out the second half, they need to make a statement and go down there and get into this game.
And they were almost able to.
Getting a 3 and out is going to do the opposite for the Ducks.
Let's find out. Chris Coelho in the shotgun, back to the right. They triple the left side, changing it up a little bit here.
Still sink deep man back deep. That's what they're giving right there.
And a pass ends up being caught nicely at the 26-yard line.
That's Darnell Weidman. Okay.
Weidman with the catch. He's number 16. And that'll be a first down.
That's Boog. He's been around for a minute. He's one of the best receivers in this minor league. They just got to get the ball to him.
So Darnell is not wearing number 2.
No.
We can put 16 down.
See, a lot of these jerseys aren't the original jerseys, so I believe he just got the numbers that they're.
All right, well, we're fixing that up. 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. And they're going to hand it off to Smalley, who has a hole, crossing the 20. He's got a first down at 12. And suddenly the Jackals are getting some momentum. A 14-yard pickup.
Now, those big dudes smell the end zone. You hear me say that a lot. They got to smell the end zone right now. Nothing's stopping them from scoring.
So getting into the red zone are the Jackals, and they've got 1st and 10 from the 12. And I think on the part of Chris Cuolo, that's going to help him a little bit as far as his legs are concerned. They go traditional spread here, 1st and 10. Back to pass, looking. Now he's going to run right, looking. Fire it.
Catch.
Oh, that's a nice catch, I think. Referee blowing his whistle. Yeah, it is a catch. They're going to spot the 4-yard line. But there's a flag down too?
Illegal formation. 72 was in the backfield.
Oh, wow.
Never mind. It's a 5-yard penalty. So that's a tough break for the Jackals. I mean,
quarterback's limping even more now.
Illegal formation. 72 was in the backfield.
So a 1st down makes it 1st and 15. A tough break there for the Jackals because they were doing so well. And then one little thing the officials catch, and they've been doing a good job catching a lot of stuff.
Yes.
I mean, that'll keep you on your game real quick. All right, so 1st and 15 from the 17-yard line. Chris Cuolo in the shotgun. They spread traditionally. Smalley to his right. Takes a snap. Pump fake. Gonna take a shot. And that flag's being rained all over the place and into the lap of the intended receiver, Giovanni Cruz. Well, I don't know if it's Cruz, but it's sick.
Darnell Wadman.
Well, it looked like 14 was the one sitting down. He ended up getting a flag in a very unusual area.
Number.
But it is interference, and it's going to be against the Ducks.
Pass interference. Defense, number 10.
And that's going to be an automatic 1st down.
There we go. This is what they needed. They need to punch it in right now.
And that's a big play because now the spot foul's at the 6.
Number 10, defense, 1st down.
All right, so 1st and goal, and they're going to spot it at about the 7, it looks. Maybe the 6. So we'll see what they decide to do. And this is a big moment. I wouldn't be surprised if, and this might be another risky move.
Watch out for 1.
I'd watch out for 15, Chris Cuolo. Does he call his own number?
I think so.
We'll find out. 1st and goal from the 6. Now you send a man in motion, play fake, roll right.
Looking for Weidman.
He's going to take a shot, and he throws in a lap. Ends up being a 2-yard loss. Checked it down to Smalley. That was not necessarily what he wanted to do.
No, he was looking for Weidman in that back end zone. He was looking for Weidman. It was a good coverage, so therefore he had to eat the ball and go to his only option, which was number 5, which is closest to him.
Yeah, but he probably should have dropped it to save
or threw it out of balance and get the down back. He didn't have to throw that pass to him.
Yeah, well, tough decision there, but it's 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line. The only thing it does is give a little bit more room for the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
That would be my estimation.
See, right now, here's where an old school fullback would come in.
2nd and goal from the 8. Same lineup. They triple the far side, 4 receiver set. You mentioned Weidman, who's on the near side, back to pass, looking, going to take a shot towards him. He's got it!
And that's
welcome to the end zone.
That's not him.
That was 40, according to that. And the Jackal has jumped upon the field here as there's I don't know where he's going. Oh my goodness, went Joe Horn there. But it's still a touchdown and an 8-6 game as the Jackals get on the board. A 2-pointer can tie it. And they are going for 2. So we'll see if they're able to level things up here. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. That was not a spiral that Chris Cuolo threw.
Got him on the board.
Receiver.
That's what they needed. I was trying to think of who that was.
Well, it said number 40. We don't have him, but. So, but anyway, yeah, he has credit for the score. Of course, you can help if you're on the chat board on HSG Network on YouTube. We thank you for all the responses here today. Let's see what this two-pointer does. Under center, Chris Cuolo.
Oh, he slipped.
Flips it, and it's not going to work. The fact that he slipped changed the play completely, and the two-point conversion fails, so it stays 8-6 in favor of the Ducks. So why don't we take a look at the replay on that touchdown pass, and trust me, when you see the throw, it was definitely not a spiral. It was more a helicopter.
Yes.
Because you'll see the man in motion, and here's the rollout. He decides to make his move, and it almost looked like a throw. Well, it wasn't a pretty spiral, but it did its job in the back corner.
It's right where it needed to be.
And there you see in the back corner, raising the flag, and it's like, give me a picture.
Take your fame, young man.
Oh, my goodness. But, unfortunately, the conversion failed, so the Ducks stay with an 8-6 lead. And almost took 6.5 minutes off the clock here.
Took a lot of time off, but what it did more than anything, it let the Jackals know that we can get in the end zone. We have weapons. You saw Weidman get involved in that series. You had 40 get involved in that series. The running back even had a couple good runs there. So now they're starting to have a little bit of confidence that, and there's still a couple more pieces of that offense that haven't even gotten involved yet.
Well, we'll find out what happens, but you wonder if there was a little hangover at the end of the first half for the Jackals, not just with the quarterback potentially getting hurt, but also the Ducks calling 2 timeouts in the final 30 seconds, which was like, why?
Right.
I'm sure they were thinking about it. All right, here's the kick, and it's a good kick. Taking it about the 8-yard line. Nearly stumbled.
Got to cover.
Good tackle. Good tackle. And
then the ball's out.
No, it doesn't matter. The ball. It was down. It was down. The whistle blew, so the ball was downed. But a good tackle at about the 24.
And we know that's not 15 ain't the correct number, so we're just going to tell you 15. Good tackle. There's another 15.
Yeah, the other 15, which might be Artie Perone, but because he's listed as a strong safety.
Or your quarterback.
That's different completely. But anyway, good tackle, and the Ducks will have the ball to 24. Why don't we take a look at a replay as to what happened here? You look at the top left of the screen, the kickoff goes to the 8. But look at how quickly they cover. Now, the returner shifts, and watch what happens. He slips, and a good tackle. But the ground caused the fumble right there, so that ends the play. So that's why the Ducks have the ball at the 24-yard line, 1st and 10. Back in the game, Tyreek Smith. They go 3 wide slot right, like they normally do. They change slots once in a while. Low snap, and that was a
Chambers.
Well, they went with Kirk Wright that time, and he got tripped up a little bit, only a 2-yard gain. Now, obviously, the momentum has shifted towards the Jackals this time. And now they're going to only spot the 25.
Tuck that hood in the back of his shirt.
So 2nd and 9, as referee Phil Harding is making sure everyone is in uniform as a uniform. You can't have a hood outside for safety reasons, especially for a tackle. They switched the slots. 2nd and 9 from the 25-yard line.
Blitzing.
And back to pass to Smith, but he's taking a deep shot down the field. It is just a little underthrown, incomplete. They went for the intended receiver. Bam Rucker was underthrown a little bit. Luckily, it was not intercepted.
Jackals are turning up the heat right now. They just came with another blitz off the corner, almost got there.
They came close, but
it kind of rushed the pass out. If he had a little bit more time, that would have been aired out, and it might have been a completion because he had him beat.
And I also think throwing into the wind had something to do with it too. That has been a case all day here. I mean, real field temperatures have been in the low 40s all day.
Yes.
So, I mean, I know it's late March and it is technically spring now, but Evidently, also wants to hang around a little bit longer.
It seems that way. Paxton Phil must have showed his shadow or something.
Nah, doesn't mean it. 3rd and 9 for the 25-yard line. Here's Smith in the shotgun, taking a snap. He juggles the ball. Now he's going to roll right, slip through a tackle. He slipped to 3 more and gets another block. And he's going to have a first down at 36-yard line.
Move the chains.
Houdini, how'd he do it?
Move the chains.
I mean, he was about to get crushed by 3 people, and they all ran into each other. Why don't we take a look at this?
That is demoralizing.
I mean, that is an unbelievable play by Tyreek Smith, and you knew he was going to get involved at some point. Watch what happens here. He's in the shotgun. He's about ready to get the snap. Now he's back. Now he's going to slip through the first tackle, but watch this 3-man conversion. Whoops.
Slipped the ball.
And that's how he got the first down. That unbelievable
Guys
play.
tackling with their head down. Tackling 101. Keep your head up.
All right, 1st and 10 for the 36. Let's see if the Ducks can take advantage of this. They're actually going to get a little bit of positive yardage to the 39, maybe the 40 for a 4-yard pickup. And that could be a turning point of this game, that 3rd and 9 play.
That's demoralizing, absolutely. Absolutely. When you think you got to stop and the guy winds up getting a big gain to move the change, there's nothing more exhausting than that.
Boy, that'll be on somebody's highlight reel, especially Tyreek's. So a gain of 4 on that last play, 2nd and 6 from the 40-yard line.
Jackals got some substitution there, some fresh legs.
We'll see what Smith does here in the shotgun. Back to his right. He'll take. That's a handoff. That's right. Right. Oh, he's able to get to about the 43. He was able to fight a little bit more and get an extra yard out of it, but it forces a 3rd and 3 coming up.
There's Artie Perone on the tackle.
Now, tell you what. I mean, you're looking at a head-to-head battle. I mean, these two teams are matched pretty closely.
Yes, it's evenly matched talent. What's going to separate them right now is who can take instruction, who can make adjustments, and simple discipline. You got to keep it.
The intangibles within the intangibles.
Yes, sir.
Well, now the crowd for the Jackals yelling for defense.
They need it. They need to stop right here. They need to get the ball back.
We'll see what the Ducks do on 3rd and 3 from the 43-yard line. They move the slot to the left. Smith in the shotgun. He'll await the snap. Gets it. Play fake.
Good job, Levin.
He's going to have to...
Oh, he's got it off. Unbelievable play.
He's down late. The question, and it's Leonard Mitchell who made the catch. He's a tight end listed. Let's see what this is about.
77. Ineligible downfield, 77.
Wow. So 77 gets hit with the ineligible player downfield, and that costs him a big first down.
That was pretty impressive for Tyreek Smith to hold the guy off with one hand and make the pass with the other.
I mean, that was a great tight end catch, but unfortunately, and as we talked about earlier today, it's about the release point, and unfortunately broke a little too early.
Yes, he did.
So back to the 38 they go, and it's 3rd and 8. So Smith will have to try some of his magic again. He waits in the shotgun. The left slot is where it's happening here. Takes a snap back to pass. He's under a rush. Slips out of a tackle. He keeps running. He's going to have some room. Cross the 40, 42. That's it. Only gains 4.
That is an athletic quarterback right there, my man.
And athletic tackle, too.
Yes. 99 had him in his grasp. Good job for 99 to keep his ears pinned back and keep hustling. But Tyreek Smith just made something happen out of nothing.
And that really is tremendous because of the fact that, I mean, Smith was running for his life, and now
timeout, Ducks.
Looks like the Ducks are going to use their first time out of the half, and that might be critical come the fourth quarter.
It might be. I think what you're seeing now is guys are starting to settle in. This is becoming a really, really good chess match. I think we're going to have all the energy. We're going to have all the excitement. But what now is going to happen is who can make the least mistakes, okay? Because it's only one score. One score can win this either way. They score, it could be over. They score, you could tie it up or either take the lead.
And that's what it really comes down to at this point, especially if we get to crunch time in this game. I mean, you're pretty late in the third quarter. You'd have to figure that eventually it's going to be the small things that make the difference, as you had mentioned. They're just under 3 minutes, we're told, 2:56. Again, official time kept on the field. Just a reminder to everybody checking us out here on HSG Network on YouTube. Again, thank you guys so much for your support. Of course, the Den appreciates you as well. Make sure you subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. We'll have more Den action in the coming weeks. And it should definitely be a heck of a lot of fun. And, of course, when you subscribe, you will get notifications on when our next broadcasts are going to be, whether it be for the Den or elsewhere. So, got 2,600 subscribers. Let's keep it building up. HSG Network on YouTube. And I think we've had about 250 pretty steady throughout the day as far as number of people who have been watching. So, we appreciate all your support. On fourth down, it'll be a punt. They're coming, but the punt is away.
Got it off.
And
get away.
Yeah, he's got to get away, but it takes a big duck bounce and just waddles down to 26-yard line. And that is where the Jackals will begin 1st and 10. They're down 2, but they know the next score will give them the lead.
Yes, sir. And it looks like your quarterback is trying to fake it. You know, like he's trying to make he's telling himself that he's good to go. It still looks a little tender. Let's hope he can muster up enough strength to get through this.
Here's a bigger question. What happens after the game?
Lots
and lots and lots of ice.
Absolutely right, Tom. Right now, he's playing on nothing but adrenaline. He's not feeling anything because he's in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, but adrenaline doesn't necessarily recycle. And eventually, just when you have that dump, that's where everything completely changes on you.
Yep.
All right, so the ball's at the 25-yard line. The 1st and 10 after that 33-yard punt. They're going to go 3-wide slot right here as Chris Coelho will continue to get this thing out. Let's see what he gets here in the shotgun on 1st and 10. They'll go with an inside handoff. That's not going to be much, if anything.
Too much standing around. You see all the yellow helmets on the ball carrier and all the offensive linemen standing around.
And that's a critical thing. Everyone's got to keep moving. If you're standing around, you're going to instantaneously be taken out.
I used to tell my linemen, if you're standing around, you become a defender. And that's exactly what it is. Our guys got to move out of your way now, too.
Well, if we take a look at what the Oregon Ducks, and I think Demetrius just checked in. And Demetrius checked in. He just said that in regards to what the Ducks are playing, it's a cover 3. And if the Jackals expose them enough, they'll be able to conquer this game.
Well, they got out of cover 2, and they wanted cover 3 because they think it's going to be a deep threat because they feel that the Jackals are going to try to hit Reese.
Ball is out, and it's picked up by the Ducks.
None of that matters now.
And it pushes them inside the 10 down to the 8. Oh, wow. This is a turning point of this game right there.
Big turning point.
The recovery made by Daniel Curtis, who another Tri-County Owl who made a big recovery there. And I mean, he's so used to recovering fumbles, but that one, oh man, that was
that means that your guy's around the ball. That's all that means. He's a ball hawk. He always seems to find the ball somewhere, so when it comes out, he's there. That's what you want as a linebacker.
I was actually surprised the Jackals tried to run up the middle the first couple of times, and the Ducks just came flying and swarmed and forced the turnover. So the ball is spotted at the 10, which means goal to go because the ball is on the line. So Ducks 1st and 10 looking to extend their 8-6 lead late in the third quarter. They're going to hand it off. We got a flag down as I think Marquise Edwards was a carrier. And now whistles blow some more. Yeah, the play never happened.
Illegal formation. Offense.
And they can argue who said it.
Just check with the ref. It takes care of all that.
It's also known as too quick of a snap.
Exactly. It's the quarterback's job to make sure everybody's set, and it's to make sure the guys on the edge and make sure they're good with the ref, make sure that the ref knows that they're set.
And that's where you do the initial studying as to how things are set, how long you have to wait, making sure everyone's lined up properly.
That's right.
And you don't just jump and all of a sudden, zoom, you go and make the snap, because then they're not ready and it's just too quick. You have to wait a second.
And you know where all that's worked out at, Tom? At practice. At practice.
Yeah, when you don't have that, these things do happen. So 1st and goal now at the 15-yard line. And Tyreek Smith is going to give this another try. Now, they've been doing the 3 wide here, but here they're going to go modified and go spread. Let's see what Smith does. He turns around, looks, ducks under a tackle, fires.
Oh, he should have been picked.
Play!
That should have been picked.
Get to the end zone. It was deflected.
Leak Weldon should have had an interception, my man.
Of Arthur Sanders, deflected into his hands.
Number 8, let's go.
That might be the miniature version of the Immaculate Reception, but the only problem is it's late third quarter.
Number 8, Meek Melman, he usually would make that play right there. He's a big-time corner. He should have made that play. I know that's eating him up inside.
Oh, my goodness.
That one should have been his.
He's going to have nightmares for at least a week, if not more. We'll show you the replay after the conversion, but that is a highlight reel play. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, they got to stop the 2-point conversion. If they do, it's still a 1-score game. If they don't, that changes everything. So they're going to line up in an I formation. Under center is Smith. And, he didn't make it. He fell down, and he's a yard short. So the conversion's no good. So the Jackals get a reprieve, and it stays a 1-score game at 14-6.
That went from being an interception to a score.
All right, let's check the replay out. You cannot, I've heard of luck be a lady, but sometimes a football players, we have hit 3/4 time. Here's that play. Ducking through the right, here it is. That should have been an interception. Oops. And thank you very much. Well, he's like, thank you, I'll take that.
That's going to eat him up. He's an all-star. He's wearing an all-star jersey as we speak for the Den last year. That was an all-star safety there. That's definitely going to eat him up not making that play.
So why don't we break as we switch sides for 3/4 time? It's the Ducks 14 to Jackals 6. Final quarter of this one comes your way after this.
Well, how about that? Looks like y'all got a lot of stuff here in your water.
You're never going to believe it, but this can filter up to 60 different contaminants from your water.
It's all about cleaner drinking water.
Dude, that's good water.
And that's good water.
Now that's good water.
That's good water, eh?
No matter where you live, there's a Culligan water expert nearby. At Culligan, we think about your water, so you don't have to.
All right, we are back after if you're a fan of the Jackals, a disturbing turn of events as a deflected interception ended up in the hands of Arthur Sanders for a touchdown, but the conversion was missed. So it stays a 1-score game, and the Ducks lead the Jackals 14-6. Jackals showed life early part of the third quarter, but I'll tell you this much. This has been a very entertaining game, as now that they're going to hold to ensure that they get the kickoff right. And there it goes. Going to be taken by one of the up men at about the 27. Going to go to his left. He'll cross the 40. Still has room and goes down to about around the 46. So the Jackals will begin very good field position, 1st and 10. But now, if you're the coaching staff, you got to tell the offense, none of the rough stuff. We've got to get points.
Forget all the chitter-chatter. Forget all the chippiness. We got to get in the end zone. Plus, we have a hobbled quarterback, so we have to give him time. We can't be just pushing our guys. We have to stick with our blocks and protect him at this point.
I think it's also very important that they come through and make some, I wouldn't say safe play callings, but I would try not to run up the middle because, disaster struck the last time and it ended up being points off the turnover.
Absolutely. But I guess they're in like a catch-22. They need points, but you don't have confidence in the way your offense is moving.
Deshaun Brown, by the way, is number 22 of the Jackals, in case you're wondering. Well, you brought it up. Anyway, well, he's a catch-22, but it's 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line.
That went over my head even.
Incomplete. But anyway, 1st and 10. And ball spot at the 46-yard line, and Chris Cuolo in the shotgun, 3 wide slot left. Back to his left. Now makes his circular motion, looking at everyone.
Takes up a lot of time every time he does that.
He's got to be careful with the play clock. Remember, it's kept on the field. Now he takes a snap, looks and fires right a little bit wide, incomplete. Looked for Trotman, couldn't quite come down with it, but needless to say, it looks like the defensive line's starting to get a little push for the Ducks.
You see a flag, then it wasn't a home.
And I think somebody was complaining there should have been a flag, and Phil brought that down very quick. Anyway, 2nd and 10 from the 46-yard line. Jackals can tie with a touchdown at 2. So this is far from over. Now they're going to go spread and back to the left of Chris Cuolo. Let's see what he does here in the shotgun. He takes a snap. He's looking, goes back. Going to throw one up the middle. Oh,
Good
my
catch.
goodness gracious, what a catch. Or is it a catch? Because the Ducks are saying incomplete. It is a catch according to the officials. I mean, number 40 just went way up.
We got to get his name. I'm familiar with his name. We got to get his name. He's having a hell of a game here.
He was one that caught the touchdown
Yes,
pass.
he's having a hell of a game.
In the second half. Yeah, let's take a look at the replay, and you'll see in the top left side what happened. Number 40 comes down, ends up being a 20-yard pickup, and look at the window he threw it in. Came up, didn't see any ball movement.
I know there's somebody watching that can give us a name in number 40.
Yeah, we don't quite have 360 vision on that, but it is 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. Chris Cuolo in the shotgun again with a spread. Oh, a very high snap. They pitch. They were thinking about doing a gadget play, and unfortunately it backfires on them. They may have lost a couple yards. 36-yard line. I think they were kind of sensing it right there. Because you can see the West Side Ducks are just firing off the ball like as soon as it snaps. So they seem to be just a little bit quicker than the Jackals at the moment.
The Jackals are trying to be, they got to take the emotion out of the play calling and get back to the basics. Do simple stuff to get the confidence of your offense. Right now, the offense has no confidence, and you're calling plays that actually requires confidence.
Well, they're saying get Reese the ball.
That's what they're trying to do. See, they're trying to force it to Reese. He's one of their big playmakers. He's an all-star. 40's taking his shine today, and Reese is trying to get into this ball game. But the Ducks know that as well.
Well, as they say, the couch coaches are giving suggestions, but it all matters what goes on the field.
That's it.
2nd and 12. Chris Cuolo back. He's going to run this one, and then he slides for a couple yards. Now, let's hope he's all right.
He didn't make no contact. He knocked the shit.
Yes, that's it. That's it. He's been there for a minute, too.
I'm keeping an eye on Chris Cuolo because it took a little bit to get up, and he's gingerly jogging back to the sideline here.
Jaquil Bailey?
Yeah, we have Jaquil Bailey as number 7, so he might be the one wearing number 40.
Sue Bailey, yes, that's exactly who it is. Sue's been around for a minute. The reason I couldn't remember his name is because that's his nickname. They call him Sue Bailey. He's been around for a minute. He's had a big game. He's wearing number 40 here, and I believe he deserves a shout-out.
Oh, okay, so we can fix that up. All right, so third and a big 7 coming up as Chris Coelho throws.
There's Reese.
And the pass is going to be a little wide, incomplete. They suggest him to get the ball, but the throw is a little bit wide.
He's a playmaker, though. He might sleep the whole game and not have a single catch, but it'll be that catch that actually wins the game.
Now, there's also a flag down, and then right now it looks like it's going to be on the Jackals. They had the ball, the flag's on the 37. Now, you're at 3rd and 8. Do you make it 4th and 8 or 3rd and 13? That's a big question.
What was the number? 72?
Oh, holding. Well, no, yeah, you're right. They did back it up 10 yards.
Holding 72 in the offense. 10 yards. Redo it down.
Can't have that now, big man.
Major mistake there with the hold, especially on 3rd down. So even if it was a catch, it wouldn't count anyway.
Yeah, that's big old Darren. Right now there's a fight going on up front. So, when you get a little bit emotional up front, you tend to hold a little bit. That's all that's happening there. He's a good lineman. He knows exactly what he's doing wrong.
On 3rd and 18, they triple the left side. 4 receivers set. They switch sides to the back. Chris Coelho in the shotgun takes it. Looking. Going to take a shot down the field.
Short.
It's intercepted at the 25-yard line. Coming back the other way, crossing midfield, the 40, the 30. Then there's a flag down, so let's not put points
all
on
the
yet.
way back.
Back at around the 42 of the Jackals, there may be a penalty on the interception return that negates a pick six.
Tom.
On the return, but that's on the offense. You know what I mean? Like they scored the defense. That block was I don't know why he did it.
They're going to have to decline.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait a minute. Phil Harding, that's going to be on the Jackals.
After the change of possession. Illegal block.
You don't know what you're the point. Jackals.
You believe this?
Now,
this is a pick six.
Here's the thing. What I was getting ready to get into. We spoke about Chris Kahulu's injury since halftime. I can't help but to say that these throws that are being shortened and these bad throws are coming from he could not plant his foot. That injury is coming into his throwing arm too. Somebody that good does not make bad throws like that.
And it's also even more unusual as they're setting up. Let's take a look at the pick, what turned out to be a pick six, because the block after the interception turned out it was against the Jackals, which was refused, and this allowed the pick six to happen from 75 yards out.
Yep.
And he threw into a bunch of yellow. That's the whole thing.
But he can't plant his front foot. His throwing, the throw into that.
I couldn't quite get his number. And the number of the interceptor though.
Kahulu.
But Kahulu.
Come out here without help.
Chris Kahlo. My man, hopefully you get healthy because I know that throw was on due to that injury.
Yeah. Well, just a very different. Let's
just call him one of the 15s out there.
All right, well, anyway, the conversion coming up after the defensive pick six. They're going to lob it, and Smith's going to try and throw, but to nobody in particular, so the conversion fails, and it ends up being 20-8 in favor of the Ducks. A huge pick six that time, and that's really right now the difference in the game, and it looks like the Ducks clearly have the momentum now.
Yep. Demeanor has changed.
So we are in the fourth quarter, but I mean, like I said, this has been quite a game. 9:29 they're saying in regulation.
A lot of time.
So, but the question is, will the quarterback be able to come back in following that bad pass and subsequent pick six?
Is Bailey or Trotman? Trotman's played. If something happened to 15, Trotman's played quarterback before. Hopefully, we'll see. They don't have to make that change, but they have a few options over there in the Jackals. Let's just hope they don't. But what I'm doing as an offensive coordinator, I'm not calling plays where he has to get into it, where he has to make a long throw and plant that front foot, or follow through with that front foot. And that's just from that. That's just from what I'm seeing from up here. It looks like his throws were not, didn't get all. And I've seen him throw during warm-ups. We've seen him throw the first couple series, and it seems like there's a little bit, just something off the ball, and it could be to that leg injury.
Well, right now we're looking along the track side, and he's walking fairly gingerly. But we'll see what happens here after this kickoff and see if he comes back in the game. So, but as far as I know, he's healthy. But we will soon find out. So, once again, the Ducks are going to hold the ball on the tee for the kickoff. He just came out with probably the defensive play of this game with that pick six from 75 yards. The approach and the kick.
Number one.
Taking it about the 27. Makes a left turn. Will try and get around the corner.
Look at all the yellow jerseys.
Gets a block, but he ends up going backwards. Gives a forward progress like 10 yards.
Good pursuit by the Ducks.
And a good tackle on the part of Norm Brown. Good special teams play and forces 1st and 10. That's what I'm trying to figure out because I thought it looked like 25, but it's listed as a running back, unless I need new glasses or something.
Well, he could have been in there for a special package or something. He might just be listed as a running back.
It's very possible. We're showing you a quick replay of the pick six, trying to figure out who it was.
22.
Oh, yeah, 20. It was 22. That would be Robert Cornish, the one who had the pick six. I mean, that was a tremendous play on his part, and not being able to tiptoe on the near sideline. I mean, right now, the difference maker in this game. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, so it will be 1st and 10, ball at the 33-yard line, and clearly the Ducks have the momentum right now because the Jackal, if you think about this, so we have a common core violation on the Ducks. Too many men on the field. So 5-yard penalty and makes it 1st and 5. So back we go on 1st and 5 from the 38-yard line.
They got to make something after Chris.
Well,
Chris C.
Well, he takes a snap, and they're going to hand this one off. Try to go left.
Good run. Good run. Hold on to the ball, young man.
And he does. He's out of bounds at about the 43-yard line. So, yeah, it is Smalley that time. I'll move the change for a 1st down. And a nice game, too.
Smalley's having a decent game. I would employ him a little bit more. It's keeping him honest. If you get the running game going, those guys can't sit back on you.
Ends up being an 18-yard gain, so it is 1st and 10. And Jackals trying to hang in there, down 20-6. They're not out of this yet.
You get Deebo Samuel in the backfield with Smalley. Blue backfield.
Well, they're going to go split backs this time.
Oh, bad snap.
Over his head. Will it be recovered? Oh, there's a block, but somehow it is recovered at about the 32-yard line by Smalley. And all the yardage they got, they gave right back and then some.
Bad snap.
Boy.
Timing. Bad timing for a bad snap.
22-yard loss after an 18-yard gain.
Now, if I'm the Jackals, I got short-time memory, Tom. I'm shaking that off right now. We're getting the ball. We're still moving down the field. I can't let that bad play make this whole thing go disruptive.
Well, it's going to be hard to fight that, that's for sure, but you never know. But because of that loss, you're looking at 2nd and 31 right now. Ball spot. They're back in their own 35
Dual
yard
backfield
line.
again.
Yeah, they go between split backs, 3 wide slot left. A much better snap.
Smalley
They give
again.
to Smalley.
Oh, good
Takes
hit.
a hard hit at 36-yard line. And now the Ducks are firing on all cylinders.
Yes, they are.
And once again, good tackle on the part of 44. We don't have, but that's okay. So it is 3rd and about 30 coming up. I can tell you a lot of noise coming from the Ducks sideline. I'll tell you, that defensive pick 6 has really changed the flow of this game for sure. So now back at their own 36-yard line. Jackals have 3rd and 30. And again between split backs. Chris Cuolo in the shotgun.
And I take it that's to protect them from the edges, split back.
That's possible.
Yep.
All right, back to pass. Oh, they're coming. Firing at the pike, and it's
another pick.
And I think it is intercepted. It is so.
Look, he's.
And this time it's Danye Rosser with the interception. Another turnover for the Jackals, and the Ducks get the ball back. That was a juggling interception, and well focused that time. Why don't we take a look at a replay there? And, I mean, what happened exactly on this play?
Yes, it actually it was pressure. They rushed it, and once again, I mean, I don't want to harp on this, but I don't think he can get into that throw. All his throws have been short armed, kind of. Nothing to them.
And throwing into triple coverage too. I mean, they intended the receiver. It looked like I believe it was Howard, the intended receiver that time, but threw into triple coverage, and one just made a circus catch, juggling in and bringing it down before hitting the floor.
Yeah, I mean, whatever is happening with Chris, they'd have to adjust it. He's got to get back to those zip passes that we saw at the very beginning. What got him there to that close score.
So now the Ducks haven't had the ball in a while, but here they are at their own 40-yard line. And 3 forced turnovers in the second half. And now Tyreek Smith, he'll take the snap and a handoff. And good job by the Jackal defense to close the hole there and force about a yard gain.
Talik Chambers again, a nice fill, nice stick. Unfortunately, you got to get everybody else on the same page with you.
And I can tell you right now, with a 2-score lead, you know the Ducks are forcing on clock.
They're going to play it safe. Don't blame them.
And we're getting the word just over 4 minutes left in regulation.
Now, if I'm the Jackals, I'm bringing the house. I'm trying to make a strip sack. I'm trying to not let their quarterback sit back there and ad-lib on us. You got to make something happen right now, whether it's scoop and score.
All right, so here we go on second down. Smith in the shotgun. They actually spread this time. But it's going to be a run up the middle and shoving his way to about the 45-yard line.
Can't give them this first. If they're going to try to run on you, can't let them get it. It's got to be 3 and out.
Ends up being a 5-yard pickup. They got a good spot at the 46. So now 3rd and 4 coming up. And here's the interesting part. The Jackals still have all 3 of their timeouts. It's like when you start using them, they can't wait too long.
Right before they get the first. I use it right now to stop them. If they move it close right before, I'm going to ice them a little bit and come up with my best defensive stand.
And now force.
The play clock over there to see
All right, so 3rd and 4. They have to get to midfield for the line of gain. So obviously they're going to take their time, wait for the play clock to run down. Linesman will give the signal on that. And now from the 46, taking the snap, Smith back, rolls left looking, going to lob it, and it's incomplete. A little bit of a perplexing call there.
They need to be careful with those throws because number 15 already out there is waiting for something to happen. Just like you said, my man Daniel Curtis is known for picking up fumbles. Artie's is also known for interception pick six, and they keep throwing it around, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So he's a ball hawk. So if I were him, I would try to definitely keep it away from him and throw in my safe zones.
And now we have a 4th and 4 coming up. Now, I mean,
2-1-2.
this is a little bit gutsy trying to go for it on 4th down. I mean, personally, my opinion, I would punt. I'd try and pin back as far as I can. They've got to score twice on me.
Yeah, you got Tyree. You got a threat quarterback too. I think I might go for it here too. We're at midfield.
All right, well, they give the signal. 4th and 4 from the 46. Oh,
No.
Who jumped?
Good call.
Oh,
Good call.
Defensive.
Exactly what I would have done. Hard count on 2. Didn't even have to work for it. First down.
And Phil said offside the entire defensive line.
Didn't even have to work for it.
Wow.
Didn't even have to call a play.
And that will mean an automatic first down or a first down crossing the midfield stripe down to the 49-yard line.
More than anything, it moves the clock.
Well,
keeps the clock moving.
The last play was incomplete.
What I'm saying is now they got the ball to actually eat up that clock. 4 downs to eat it up.
And now they're going to triple the right side, but I'm sure they're going to go with a running play here. First down to 49-yard line.
In motion.
Send a man in motion, and they send a run. Up the hole and down to the 46 for a gain of 3.
Another tackle by Chambers.
And now I think the timeout's going to be used. No, it's a 2-minute warning, so they didn't use
Wow.
2 minutes.
I truly have a philosophy, Tom. Actually, if your linebacker, Chambers, is making all of these tackles, something's not happening at the first level. And they're just running straight dives.
All day.
So something's happening up front. They're getting beat up front that he's got to make so many tackles. Shouldn't be happening.
But the important part to understand is, like I said, the execution has been really the most important part of this game. So we're going to have to ask after this next play. All right. It is 2nd and 7 from the 46. Handoff and falling down for a couple-yard loss. 75-yard +6.
No. You got to go with him. You got to go with him, man. You got to go with. Yes, you got to. You got to. Yes.
All right, well, I mean, a lot of yelling on the sideline. Anyone use a timeout here or not?
Oh, wow.
The microphone was way up there. Sorry about that. So it'll be 3rd and 11 from the midfield stripe. You have to figure at this point, I mean, yeah, I wasn't 100% sure exactly what happened on the last play because we're trying to figure out the
situation here.
Yeah, exactly. But it is 3rd and 11. Smith again to shotgun.
Yeah.
They send a man in motion. Oh, and a missed exchange, but falling on it are the Ducks at the 47.
That's all he's done.
Well, it doesn't look like the Jackals are interested in calling timeouts here because they kind of know what the end result's going to be. But then again, what if that collision resulted in one of them picking up and running in for the end zone?
I don't think that's happening with the Jackals because their attitudes, their demeanor, it looks like they accepted defeat already, Tom.
As a matter of fact, I think that is it.
You see it?
And that's going to be it, folks. So Bill's going to step out and get the microphone from Phil. And I will just wrap this up real quick as the West Side Ducks come away with the win here by a score of 20-6. A very entertaining second half, to say the least. What we're going to do is just in a couple of minutes, we're going to go to our player of the game, who is Tyreek Smith, who threw for 2 touchdowns, and especially a deflected touchdown the second half. we will get to him. So after the handshakes, give us a couple minutes. We'll have a post-game interview, the Den player of the game, Tyreek Smith, in just a few moments. Stay with us. All right, we're back here at Germantown High School. I'm Tom Wilkins with actually our MVP of the game, Robert Cornish, whom, in my mind, I think he had to play in the Ducks' 20-6 win over the Jersey Jackals. You had that 75-yard pick six. Describe that play.
First thing first, I want to thank God, to be able to play this game again. last year I got in a bad car accident, so you know what I mean, took a year off, and now I'm back. So it's my first real game. But walk you through the play. My teammates were saying we will just play up. It's all coverage. He gonna give us one, and if he do, you know what I mean. I told him, I said, if I get it, it's going to the house. I'm not wasting no time. We got to score on defense. So I figured I'd be the first one to score over the season. I've been saying it all week. I'm gonna get a pick six. That's why everybody see my team tackle me down there, all that.
Does this vindicate the time that you missed? Because I had no idea you had that setback. We're very happy you're healthy again.
Yes, for sure.
That's got to give you some emotion. And what about your teammates, too? How they picked you up, especially in this game?
They very well, picked me up very well, just like telling me, you know, just stay motivated, keep going, and take your time.
And offensively, I mean, Tyreek did a nice job here. I mean, obviously, the Jackals presented a few challenges, but for you, what was really the difference in the game as far as defense was concerned for you outside of that heroic fourth quarter play?
The trenches. Offensive line, defensive line. I want to give a big shout out to them guys. I felt like we controlled the game up front, so they couldn't really get too much going. The quarterback was under a lot of pressure.
What do you think was the most critical adjustment of the game?
Putting speed on the defensive ends, so he couldn't keep rolling, getting out the pocket.
Well, I'm sure you've sensed a lot of relief. You want to send any shouts real quick?
Just shout out to everybody on my team, Westside Ducks. You know what I mean? That's about it. Oh, and yeah, that's it, man. We ain't gonna do all that.
Hey, you can't forget about that. Yeah. But Robert, thank you very much. Congratulations, and very happy you're in good health.
Thank you, man.
All right, that's Robert Cornish, our player of the game, as we end this broadcast with the Westside Ducks leading the Jersey Jackals, winning by a score of 20-6. For Howard Gaber and Bill Daughtry, I'm Tom Wilkins. Thanks for watching Den Football here on HSG Network, and have yourself a wonderful evening, everyone.